phone was the host. It was an
Now
accident.
watch. I was gonna say Thunder gonna get you for that. You like, oh, Mo gonna hang up on me?
I didn't do it on
It got
purpose.
too real.
I didn't.
You got chicken on over there.
Yeah, so I dropped the link back in the chat, or whatnot. So yeah. So what's up on these recent investments? Let's see. Let me share my screen. Where we at? Where we at? Where we at? I got a million things open. That's what happens. You can give people access to different tabs. They just go wild. Let's see. Let me see if I can go back in on some charts, whatnot. What happened? I missed the show on the Apple news. Brandon, did you
Yeah, it was nothing. I'm thinking it's gonna be like an Apple car or something they're gonna reveal, but they just talked about bundling a couple things, uh, and I think the highlight was the actual the CPU chip. Like I guess they got like a new CPU for Apple. It's called the A14. So it's something new that they created. So that's
right?
about it.
The proprietary 5 nanometer chip. They've, well, if you guys probably had not noticed, if you guys do have an iPhone, they were using obviously Intel. Intel was powering a lot of, like, pretty much everybody before they began to do in-house processing or doing their own schematics for their chip. And so that was like you said, that was a somewhat of a big highlight for them. Uh, now being able to keep that in-house, so to speak. But I do have that link for the actual show. So tomorrow, so you want to go back and watch later or whatever. Here's what's interesting, because I had the issue with my channel, right? Because of that.
Right.
How about them jokers today? I don't know if they're gonna stick or not, but we'll see. How about they took the strike off?
Really? They finally took it off?
But it was just the other day. But they hit me during the middle of the presentation. We were on, and I go to it. Today it's gone. Because I appeared. I just appeared. I said, I was using it for fair use, whatever. Again, I was throwing it out there because that's what I was doing. Again, I'm an investor. I don't need their proprietary information. I'm an investor. I'm here to get the bag, all the information.
Right.
All right.
Right.
I'm not on I'm not here to monetize it. But nonetheless, I just wrote it in the thing when you type the appeal, and I just went on about my business. I was like, I don't care, because you know me. I don't care about this stuff.
Right.
But yeah, so it's gone. Well, I don't know if it's a mistake, or whatever, but it's not up there. I said, ain't this a mess here? These folks here. Right? So yeah, you can't beat them, join them. But I do have that link. So anybody who is interested, who may not have seen it, just for research purposes, because that's what we did it for research purposes, obviously, to see if anything obviously that was monumental for us, like Owen was saying, that can move the stock. It was just pretty much a lot of window dressing. The things that people wanted to get out of the Apple Day event, they didn't get it because I think the expectation had got a little too overhyped. Number one, the ideal of the autonomous driving aspect of what they're they call it the Apple car, but it was more so about the tech they're trying to now innovate for autonomous driving. They want to be able to get in that space, right? And the other thing was the what was it? The issue surrounding the potential Peloton Apple bike, but it just ended up being just an enhancement to their health app that also can be, I guess, somewhat integrated into Peloton. So interesting enough, Peloton traders were waiting on it. The investors were waiting on it. So they instantly started dropping, right? Because they didn't say anything of they didn't mention them, right? Mention their name. And then they kind of mentioned the idea of the app being able to be integrated, into exercise bike, whatever stuff like that. Then the stock just started rising, Peloton stock, but Apple kept dropping. So they couldn't make this stuff up. But yeah, so that was interesting. But yeah, as you guys, maybe anybody in the back chat have not seen the event, I'll post a link here for you guys to check it out. It's on YouTube, so it's public.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. I want to watch it because I was doing payroll. I think I was doing payroll, and I missed the whole thing. I was like, golly, I ain't even get
Yeah.
it.
Over Mark Johnson. Yeah, that Sony car. We posted it in our group, our investment group, and we were talking about it. For that same reason too. Sony obviously being able to now. They got a proof of concept car out there that they want to bring into the EV space. I mean, it looks nice too. Looks like somewhat like a Camry and it got a cross look to it. I mean, it's unique, very unique vehicle. Now, the greatest thing about these companies like this that are trying to get into this EV space, where they already kind of have a lot of the integrated technology, through their gaming system, whatever the case, they actually got a leg up in more ways than we would think, right? Because they have a lot of years of there you go, Sister Mo pulling up right now. If you guys can see it, if you guys haven't got wind of this news yet about Sony's trying to put out a new EV car. I mean, it's sharp to me. Yeah, again, I guess I don't know. Maybe I'm old school, but for electric vehicle, it's pretty. It's pretty decent. It's decent, right? But yeah, so that's gonna be interesting. So you got them. You got the whole issue with GM, right? GM obviously partnered with Nikola. Right now, that's all up in the. I mean, man, it's in smoke right now, right? Because of the fact that there are some issues surrounding the CEO of Nikola, right? The company Nikola that's supposed to be making this kind of new, EV, transportation truck, whatever the case. They just had pretty much a concept value and not necessarily proof of stake, in terms of an actual model or proprietary technology. Well, that's the allegations that's being lobbied against them right now. That's been presented to the SEC. And as of yesterday, the Department of Justice and now the SEC are now starting to investigate the company and the idea of the allegations coming from that short seller. That's, apparently shorted their stock. So this thing with Nikola is getting really good. It's heating up like a little, stock drama, as we call it. But nonetheless, stocks do, they do, become volatile because of that. They go up, they go down, whatever the case, right? So it's interesting. So again, for some of you guys out there who are PlayStation, users, PlayStation 5, obviously, they got the console coming out, by the third quarter, obviously, from my understanding. They pushed the date back. They had it set for this week, or the previous week for pre-orders, but they pushed it back because GameStop actually got ahead of the company and dropped the rumor. So Sony management, marketing R&D pulled it. They pulled the press release because GameStop was trying to use it as a catalyst for their earnings report that they released to kind of garner, investors behind it. So they actually threw a curveball and messed up GameStop's plan. Couldn't make this stuff up. But nonetheless, again, it's coming down the pipeline too. So again, you got some interesting stuff. Then you got the new Xbox, obviously with Microsoft. That's something that's also on the table coming up soon too, far as that new console. It's a two console series. I'm not from. It's a really I guess souped up one, than the one that's kind of one that's affordable for more anybody else that want to use it, I guess. So that's some news to kind of think about too. For some of you guys who might be gamers in terms of Microsoft and Apple, or excuse me, Sony, I should say. Right. So that's some of the most pressing things to kind of think about. I'm trying to see it was something else. Oh, the Oracle deal. I don't know if y'all heard that far. It's a TikTok deal.
Yeah.
Yeah. So news came out this evening, actually during Trump's press conference, that he will not sign off on the deal unless they get the full scope, right, of exactly what's on the table. Like, because they think ByteDance is trying to undermine them and give them just a bare minimum, a shell of the deal. So that's what it's all about at this point. It's a partnership, not an ownership. And see, remember I told y'all about that? That's what that's probably why Microsoft got out of the deal. They and Oracle probably underbid it. They just wanted to get their name on the docket to say that they did it. Mm-hmm. And because of that, it turned out it was a more of a, again, for what it's worth at this point, until it is more color to the scenario, it's more of a lemon deal. Right? It's like going to the lemon lot. You know what you're gonna get. It ain't gonna be the best, but it's a lemon deal at this point. So Trump ain't feeling too comfortable enough to go ahead and sign up on, because interesting enough, I mean, it's the first time we've seen something like this in a long time where they've made a deal like this become a thing of national security, where the president himself had to actually sign off on this deal to go through in order for it to happen. I mean, couldn't make this stuff up. This little app, TikTok, I don't know if you guys use it or not. Again, I know it's popular, whatever the case, but apparently a lot of people are scared of it in Washington because of the fact that, again, the server value of it is sitting on, sitting in, the Asian, country, as far as, our data, right? American users' data, by way of ByteDance, right? TikTok is the company, ByteDance is the parent company. So if you guys didn't know that, that's the whole breakdown of it. That's why it's a scenario of quote unquote national security. All right, so it's crazy. So you say somebody said they uninstalled it. I never used it, so I don't know. So y'all gonna have to tell me about it. But I know it's a big brouhaha in the stock market about it, right? Microsoft, Walmart was in the lead to get the deal, and now Sony kind of last hour end up getting it. So I don't know. We'll see.
What's TikTok ticker?
It's not publicly traded. It's not. It's private.
Oh, that's
but
why.
that's what made it so also even more valuable, right?
They're not making no money on it.
Oh, well, they making money on it because they getting it through the private. It's private. It's private.
Okay.
They're making money just straight off, direct sale, right, without a broker, so to speak, right, or
right,
a public, pretty much a CUSIP, obviously in this case,
right.
They're just a private company, and so they get, they getting, the bucks just straight out the gate. But again, by Oracle being the owner now, so they get, it goes inside their portfolio basically, right, as a big, cash generator, right? So it's up there with the same valuation that they was actually trying to give Snowflake. Let them marinate. The amount of money that they said this thing has the ability to generate, they said, it's up there again with the level of what Apple can produce. Again, and Aramco, the Saudi Aramco oil, oil tycoons. It's up there. Again, Snowflake, and it's still a young company. I don't know how long TikTok has been out. Anybody know by any chance? Anybody know in the back chat how long TikTok has been out?
You want to Google it? Let's see.
Yeah, I'm curious. Again, I'm new to. I'm old school, I guess.
Me too.
But it's definitely taken America.
There you go. 2016.
2016.
We say right. Oh no, that's when it went in the market in China. Hold on. So when you say out.
Okay, no, yeah. So, yep, 2016. Yep, globally. It pushed out globally in 2016, right? And keep in mind, they are somewhat of a DBA or a branded company underneath ByteDance. ByteDance bought rights to their brand, and it took off. And so the user, the MAUs, monthly active user value is just growing like exponentially. It has taken over literally that ideal of what they call YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, and Instagram, literally all in one, because it encompasses all those different platforms in one. Social media, music, sharing, whatever, in terms of Instagram, it's all that in one. That's what made it so popular, apparently. And because of that, it's able to generate a lot of revenue because it keeps their users on the site longer, in most cases, partaking in all the different aspects of it, than that what you get on a Facebook, Instagram, or that of just a YouTube alone. That's why it's dangerous too, because it's getting all the ad generated revenue that they get solicited, through ByteDance, TikTok, whatever. They get all that in-house money. So America like, no, we got you can't have that if you're gonna have the server sitting in China. So I guess that's what made it the AI, the technology behind it is phenomenal. They say the coding is like millions and millions of lines of coding. Millions of lines of coding, right? And that's why they were saying only Microsoft or potentially Oracle could be able to decipher it, to be able to house it, to be able to also integrate it for the same level use case AI value in America, if we are able to get it, get ownership of it. So it's all political. There's a lot of political, red tape behind it. But nonetheless, Oracle stock definitely gains to benefit if they are able to actually get the source code for that AI technology. If not, it's just it's a dead deal. It's just not a good deal. It's not a good deal. Right. So they need that source code. They got to be able to get that code. Right. And that's exactly, it's a tech wars. That's it. That's that cyber warfare come through. Right. So yeah. So again, this is my guess. If you're over Brandon, I think over Andre owns. You guys want to go over today's, new IPO? That'll be interesting. Both of them actually, JFrog and Snowflake.
The Snowflake. Which one? What was the other one?
Yeah, JFrog was the other one for today too. Both of them were actually data cloud companies too, which is very highly sought out industries at this point. Under this COVID scenario.
Right. I got the headline. Well, that was from the 11th. No, don't change. Okay, so yeah. I was waiting for that to open. I had clicked it, I think yesterday, and I didn't realize that it wasn't ready to trade, but you could have put money in it, and it said $100, and I had looked deep in the chat, and you guys was like, "Wow, this is overrated," and I'm sure it had probably went up from then, and I didn't really know what to do. So I was like, "Is this how it's supposed to go?" Can you talk about that a little bit when the IPO getting ready to come out? Or one of you guys, any of you, Brandon, one of you guys, when it's getting ready to land?
You mean as far as the underwritten process of it, like the process?
So when they put it on and they have the deadline, they have the dates, the timeline, and then right before you get ready to post, it'll say, do you want to invest?
Oh, you mean like on weBull, but just the idea in general, being able to buy IPO, they call it like an OPO at that point, pre-IPO, placement, cap buy, so to speak. Again, most people, you have to be either accredited broker or sometime a broker will use their license and allow their users to get in early too. Now, interesting enough, I don't think they actually offered this one on weBull. You know why, right?
Wait, say what was your last comment? You said why
they offer Snowflake as a pre-IPO or pre-val particular buy that investors or retail traders could buy going into the IPO, like they do with some of the other ones.
I heard you say earlier because they was trying to make sure they price people out.
They didn't want retail traders to get in on the, in their mind and mess up the so-called sweetheart darling deal in this deal because of the fact that Warren Buffett and Mark Benioff, which is the CEO of Salesforce, they got involved early, right? That's the first time in a long time you had that kind of name brand investor power coming into a IPO. Because I don't know if y'all remember back in the days, Warren Buffett actually went on the record saying that he would never invest in the company in an IPO status, right? Because he needs to see how the company performs first before he put his money into it, right?
Right.
Obviously, he contradicted himself on this one because of the fact that I guess the valuation was so juicy, he didn't want to miss out on it, and he broke one of his rules and got in on it. Now, of course, it paid off handsomely for him, right? Because he got in at the par value. I say par value underwritten price, which is what, the 120. They were able to buy $250 million worth at 120. And then they said there's a rumor circulating also that he also got more. He got another 250 million too, somewhat off the record, quote unquote. So if he got in at 120, it went to 319 today. How much did he make on that 250 million?
Wow.
Right? And we'll just do one lot, meaning one 250 million lot. So he got in at 120, and he spent 250 million. So all you got, that's a lot of math, right? That's a lot of zeros. It's a lot of zeros. And that's the kind of stuff that, tech people get excited for, especially investors, right? Because we like, man, that kind of level of opportunity. It's just, it's crazy.
Someone asked in the chat, excuse me, but that's important. It's what is Snowflake? So right here you can see it says Snowflake is a cloud-based data warehouse started up that was founded in 2012. It has raised more than 1.4 billion in venture capital and is based in San Mateo, I think it's California.
Yeah, San Mateo.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So basically, it's a cloud-based data warehouse. So where you could store data.
It's in the same space with Splunk, Workday, Salesforce, Zscaler, DocuSign, somewhat a little bit like Adobe, somewhat value now that, Amazon obviously has, Azure, Microsoft has AWS. It's in that space, like data cloud storage, which is very valuable now. Again, Apple Cloud, that's very valuable now because people move away from hardware value data serving, especially for security purposes. Hence, that's why Microsoft now starting to get these deals in the government. They're starting to really beef up and get these government contracts, which is another form of income for them. They actually just beat out Amazon for the latest contract.
What?
Which was huge. It was a big contract too. Amazon hot about that thing. They mad.
I missed that.
Yeah, the ear, but she in acquisitions.
Yeah.
So they're working with again Microsoft, Amazon, for that same value for the storage and whatever, y'all know all this stuff. But nonetheless,
interesting because remember BlackBerry used to have government phones sold up like they would not. I mean, they had because of the security. I can see. I'm not sure how secure Amazon is in reference to certain investigations and what they allow people to get in and not. But I know they solid
because they got the money, and he didn't build the logistical hub unlike anything the world has ever seen. Okay. Right? And because of that, they was able to have their own proprietary, server model, right? That actually companies actually go to them to buy. They buy their services to run their businesses through it, right? Because
that's how you can drop ship.
Oh, go ahead.
Because that's how you get to drop ship through them.
Yeah, I mean, again, they got a well organized, pipeline value in terms of that they value of their system, and so now they're able to procure government contracts for that same value because now. Again, like they say, they're moving into that spectrum now where private companies or publicly traded companies now at this point are now starting to bid for the government contract when it used to be before Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, Boaz, Hamilton, right? Again, Boeing, the usual suspects, right? Now they're no longer that. So the next guy coming down the pipeline, so I'm pretty sure you guys already know about it in terms of IPO that y'all want to look at. If y'all miss Snowflake, well, it didn't matter anyway because they priced you out, so I ain't gonna even talk about it. Price chart anyway. But the next big one is going to be anybody?
The next big
IPO coming up next is anybody know? There we go. My brother Mark Johnson already on it. Palantir, right? Palantir. Yeah, right? They actually deal with a lot of high data security. They are like, security clearance type of data storage for the military.
Right. So Equip about to get the boot.
Yeah, Palantir. That's it right there. Yep, Palantir IPO. Yep. No, over the A. Palantir. Pala.
Well,
it corrected for you. Yeah, it's correct.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You're good. Yeah. So it's not a publicly traded company yet, but they're getting ready to go IPO. While they're putting forth they're going through the underwriting process now. But it's as Mark Johnson, they are CIA. In a lot of ways, I guess you can say that to a degree. But yeah, they deal with a lot of high level security value. So again, you can go through it, and they got the SEC filings. You can go through it and see exactly what they talk about. So if you click that one that says Business Insider, where it says Palantir's new SEC filing signals valuation of $20 billion ahead of the imminent direct listing, and they're doing a direct listing too. So they coming straight to market. Which is going to be interesting. So they got 20 billion pre-val. Again, it's around about the same what they was trying to do for Snowflake, but they end up running the thing up to around 70 billion. Now that's coming to worth $70 billion tonight. They ain't know what, 60 to $70 billion.
Wow.
And they only make, guess how much they made a profit last annual per annum revenue.
How much?
Only 250 million, and they lost 350 million. They lost 350 million, but they only was able to get gone about 250 million for a $70 billion company. This kind of froth I've been talking about, where it's just crazy now. These people pay for anything now. Couldn't make this stuff up. But yeah, so yeah, you can go through that in terms of the prospectus and kind of share it with the family there.
What you want me to click on, Brother African Boy?
No, I'm saying you can go through it if you just want to read off that, their prospectus, kind of give you their prospectus is pretty much just the same thing as kind of like a white paper, right? But some of my crypto traders out there, blockchain orientated, anytime you get a prospectus, it's just pretty much like a white paper of that particular company, right? Mission statement, the syllabus to a degree, all that rolled in one. The rubric, the whole not narrow.
Right.
So yeah, so you can. Well, I don't know. If you want to read that, you could. If not,
I don't want to read that.
In the back check, they probably like, yeah.
We're not gonna read that.
Yeah, that's that. Well, that's the actual. Yeah.
Wow.
Well, that's the actual prospectus itself.
Yeah.
Or the SEC filing, I should say. Excuse me. Same
Right.
thing. But,
yes,
yeah.
indeed.
So that's one that so amount to be registered is 257 million, right? So that's the amount of shares, right? Oh yeah, I was about to say, yeah, break that down, but it's cool.
Oh,
yeah,
okay. You mistake. You must be got delayed. This was just breaking around right here.
Oh no, I'm looking at the YouTube one, and that's why I'm messing up. And everybody, I'm looking at the same time they're looking at it. That way, you can keep up.
Yeah. I was wondering why you were behind. I'm like, why is he behind?
To keep up with the chat,
Oh, okay.
And them scenarios like that, I try to keep up with the chat.
Yeah. Okay. Let me go back.
So that's just basically just, you guys see it there. That's pretty much what they're getting. And then look at that par value. See that par value right there? Classic common par value shares. Uh-oh.
What, you still looking at the YouTube?
No, it kicked you out or one of your channels. It might have changed screens. It's not on the prospectus.
All right, got it. The par value.
All right, yeah. See right there where it says classic common shares, the par value.
I'm going to blow it up a little bit. Okay, let me go down.
All right. So it's very important there. Now, when I was telling people how stocks are traded, especially when they get underwritten, and people get to get in early, like VCs, the capital ventures, people like Shamat Patil, a lot of these people, these David Tepper, these big time guys that got big time money, got these Series 6 and 7 license value accredited brokers. A lot of these people that come in early are seed investors in some cases. I mean, they're getting in, at crazy, ridiculous prices. So you see what it says par value. Par value is what?
Right here.
See what I said? 0.001 per share.
Right.
That means like all the people that's like inside of the company, like directors and people like that. All of them get shares value at what? 1,000th of a penny. When I told people their stocks out there trading at 1,000th of a penny, and they used to look at me like I was lying. I'm like, no, there are stocks out there trading at 1,000th of a penny, 1,000th of a penny, 100th of a penny, 1/10 of a penny, and then a penny. Right? A lot of those stocks are traded obviously on the OTC market, on that echelon. But this is the underwritten value of the par that people who in the company are going to get early on. The directors like that. So if they're coming in already at 1,000th of a penny, and they open this stock up again, roughly 40, 50 bucks a share, 20, 30 bucks a share, and they got, let's say one director got 1 million plus shares, another one got 5 million shares. You can do the math on that already, how much they already up when it goes public.
That's crazy.
It's crazy, man. So this is the next level of the investment game, learning and understanding how to read an SEC form, understanding what a prospectus is when companies go public, understanding what par value is and what type of shares that they're getting, class A, class B, class C, class D, which ones are preferred, right? And which ones are just, come with obviously not necessarily voting rights, whatever the case. Like Berkshire Hathaway have 2 different types of what? Shares, right? They got class A and class what?
A and B.
A and B, right? Under Armour has 2 types of what? Shares, right? 2 different ticker symbols. You got UA and then UAA, right? Same one with Zillow, and then you got ZG, Zillow Group. Google got 2 stocks, right? Google and Goog, right? Those are the different values of voting rights that some, shareholders get that got in a little earlier than others, so to speak. Or you willing to pay for that, Again, you have to understand that comes with a little bit more what, a little bit more privileges, so to speak. Right. So again, that's just little small stuff. Again, I don't want to kind of go, too out there. I call them little nerd stats, but y'all know me. I live for this stuff. But it's interesting. Go ahead, Warren.
No, you do. You be running that stuff off like ABCs, 1, 2, 3s.
Yeah, I always tell people, man, this ain't all it is data. It's just really data. You know, we spend a lot of time again already kind of, you know, in these kind of lanes, you know, involuntary, especially when it comes to, you know, historical aspects of looking up information, primary sources, right? Sourcing all this stuff up. Well, this is that level of source reference information that offers that what moves the globe, literally global commerce. We're dealing with, I mean, real-time global financial data, right? When these companies go public, and then this is where you come into the mix, Sister Mo, because you teach people on what?
Yep.
How to come to market.
Yep.
And it's a few things you need to come to public market. What do you need?
It's monies.
Well, besides the money, you need some what? Some regulations.
Oh, yes.
You need what?
Compliance.
What two things you need?
I say compliance. Well, you say
compliance, SAMs, and what else?
Oh yeah, DUNS number.
And DUNS. You got to have those before you can come publicly traded. If you get those two things, you submit your filing to the SEC, whether you want to be NASDAQ listed, NYSE, Amex, or OTC market. Those come with a higher filing fee, obviously, because they're more expensive exchanges.
Yep.
But you have, as long as if you got those two things there, you can come to public market.
Right, and
you
that's
have
what
your stock traded.
and it's funny you bring those two up because those two numbers right there keep our companies from getting contracts. They have all the equipment, have money, have everything, and then when the position disaster, so to speak, happen and FEMA ready to give out some contracts and they call a company and they be like, oh, you don't have Dun & Bradstreet, you don't got a cage code, can't fund you, can't get contracts. Right there in the lap.
So again, that's teacher moment there. So that's where you parallel this in terms of where you are already, founded in the industry in more ways than you probably even think about it. But now, seeing how it works from privatization values of companies, S corp, C corp, LLC, whatever, starting out, whatever you have your company, your business, and then let's say you get those, right, cage code SAMs done, and you say, okay, I want to go to the public market. I want to list my company to be publicly what? Traded and invested in to obviously generate revenue to kind of what? Expand my business.
Yes.
Right. If you have that kind of level of backing, you got somebody willing to underwrite you, a TD Rowe, JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs,
right,
whomever, then guess what? You in the game. You instantly, again, if you got, whatever. And I'm saying that because I'm hoping our sister, because that's what she's planning to do at some point. She's already kind of disclosed that. Eventually, she's going to try to go public. You know who I'm talking about Sister Mo. Over Brandon, you should know too, probably. I think maybe over Andre, maybe.
Oh, the lady who got the wine.
Our sister Vanessa Braxton.
Yeah.
She's already getting
making a sanitizer now.
Yep. She back making liquor stuff too now too, but she's also getting counseling, consulting from Mr. Warner, Mr. Warner from Shark Tank. And she's been on a lot of little, financial, sites here and there, Yahoo everything. But that's a true Black success story, someone that we know.
Yes.
That, that's demonstrating, not conversating. She's demonstrating, right? Taking her business public. And you find another Black-owned vodka distillery. She actually owns the distillery.
Right.
She ain't no middleman. She owns the distillery.
I want to bring it up. What's the name of the company again?
Black Mama Tea.
Yeah, I was just trying to find that right now too.
In New York, right?
Pull it up and
in
go
New
in
York.
on it.
Where Andre, he jumped off.
Definitely Andre, he the businessman on the panel too, so y'all can go in on it a little bit while I go up there and grab my little chickpeas.
Yeah, what Andre jumped off. I don't know if he's familiar with the company.
Yeah, Black Mama Tea and Black Mama Vodka, both of them.
Right here.
Well, I'm just saying, he knows business in general, obviously
right.
being an entrepreneur or whatever. But yeah, so Black Mama Tea. So y'all go support this, a Black-owned business, 100% Black-owned, not, this ain't no, 70-30, it's 100%. She owned her licenses. She owned her own brand. She owned, the value in that in terms of her recipe, all that stuff, 100%. So she sell other stuff too, like agave sweeteners. She got some really good tea blends. She sell THC, the CBD, products as well, gummies and stuff like that. That kind of stuff, I guess.
Yeah.
As you can see, that her agave again.
Prices are very convenient.
Right. Again, black business. You're gonna go to Whole Food. I mean, I know y'all know me. I'm up in Whole Food. People like that. Paying the price anyway at Mom's and Trader Joe's and Sprout and all that. Man, look, support a black woman, right? Y'all even know this sister, and she legit.
Drink coffee. She got coffee.
Got the coffee too. Yep. She got a dark roast now. It used to be her tea. She started out with a tea, and then she expanded from there. She did a liquor. She already had a vodka. Her vodka recipe early in the game. So her vodkas are like, when I always say to people, like when y'all run into like Ciroc, right, and all that stuff y'all be drinking out there, and here it is, a black woman, and she got organic liquor dang near, and y'all running to get that, the other stuff because of celebrity sitting there endorsing it. They don't even own it because y'all know Puffy don't own Ciroc. Let's not play around. Y'all know people don't own Grey Goose out there who out there, whatever, jumping up and down saying that, this and that. This woman own her own stuff. Matter of fact, click on her one of them vodka bottles right there. And it's gluten free.
I was trying to get to, didn't she have, wait, before I go there, didn't she have a part on here where you can
seed invest?
Huh?
Seed invested?
Yeah, someone asked about
it. She already did a round. She already did like 2 rounds. A lot of people missed out.
Oh, okay, she already
was doing them for a long time. She gave a lot of people a chance to get on, especially black people. And she was only marketing it on black sites and black sites only too, which was crazy. She got probably a few white people got in too, but it was more so she was trying to attract black, our people a chance to get on.
Right.
So her first round she did this, turned around, did a second round too. So her par value already up in terms of value now, just from the value of her seed investors, meaning us, average everyday people without a Series 6 or 7/6 license. Now you can come in, do crowdfunding, which now is legal now, and we can come in through the door, out the gate. At par values, 10 cents, $1, 30 cents, or a tenth of a penny. She go public and it blow. That's again just putting it in a future tense. How the market does it, future discount mechanism. That stock blow. She go public. Let's say at $10 a share. It runs to 20 to 30. Now imagine all the people that were in at what? 10 cents, 20 cents, a tenth of a penny. Right?
You go to vodka right here. This is
that's what this game is about. It's about understanding how to put your money to work for you. Like Andre said, if you're gonna go out there and splurge on something, take the same amount and put it towards some kind of valuable investment in the same way. That way, at least you have a replenisher. Look at black woman chai tea, vodka, gluten-free, and it's kosher. Man, y'all better stop playing. Let me see one of y'all drinking that foolishness out them liquor stores again.
You ain't lying.
I catch any of y'all with a bottle in y'all hand.
Let me go give me a bottle right now.
Right, and I catch any of y'all with a bottle right now, and y'all out there promoting it, flashing up in the club. I'm gonna knock it out your hand. Keep the pistol on me too, because just can't try to get back. I'm gonna keep that pistol on me, right? Because you ain't got no business doing that. When you got a black woman that's 100% black owned, she got her own recipe, and it's gluten free, and it's kosher.
Look at that.
And you don't get no gluten free Ciroc. All kind of trash in Ciroc. All natural. Man, y'all, let me go get my chickpeas.
Go get your chickpeas.
Y'all go in on this over branding, and y'all can talk about it because y'all know black business. Sonny here, black business owner too. Y'all go in on this. Sister Tasha, y'all go in on this.
I should just buy. Can you look for the black owned cognac? We trying to look for that one.
Would you looking for black owned cognac?
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Y'all, you purchase y'all bottles. Make sure you go get you some, Sonny.
I got an idea, right? That I've been trying to.
Here you go, right here.
I haven't really did it all the way, but like everything that we invest in, you might as well try to get some stock into it.
There you go, right now. Black owned cognac brand returns with a new look to celebrate black excellence. Here we go. You got some of this? Black Dollar, let's see, the Black Dollar Foundation, nonprofit fund founded by owner and CEO Algin.
I heard of them too. They call Revente.
Revente is fostering mindset within the Black community with initiatives such as coding camps for children and entrepreneurship scholarships for adults. Go ahead. So I'm talking about. Listen. Okay, let me put this one in the chat. Let me get the actual website. Oh, look at that. Vente.com. Let me go on chat. All right, y'all don't be showing up to my house parties with that cheap, with them other brands talking about you ain't got nobody to buy from, no black people to buy from. Cause here it is right here. Hold on. Let me This which one you was talking about, Sonny? Or are you talking about something else? Where Sonny go? He done ran off.
I mean, I was muted. No, I said that's what I wanted you to look up, but I didn't know which one, what black-owned place they have that had cognac. Because I hear a lot of people drink cognac, they don't really drink the vodka.
I never, I knew it
You
was.
have people that drink it. I'm not saying they don't, but most people, like in certain crowds, they drink that kind of stuff. Almost like you have some areas where white people drink whiskey and all that crazy stuff.
Look at that site. They putting the and it's VSOP. Yeah, they don't like this at home. You see, that's true, Tasha.
What's the price for it?
What's the price? Hold on, let me see. Buy now. Let's see. We upgrading tonight. 69.99 for 750 milliliters. So what's that like what's that in the terms of half a pint?
I'm trying to see if I can see them on my stock app.
On your what app?
On the weBull.
Oh, they publicly. I didn't look to see if they was publicly traded. Hold on. No, I don't.
Yeah, that's why I was trying to get you to look them up. So look up for black cognac.
If they're publicly traded. Hold on.
Yeah. Since I already had the app, I was just seeing if I type in it to see if I see them, but it doesn't say anything on them.
I don't think this is publicly. We're about to find out. Let me see that. Nope. Not publicly traded. Somebody asked, hold up, because then they ask how many, wait, let me see what they ask in the chat. How many black companies are publicly traded? So I need to put in publicly traded black owned companies. This one got 5. Let's see what they are. We know Urban won because it ran up in the summer. Urban won.
Okay, well, I was gonna say it is up on stock.
Say it again.
I said it. I looked it up on Google. It says they do have it where you can buy stock into it online.
Yeah, it's probably private, right?
Yeah.
Brandon said it's top shelf for sure. So U1 is publicly traded. I was asking someone in the chat. Urban One is publicly traded. Axum Therapeutic. Oh, we got a black pharmaceutical company. I didn't know that. I've been fussing about that. Go ahead with y'all bad self.
Isn't that's not the one that was trying to do the coronavirus that was supposed to be where they possibly might have had a cure, but it wasn't FDA approved?
Let me see. I don't know. Brandon,
it was a doctor that came from Yale College, and he basically had 230 something.
Might be right here.
Working on it in different areas.
What you know about it, Brandon?
Oh, you got it on the thing? Hold on, let me look.
I got it on the screen. But the news that I'm looking at right here is talking about the major depression disorder trial, phase 3 trial, Gemini phase 3 trial. That's what this one is talking about. But it's not limited. I mean, so this guy, he's graduated from Harvard. Well, they do all
Harvard is Yale, right?
Oh, Yale? Let me see.
Well, that's true. Yale is different from all because I think they said in the article he graduated from Yale.
Oh gosh, what I do with it? Lost the darn Oh, here we go. Okay, let me keep going. They so they about to file.
Okay, I don't know why I'm tripping. I can type it in.
Huh? American.
I was tripping. I couldn't type it in myself.
American Shared Hospital Services. Okay, I'm on that bus. And Citizens Banca Shares Corporation. So is this a what is this? A bank? I see y'all shining out there. We got some folks doing some big things. Carver. Like I didn't know this was black owned. I ain't been doing my research. And they've been in business since 1948. There I go. Let me so you could Google search black owned publicly owned businesses. There you go. Now back to this Black Mama tea. That we bought. Tasha, you got you? Say it again. I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I was looking at Black Mama T while y'all was talking about the other thing. I'm trying to see if she's gonna do another crowdfunding because I like this.
You like it, huh?
Yeah, she's trying to franchise out too.
Yeah, I thought I had seen some information on it the first time we went to the website. I was gonna say distribution, affiliate distributor, but it's she's in franchising.
Yeah, it's all the way at the bottom. I think you gotta go to a Facebook page and then go to the actual website.
Oh, okay.
Let's see.
You can see it.
Yeah, I just typed in Black Mama's Tea Cafe franchise, and it came up.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's not bad. 250 to 500,000. Oh, Tasha, did you just let me see? Tasha just bought some of this. I'm gonna get some of this too. I'm gonna get some tonight. I don't even drink, but every now and then I get a little riled up.
That's what you call it. You get riled.
My PTSD start kicking in.
Hey, you gotta get a bottle. Calm yourself down.
Oh man, PTSD start kicking in, and then I just be like, and then my doctor will say, "Hey, what are you doing? You ain't supposed to be drinking that." And I'll be like, "Well, what else you want me to do? Y'all ain't give me no, y'all won't give me no classes. Y'all don't want to, Lord."
Hey,
this looks good. What is that?
It does. That mango.
Wait a minute. Hold on. We missing something. So wait. The teas, is that what the teas look like? There's some extra she have at the shop.
Right.
When I go to New York, I'm going to see her. That must be at the shop.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that looks so good. Tasha, we got somewhere to go. We'll go to New York again. Brandon in the chat say green tea vodka. You get intoxicated and detox at the same time.
Hey, that's best of both worlds right there. You can't fail.
Oh my goodness. Right. I sure would need that. I told my doctor that drinking alcohol make me go to the bathroom. It was like, that don't work. That don't work. And I was like, yes, it do. You ain't gonna tell me. Oh, and you know what? I just like the bottles. The type or whatever. But yeah, I think I'm gonna go ahead and order me some of this. So I can put it in my refrigerator and it can look cute. Here we go, right here. How much does it cost to open Black Mama Tea Cafe? The startup cost of opening Black Mama Tea and Cafe ranges from 250 to 550,000 based on the location, which includes the franchise fee. Wow, you see that, Tasha? You want to do another franchise? There you go. What are the franchise and royalty fees? Franchise fee is $75K for a single unit, and each Black Mama Tea and Cafe pays 5% towards the royalty fees and 2% towards national market based on gross sales. What do I
construction? You gotta pay out for construction, I'm guessing.
construction build out of your store is separate cost? Yeah, so you have to create your own model, so to speak. Um, what do I get with the franchise fee? The franchise fee provides you with a license to operate a BMTC, our assistance to help you open a location, access to our recipe, products, technology, training systems, operational structure, marketing programs, and more. This will help you run the various aspects of your restaurant properly on a day-to-day basis. Okay, um, what type of training do you provide? There's operational consultants on an individual unit basis to ensure promotional campaigns, product rollouts, and operational procedures are effectively communicated to you and your team. Franchise and management training is provided in our New York training location and flagship corporation store approximately 60 days prior to your store opening. At that time, your store is ready to open. An operations store will travel, or operations manager will travel to your location to train your entire team in preparation of the opening of your Black Mama Tea and Cafe. How long do franchise agreements last? The initial term of a franchise agreement is 10 years. However, there are two additional renewal terms of 10 years each. So, Tasha, text me, how long was your franchise? Was it 10 years or 5 years? When you guys got your franchise? Yeah. So if you guys are interested, so 5% towards the royalties. I want how much oh, so you pay 5 and 2% towards.
There should be one in Atlanta.
So
There should be one in DC.
Yep.
There should be one in New York.
Orleans.
She in New York. She up in New York area. There should be one in Chicago. It should be one in Houston. It should be one in LA.
Miami, Seattle,
New
Savannah.
Orleans. Right down there, not too far from you, Savannah, Georgia, down on the riverfront. This type of it's a boom down there.
Yep. Definitely New Orleans. Definitely.
New Orleans.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Nostalgic. It's different. It has all the marquee values that make it unique, besides the cookie cutter value, right? You're dealing with, even from her designs, all the different products she offer. I mean, again, gluten-free, kosher. Come on, man. This is a Black woman. This is Black woman power.
I'm about to get my buddy. He owns a club. Yo, you need to put some of this on the shelf.
All Black clubs need to have it on stock.
Mm-hmm.
Even it's up there and Club Cheat, all that stuff in Atlanta. All my Atlanta folks, if y'all going to most strip clubs, this forget all that Ciroc trash. This need to be lining the shelves. Especially all the Black-owned businesses in Atlanta. Man, look.
Too. When my trainer had me up and walking with this sea moss in my training, come December 28th, this gonna be on my table. Oh man.
Yeah.
They're gonna be like, what's Black Mama Tea? They ain't gonna want to drink it. They might think they ain't gonna read the vodka on the bottom. You know how people do.
You know how Black folk is.
Yeah.
Got that old voodoo stuff.
Yeah.
That voodoo, that's that pseudo stuff. You know, our people you know how people sick. We sick, boss. We sick, boss.
Just tell them a white person made it.
Right. They'll run to the table.
Yes, indeed. So gonna have some of this at our table. We're gonna turn all the way up. And Tasha, for your leap. Oh, wait a minute. You don't get a birthday this year. Next year. You already had one. Now just like always mess with us, your leap, baby. Tasha is a Air Force veteran, y'all. Her and her husband.
Oh, nice, awesome.
She popped in to listen in on the info. They used to own a home health care franchise and a transportation, non-emergency transportation company. So that's my battle or whatnot. She ain't gonna say nothing. She gonna just stay in the cut or whatnot. But I'm glad you brought this up again. Let me benchmark that so I can have it.
Throw the link in the back chat too if you can for a site, guys. You guys can pull up yourself, but it's already in there. So I see it now.
Yeah, I put it in there. Mm-hmm. I surely did. Everybody
should have this archive, and you can go hit up on Facebook. She's approachable. She about business. You can get game from her. I mean, this is the kind of stuff I'm talking about. You got people who are already founded in your communities, or in and around your circles, right? Yep, she got her own Facebook page, and even a personal page and a business page. But she's phenomenal, right? And I correspond with it from time to time. She's solid. Again, she's real solid.
Right. You've heard of this one? This is the one Sonny brought up. This is black owned too, Cognac.
I was saying that earlier before I walked off. Prevente.
Yeah.
They're black owned cognac company.
Yeah, and they got a nonprofit organization. They donate to a nonprofit organization, the Black Dollar Foundation, and they help kids with coding, entrepreneurship, and investing. It's awesome. That's what I try to tell people. Stop saying what the communities don't have. We are in technology generation, and access to this information is on the internet. You just not tapping into it or surrounding yourself around people who have the knowledge, right? Because coding right now is really big. When we speak to the Opportunity Zone guy, Les On, he that's one of the trainings he asked us to create to get investors to invest in reference to the Opportunity Zone. Coding, anything that has to do with technology, online technology type stuff. And he was like, they're funding that big time. So if you're into that market, I actually think Brother Thunder is into that area. Shared some information, shared the guy's contact information with him on Tuesday evening. The coding or any of the technology info to help students get into that market. So that's phenomenal. Yup. All right, where we gonna go from here? Let me benchmark that one too. Let's not get comfortable with these other companies. We don't have this and we don't have that as Black people. We got some stuff. We just have to, continue to pour into them. Let me close out some of these tabs.
You got the sisters out there in California. You got the grocery store. You got a lot of new Black hair salon owners popping up now all of a sudden, which is great. You should have been definitely doing that, sister to sister, right? Yeah. You got to control your own industry. If you're the biggest purveyor of an industry, you need to control it, right? In our case, again, if the sisters love the hair products and stuff like that, you guys need to be, in terms of the women, they need to be the biggest purveyors of it, because number one, nobody knows you better than you.
What's right? the one that just sold theirs all honeycomb? Was it honeycomb?
No, Sundial brand. I'm still a little upset about that. I actually, a couple of sisters that work for them too.
Right.
Nubian Heritage and Shea Moisture.
Yeah, but not them.
Who you talking about? Carol's daughter.
What was it?
Carol's daughter. Which one you talking about?
Is that it? Is that the one with assisted the Target commercial?
Oh no, you talking? Oh, I know. No, you talking about?
Is it Honey Pot?
That's Honey Pot. Yeah, that's Honey Pot. She got the feminine products.
Right. Honey Pot.
Her and our sister. What's the name? Used to come on the show with us. She got them too. She got her own blind though. Shaka New Girl. Well, his.
Oh, you talk. Oh yeah.
Our sister, I'm about to mess her name up, but I know it's on the tip of my tongue.
Look, I was just on her website, Pangea
Yep,
her
our sister Pangea. Yep.
Pangea, yeah, her I was just showing someone the other day her products. Oh, I don't think this is it right here. It's oh my God, I was just on her site. She Pangea, I was telling them how professional she was. That's not it. That's not it. Hold on, it's on my Instagram because she pops up now.
That sister started in her dorm room in college, basically, and morphed out her business from there. You know, got her own feminine line products. Again, organic, you know, cloth, everything. And a lot of Black people don't even know about it, especially sisters.
Right. It's oh my, hold on, I'm gonna find that one because I just showed somebody her products. I ordered some stuff from her. She used to come on the Urban Economic Power. I was saying how professional she was when she was presenting and how well put together her presentations was when she came on, and she was timely, and her products. Shaka said how she transformed his streams and his services. It's good to be a part of good people that knows how to promote and market and get their products out there, their services. Hold on, I'm gonna find it. I was just on that darn website.
Right. Have to learn how to mobilize. That's what it's all about. Learn how to mobilize. You know, talking has its place, but until we start demonstrating more, then we're just, you know, like they say, just blowing hot air. Impressing who? Right? Because you ain't benefiting from it if you ain't putting nothing in your pocket.
Right. And share, making sure you get the knowledge, you share the knowledge so that you are able to somebody, you know, you can transfer the knowledge so that you're able to get other people in the know, making sure they capitalize. I know when we go across one of the biggest dilemmas we you know, sharing information and how to get involved with a lot of these opportunities is the people staying the long haul and understanding. Oh, why can I? You know what? Just because now I can see that ad comes on my page every day. Now because I'm looking for it. Oh, here it is. Where'd it go? Oh, I lost the thing again. Because I'm looking for. There we go. Embrace Pangea. There it is. Yup. There she go. Right there. Bam. 100% natural. There it is, sisters. She used to be on the stream with us on the Urban Economic Empowerment on Sinetta. That's her brand. Look how well packaged. Very professional. Go back up. And she got her her ads come across Facebook, Instagram. Looking for some products.
She got her Google AdSense game on.
She sure do.
And she got the CMOS. Now she's moving in my lane a little bit. Hold on, you stepping on my toes now. Watch out.
Ah!
She's definitely expanding. And again, I love it. Again, I just love Black enterprise, right? I love it. And again, for the value when you got sisters out there who are, again, looking for so-called quote unquote these kind of products to buy from their own. And I'm so happy Honeypot really, you know, caught the public spotlight because again, some white women were hating on her. And thrust it into the spotlight, which made it better for a lot of other Black women to now know who she is and what she do. Mm-hmm. And now they definitely got to go shop with her because to know it now and not shop with her would be like sacrilegious, right? For my religious folks out there. Because you can't cry about there's no Black business, out there that are what?
Right. Yup. She got all the problems. I mean, she got that junk on lock, boy. She's
health and wealth. Again, there it is.
She's getting it in.
Health and wealth right there.
Let's see. This is Honeypot right here. Yo.
Now, is this the sister that sold her company?
Yeah, she sold. Did she sell it? African Emporium.
Yeah, I think didn't they sell it
She
to
Yeah,
got
like
the partner deal with Target, right? Because again, the white women were hating on her, and so the public market came to her aid. Again, Target and a few others to get her, get her on. And I think there's some kind of deal she brokered. I don't know what's the ownership ratio, or did she completely emancipate her her portion, share portion, but she got into a lot, as you can see that she's able to get into a lot of different retail
that's
behind
awesome.
that viral video, right? A lot of
Yep.
people kept calling her, blowing her up to get her products. And again, it went viral, and ever since then it's been lights out. So I think she's doing like most people at this point, because she needed the startup capital.
Yep.
These companies got it, so I'm pretty sure it's a partnership. I don't think she sold her complete rights.
Yeah, I don't think so
at this point, but
she wouldn't have the site still up, right? If she did.
Well, they still can own the rights, so it's kind of like a licensing deal, kind of like
Right.
what my brother did with Sundial when he sold Nubian Heritage and Shea Moisture to Unilever. They kept the brand and all that stuff. They bought the brand too. So they just got more skill to source different products. Because they got that money, right? But the biggest issue was like, hope y'all don't change the formula, this, that, and the third. You know how that go.
Yeah,
they don't care about profit. They for profit.
Right.
Maximize the profit. So Jesus came forth and said, maximize profits. No, he didn't. He said, save people. Maximize the profits, bro. Run that money.
Every now and then you throw a little something in there. And
Right.
And I love the fact, we look up these sisters, our brothers for that matter. It's very professionally well packaged. I love that.
Yes, it's not too complicated, just plain and simple.
Plain and simple. Look at that. Yo, I posted it in the chat, y'all.
That's why this show is called Urban Economic Empowerment. We are source, driven, researchers, scholars, purveyors, whatever, It's about being able to connect people with what? Opportunity, right? So guess what? Our sister Pangaea got an affiliate business.
Yep.
True story.
Yep.
She got an affiliate business. Y'all can sell her products for her and do your own thing. Our sister Vanessa got a what? Franchise affiliate business. True story. I mean, you can make this stuff up. You can duplicate it. So this the kind of stuff I'm like, get behind it.
Just start a kit.
Look at that.
Income opportunities.
Yeah, she got an affiliate program.
Yeah, I thought it would come up when I hit that.
It's scroll all the way down to the very bottom.
Yeah, that's the one. It was the link that said income opportunities, right? Oh, right here. Or yeah, that's what I thought I hit, and it went back up. But here we go.
Hey, brother, important.
Right here. Come with this. Go ahead, Brandon.
No, I was gonna ask him. Could you send me a catalog again? I was trying to contact you early on Facebook, but it seemed like the website that you have on your Facebook thing, it's not popping up for me.
Okay, yeah, I got you. I'll send it to you.
Okay.
So she got an affiliate, and then she has a distribution opportunity.
That distribution wasn't really huge because, again, if you already got a storefront, online, e-commerce, whatever, you really can make some things happen.
Yeah, TC Atticus. We couldn't remember that name for nothing.
I knew it. I just went to my tongue and it come out.
Man, I couldn't get that out. I was like,
TC.
Yep. The little TC. She looked like a little kid inside Shaka.
Yeah, that's just, getting, man, that's kind of stuff I just really get fired up about.
Yep.
I've kind of done all the stuff I need to do with it. It's quiet and live. I'm serious, so strictly, about seeing these things come forward, right? Because this is what you should be voting for.
Yes.
I mean, let's be honest here. I know we was talking about that earlier. Again, I don't want to go about, whatever, but When you talk about interests, right? What are your interests? What are the things that distract you? What are the things that garner your attention? Now ask yourself, if they are not supportive of you on a recidivism value, meaning it's not reciprocal, then you losing because you're not really edifying the things that you really claim that you're about. Because you have to realize that your power is in your what circulation system within your own community, right? It's like the blood, right? The circulatory system, right? If that thing messed up and it's unpurified or whatever, come on, you got some problems. You look at your community in the same likeness, just like Baba Kaba Kuwait said. Obviously y'all know the Booker T. Coleman from
I'm gonna see you on Saturday. Yes.
Yeah, it's like you got to understand there's some things that you got to go get. You understand? Some stuff you just got to go get. That's not in your community, but for the most part, you really need to start going out your way to source stuff from your people. It has to become a mindset, a mentality, a movement. And COVID put you in that situation where you had no choice anyway, because you couldn't go to the location. You had to go online. So what was your excuse then? You still running to everybody else's site except your people stuff, trying to prove that you want to. Again, it's a mentality shift. We have to have a mentality shift in our community to realize the strength of this. And y'all know sisters needed their products, like this kind of stuff. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, I was gonna ask Mo if she could put this in the back check. I'm sorry.
Good.
What you put in the back check? We put something.
No. I was gonna ask you if you could put this in the back check. Her
her page.
Site. Yeah.
Okay. All right. You want me to put them all in there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I'm sorry, because what you told me about yesterday about drop shipping, she's offering an affiliate.
Yep. Oh yeah, Brandon.
Yeah.
My brother.
Like I see she's selling CMOS. I mean,
yep.
There's a lot of black people in my job that know about CMOS, and I thought they didn't know about CMOS. They came to me like, "Oh, Brandon, you got some CMOS?" I was like, "How you know about CMOS?" Got some of my drink right now. I was like, "Oh, okay."
Right.
Let me get a sip.
Let me see, Brandon.
I was like, let me get a sip.
Oh, let you get a sip. Yeah.
The name of this show, well, the previous show was what?
Hey, how can you make money during the pandemic?
Affiliate program right here.
Damn. Yep.
Couldn't make this stuff up. My brother up there in Philly at Black and Nobel, right? My brother Hakeem, right? Love that brother, right? I stay up in his shop. Same scenario. You can franchise the Black and Nobel, one of the most prestigious black-owned bookstores in the country. I mean, everybody came through his shop. All you little rappers, celebrities, people that go to Philly, they know about Brother Hakeem.
Hey, brother Mathis say, "Ask, what can CMOS do for you?"
Man, woo.
Wonders.
I want to show you. Hey, listen, I'm gonna have a nice testimony for you soon.
I've been a dealer of CMOS now going over about 7 years. Ain't nothing better, in my opinion, when I'm talking about a complete value. Like y'all know how Chief X used to go hard for his little moringa, right? Right? He used to go hard for just for moringa. I go hard for that CMOS, that Conjures Christmas. Right? Again, it's all about where you source it from too. That does matter. You gotta know how to vet your distributors, right? Some of them are a little, weird out there, but nonetheless, I've been in this for years now. And I tell you, we talking about complete value all in one. It is definitely a whole food. It is definitely a whole food. Ain't no supplement to nature. Nothing. Mother Nature ain't no supplement. I'm sorry. Y'all may not understand it, but ain't nothing. Mother Nature ain't second to nothing. So I don't want people like, man, it's a supplement. It's a supplement. So McDonald's is a whole food and CMOS is a supplement. Okay, I get it. I get it.
Right.
Popeye chicken is whole food, but CMOS is a supplement. Okay, I get it. Right, that chicken sandwich that they had everybody hooked on, right? With
And
that
Popeyes.
that MSG all in that thing. That monosodium glutamate had them joker fighting at the Popeye, running over the cars, beating down these joker, shooting up the place.
I tell you what, I know I've been taking the sea moss consistently in the smoothies for 4 weeks. I could not lift or bear weight on my left knee, literally. And if you go to my timeline, you will see the trainer David. He made me go live with it to show the improvement of the strength in my left knee. And as Brother African Emporium says, I can't make this up.
Can't make this stuff up
At all. I was having an issue lifting my left knee because of the joint pain, because of the meniscus tear, the cartilage, loss of cartilage or whatever.
That's my lane right there.
And I literally, and is Tasha still on here? Tasha will tell you, my little nurse. Tasha's an LPN. She'll tell you the transition because she's known me before the injury. And then now after, I was having a very hard time. And I was like, my energy, I have energy.
Now, go and say it. I'll let you just testify. I'm sitting there like, nah, in my head, like, yep, that's yep.
Yeah, because I had energy. I'm gonna keep it real because I know my brother's gonna be out there talking about Mo, you pseudo. Well, guess what? When I get up and walk before December.
From the very first time I introduced it to you through my little value, right? Way back when I was at my house in Richmond. I sent you, and I was like, this is again, that was all the time we were trying to do other stuff on the show. Again, before all the bullets came in and beat it down. But some things are just, again, what they are. You don't have to promote it. You don't have to sell it. It sells itself. Its value stands on its own, right? Because of what it does. So I tell people every day, these people ain't silly, right? There's a reason why a lot of y'all timeline now is flooded with people selling CMOS during this COVID pandemic. Why is that?
Yes.
So and you don't want to deal with that.
Yes, it's right? True. But African Emporium introduced it to me. I couldn't figure how to make it myself. But anyways, when he connected me to his battle, who actually on the ground doing it too, y'all. I cannot wait. I did a little testimony today, but I told him I want to wait because I've already seen that if I can go live and say this, they'll mess around and cut all my benefits off because I would tell you the changes. The changes. Oh my God, Tasha hasn't seen me since I've been training the last 4 weeks, but oh my goodness, the changes and I know it's it because I took myself. I don't get hot painkillers anyway, but I took myself off the one that I did have just to make sure that I understood what was going on.
There you go.
And I honestly, truthfully, 100% tells you that the improvement came from that ingredients. It didn't come from the tissue value. I've been trying to.
Yes. Collagen that's in it, obviously, that's really good for soft tissue regenerative value. I mean, again, people, get all in it, and they feel it when you start kind of explaining it to them in that perspective, because you know how people are. Again, we overanalyze, right, and underappreciate stuff at the same time, which is crazy because, again, just from the value of something coming straight from nature, it is straight from nature. Now, keep in mind, straight from nature, right? You got to find an excuse for nature now. Like, no, nature don't need you to make an excuse for you. You're going to die and it's going to consume your mind. And you ain't gonna be able to do nothing but leave a body work behind you. It's gonna represent you. So you can't outlive nature. You can't outwhoop nature, right? So anything that you can quantify from nature that has a value of edifying your body, then it's non-negotiable, right? You don't have to negotiate with yourself and politics with yourself whether it's gonna be good for you because the results will speak for themselves, right? That's the same reason why you can't put a patent on nature. You cannot patent nature. Let that marinate. That's why white folk mad, right? Right now, because they can't patent it. So they have to try to synthesize it. And then it comes with a whole lot of what? Side effects. Issues, right? That CMOS coming in and clean all that up. Your serotonin and melatonin, soft tissue, hair, skin, and nails, joints, bones, blood, teeth, you name it. It does all that in itself. Chromium, the selenium that's in it, all that's in it. It has a value. Again, just think about it. Aquatic sea plant that regenerates itself.
Yes.
In the wild. So you mean to tell me that same property, the minerals and the amino acids and all the stuff that's in it, it should have the same value in your body in the same likeness in a healthy environment, And so I used to tell people, a lot of people didn't know that before me, back then, before I really, was introducing that stuff back then. But I had clients that was on the University of Maryland football team. I had clients from all over the place. I had prior military people that had injuries.
Yes.
Right. When I used to go to the VA up there in Upper Maryland, when I was living in that area up there in the Aberdeen Proving Ground, I used to go to that VA and I was like, I also carry CMOS. Man, this thing, I done got a crowd of people at the VA.
Yes.
But you got the CMOS. Well, I done heard a story about it. And this thing, I'm, CMOS.
Yep.
Could make this stuff up.
Bam.
And again, that's what it was. So, for a lot of ways, again, I ain't had to sell it. It is what it is, but it has value. Look. And it's funny too, because not to go off topic, but go off topic. When they asked Dr. Fauci the other day, what is he taking to help himself with the combat this COVID-19 scenario and stay strong, right? This is the world's leading top infectious disease leader, whether you like him or you don't, right? He's the top one on the planet dang there. Yeah, what do you say he's taking?
Supplements, ain't it?
Vitamin C.
Yes. Yes.
True story.
Yep.
Why he taking all them chemicals? Everybody out there marching and crying about? He taking vitamin C. Yep. Couldn't make this stuff up.
Yep. They asked in the chat. They asked what CMOS is the best. I don't even know which one.
There are different types under its so-called species. If you want to call that. There are three. Well, let me put in this perspective. Right, and y'all can go fact check me, right? Because that's what this stuff is all about. Learning how to back test and the information. You have what they call Irish moss, right? Now that's the misnomer, right? You always hear people, everybody normally want to call it what? Irish moss, right? And it's weird too, because a lot of our brothers and sisters in Jamaica call it what? Irish moss. But here's the thing, they pulling it from where? Off their coastline. So how's it Irish moss if it's coming from the coast of Jamaica? I'll wait. No, misnomer. So there's one called it's Conchus crispus, is a certain genome species that's grown mostly in the Caribbean islands. That's the most, to me, in my data analytic opinion, whatever, is one of the most potent ones because our waters in the Caribbean are the most nutrient dense on the planet, are they not?
Right. You
ain't got to go all over above me and try to fact check. Again, the Caribbean waters it's clean running water. I mean, it's flushed through there all the time. You got freshwater tributaries that run off into that area. The Caribbean water, that's where the water's always clear and pristine, right? And so it makes a very healthy Conchus crispus, right? So you got purple. You have a purple type, and you have a somewhat of a gold type. The purple type is a little bit more, I would say, because it's carbon based more so, obviously it's natural because of color. It has a more nutrient dense aspect of it, but it's less in terms of its collagen output. I mean, it doesn't gel up as thick as the gold one does, right? But it makes up for it in the chromium, selenium, all the other things that the gold one gives you in terms of the collagen that's good for hair, skin, and nails. For my sisters out there, So a lot of people didn't know that, but some of the stuff that these women get for Botox, some of that stuff got sea moss in it. The collagen that comes from it. True story. Could make this stuff up, right? Nerd stats. So again, they're already going to nature in a lot of ways, but again, if you just bought that life, meaning for a person who are out there doing things, in a way where they're just trying to find other things to put in their body besides all this chemical, who they market that to? Women, more than anybody, right? Because the woman is always trying to be appealing, right? She's doing above and beyond, but she's the most, unfortunately, almost the most sickest thing on the planet. Especially the Black woman, right? Because she got a double dose of trying to deal with with the marketing, with the racism, she ain't pretty enough against white women, all that stuff, and brothers out there. Y'all get it. Again, I ain't gonna go off on a tangent there, but y'all know exactly where I'm going with this, right? And so by she being a little overworked and overstressed and over this and overpressed and all this, she need more natural intake in her life to sustain. And she got to deal with us nappy-headed, hard-headed jokers. Come on. So again, you have to have that balance. So health is wealth, right? Health is wealth. Ain't no way of getting around that, right? Again, I'm not going on the marketing campaign, but I'm just speaking some very basic, rudimentary self-preservation factors. You can't get around self-preservation. You can't. And so self-preservation means to preserve thyself. What you put in your body, what you put on your body, whatever, right? It has to matter, right? So you need things that kind of help fortify you, right? And that's why it's important to look for other aspects of what nature can provide you outside of just the stuff that they show, because you know what they provide you. I mean, there ain't no secret. And at this point, again, you sitting there trying to convince yourself, again, that I guess a McDonald's cheeseburger is more, more nutrient dense than a mushroom cap or something. Hey, good luck. It's just convenient. That's all it is. That make McDonald's burger just convenient. It's cheap, it's convenient, and it's filling. Right? But you get a whole lot of other stuff too.
I was playing with it, only doing it every weekend. Brandon said one night on our Tuesday training, he was like, Mo, get with Brother African Emporium, and so you can get off all that drama they got you on. I was like, okay, let me give this a try. Let me get more than one. Let me do it. Man, I ain't turned back since. I didn't give them I got some plant-based. Look at that. I turned to drink mine.
I demonstrate. I don't just conversate. Y'all know me. I'm always in demonstrating mode. That thing loaded. That's unfiltered organic apple juice. A load of sea moss in there and some camu powder. Camu powder is the most strongest vitamin C plant on the planet. Stronger than all your little oranges, lemons, all that. Get that camu. You talking about dealing with this COVID-19 stuff? What's the biggest thing everybody running to right now? Vitamin C. It's the highest rated vitamin C single plant berry on the planet. It's called camu. A lot of people didn't even know about that. I go get that bag right now, bring it down here and show it to y'all. But again, y'all know I juggle here, right? They're gonna be like, man, hold up, man. You trying to mess up, you come with that pseudo stuff. But again, if you want to get serious about being serious, then get your research game on. Obviously, I'm a research-minded person. I'm not lazy when it comes to my research. Don't mean I know it all, but when it comes to health, again, nature don't need it don't need a marketing campaign. That's why you can't patent it. Exactly why you can't patent it. Right? So get you some of that camu, guys. It ain't that expensive too. Keep you some of that in the house, especially if you got little kids, right? You put some, you can put maybe like it's so potent. You can put maybe like a half a teaspoon, literally a half a teaspoon, right? And about a 16-ounce bottle of water or your favorite juice or whatever, and then shake it up. The vitamin C in it is like per serving. I think for every per serving value, you get equivalency around about 5 to 600 value of vitamin C. It's potent. Again, it's a berry that grows in Peru, right? So that's nature all day. But anyway, let me stop because I know it's coming in a minute. But just hold up, man. You talking that Dr. Sabi stuff. We don't do that over here. Okay, man. Yeah, okay.
Whatever. Hey, whatever.
Let me move on, Doc. Give back these stocks. Let me move on, Doc.
We got I say whatever they call me pseudo if they want to, because I gotta get back up moving and mobile. So I do what I gotta do. I tell you that I don't even know what kind of sea moss I take. I just know that I get it. I done gave them my plant-based shakes to add the sea moss too.
Yeah, again, you can make this stuff on your own and it's cheap. That's why I always tell people, you gotta learn how to be resourceful. Again, I come from the South, man. Look at y'all know me. I'm transparent. I came from, you gotta learn how to fend for yourself, right? That's why I love fishing, right? I ain't have to worry about never having nothing to eat, right? If you, again, it was 4 of us in the house. It ain't in the house that nothing that you can eat, and you come home from school, you hungry. Get what I do? I go right in the backyard, dig me some worm, put my buddies up the street. My best friend, rest in peace, he passed on. Now he was murdered, actually. We go right up to the street, up there, not too far from my house, to a golf course and go fishing. Come back with slabs of fish. And we feeding everybody on the whole block. That's kind of stuff we used to do. True story. Ain't nobody finna be hungry. Mom hurting over there. She going through a hard time. Don't worry about it, bro. We got some fish. We done went and caught some fish. We fry fish for almost the entire neighborhood. People don't know that kind of stuff, man. But I'm just saying, I guess I'm saying all that to say you have to learn how to be resourceful, and you have to have that I don't quit attitude about, again, learning how to, take care of yourself and do what's necessary for yourself. So that stuff spills over in your life. So again, when we come to this stocks and investment, financial literacy and information, well, this is where that comes. This is where it spawns from. Like some of you guys know exactly what I'm talking about. It's in the back chat, right? Y'all know exactly what I'm talking about, right? It's just mentality, right? And so pretty much how it depends on, as I always say, how distracted are you, right? If you're not feeding your mind with the kind of level of information that can help fortify you or build you or help build someone else out, then come on, man. You know what you're doing, right? You're wasting some good valuable time, right? Because there's someone that can always benefit from, some good information or some knowledge, right? So again, your network becomes your net worth, right? Your network becomes your net worth. And that necessarily doesn't mean always what? Paper currency. It could be health. Again, it's that dynamic of both. All right, I see Sister Mo got her shirt on right now. Come on with that shirt. Come through. Come through. What that shirt say?
What have you distracted? It's supposed to be distracted with ED, but it's the messed up one. I got the other one coming.
Yeah, but that's it. What have you distracted?
Yep. What have you distracted?
Now it's funny how they say that this COVID-19 issue. Again, this urban economic power, so it's all synonymous, right? So stay with me here, guys. Don't get off topic here. But it's the reason why they say that the Black and Latino community is the most harmed under this COVID-19 pandemic. Why is that?
Yep.
Anybody in the back chat on the panel? Why are Black people and Latino people the most affected people under this pandemic? Anybody?
Poor health.
And I heard we got a resident nurse on, Miss Tasha. I don't know if she can speak, but
Tasha, she
over Brandon too. Two of them be as that, because over Brandon in the hospital still too.
And Tasha,
right? But ultimately, it's because of what? Habits.
Yep, bad habits.
And here's what's interesting. Trump gave a press conference this evening when they talk about, we finna have this vaccine in the next month or two at most, right? He's rushing it, right? For a reason, right? Mm-hmm. It ain't even went through all the proper trial that it typically supposed to go through to get 100% FDA approval, right? We understand that we're in a pandemic situation, but still, do you really want to rush it, right? Because this is what?
Life or death.
Exactly. So guess who they're saying who's gonna be the essential people that's gonna get it first? Us. Did y'all hear that press conference tonight? It was very revealing. He said that the essential people gonna get the first doses first. The essential people. And now, who would be essential in y'all mind? Anybody?
Black and Latino.
Who are essential people in y'all mind? I'm asking.
Oh, the kids. Oh, you talking about the elder? You mean essential? Oh, the group of people that's the ones that's more receptive. Oh, essential.
Essential people. Who are the most essential people right now?
Nurses, doctors.
Yeah, the front liners.
Say who over Brandon? Y'all saying who got who?
Nurses, doctors, the work officials who's actually working closer with the actual COVID patients.
So you're gonna kill off the people that we need.
Now I'm finna go there with y'all. Guess who also a part of essential people in America that's gonna get this vaccine first?
Walmart. Who else? Oh, military.
Low income and black and brown
people.
Let that marinate for a moment. They are deeming black and brown people, you want to call that Latino people, essential people under the first ones to get the vaccine before anybody else gets it first. Couldn't make this stuff up.
I also think because they have a lack of numbers in our community because we wouldn't volunteer to be no candidate.
For testing all that too.
So they're gonna get their testing one way or the other.
They were trying that way back in May and June. They were trying to go all in South Africa to get test done.
Yep. So they're gonna
make this stuff up. See, this is the stuff people have no clue about.
They're probably gonna make the kids.
So by hook or by crook, you're gonna be the guinea pig. Let them marry for a moment, by hook or by crook, and they're gonna say, well, guess what? Other people who are nurses and doctors and all this and that gonna take it too. Right? That's gonna be the kind of like, well, if they get it, then you should get it.
Wow.
Now keep in mind, now there's gonna be different, companies that's always at this point when they get whoever come first with it, and now they're leaning towards Pfizer at this point. All of a sudden now it's Pfizer. All tonight he kept ranting and raving about Pfizer.
Yep, AstraZeneca and Pfizer. Now it's just Pfizer.
Right. Stock jumped up on that news, right? It went up a little bit. It was Moderna, then it went to AstraZeneca, then it went to Pfizer, then it went back to AstraZeneca, then it went back to Moderna, now it's back to who? Pfizer. You couldn't make this stuff up. He's desperate. He needs this to happen before what? Election night. Why is that?
They thought they signed I guess it was
The second term.
It must be just the American folks that signed the agreement. So signing the agreement to making sure that it's safe and healthy. What does that do for Russian? I mean, how does that play a part?
It's about the Russian vaccine?
No.
Rushing the vaccine, right? Getting it to try. Now, typically, it's called what they call a fast track. Now, I'll give y'all a little backstory, right? I've been trading biotech stocks for years now, right? That's why I used to tell people back in the day, I research this, my lane, right? Don't mean I know it all, but I definitely know a good amount. Now, anytime you do a fast track designation is pretty much the FDA saying, we're going to kind of bypass the so-called the regulatory aspect of what you have, because it meets a very, what they call bare minimum standard. That's how this stuff is allocated in the hospice field. It just has to be what they call like a 0.1 in your favor on a scale of what they call efficacy, and they can send it through the pipeline, right? Keep in mind, just 0.1 to a degree, right? So by them doing that, again, in this case, they're using it, it's kind of we're in a pandemic or a war scenario. So of course you want to kind of push it through the system. Now, typically a regular FDA approved vaccine literally takes nothing less than 2 to 3 years. Nothing less than 2 or 3 years.
Right.
Sometimes, again, sometimes 5 or 6, whatever, right? Because you got to go through your CRL letters. Sometimes you get them CRL letters. That means you got to go back to the drawing board and change this, change that, whatever. But that's why the efficacy tests are important, that you have to go through that study, because you need to kind of give it time to see if it's going to render any side effect. That could be literally deadly. But you're going to rush it. And it's a virus that's a novel virus. Now, here's what gets tricky. It's a novel virus. What does novel mean?
Brand new? Or never
Only
been?
of its kind.
Right, only of its kind. Exactly. Sonny's right. So that means this strain is not nothing that they've actually had in their database to genome market by, right?
Right.
That means it could be mutated, it has mutated properties to it. It's a lot of stuff that they're still trying to figure out still about it. So you're gonna need actual time to kind of see it go through all the so-called quote unquote metamorphosis, so to speak, right? I'm just saying, just follow me for 2 seconds. I ain't going off. So if you're gonna get they're supposed to have the sequence opposite, right? Everybody's supposed to be trying to work. But being it's still a novel virus and not nothing that they've already had in the category, that means it's gonna come with some kind of level of ambiguity.
Yeah.
Because there's not enough data on it at this point that can say we know this much about, like they did with measles and polio, right? That was after years and years of data. That's why they was able to kind of deal with that on the vaccine aspect, right? So here it is again. You only came through phase 2. They pretty much merged phase 2 and phase 3 together.
Yeah.
And as soon as they say, okay, it meets that 0.1 standard above the so-called level of so-called safety, they're gonna run it. Now, the other day, the CDC came out also in tandem with the WHO and said, guess what? We found out there's some mild and moderate side effects to this vaccine, as you have right there on the screen. Look at that. Already. See, already like minds. The study that came out of Oxford with AstraZeneca was that they had an issue with neurology, right? That patient that had the neurological side effect.
Right.
That's what made them halt that AstraZeneca vaccine. You remember that was the one? You remember?
Yeah.
So that means there's still a lot of inadequacies about this vaccine because they're rushing it, right? It needs to take time. But he again, this is strictly Trump. If you're a Trump fan, don't get in your feelings, right? Because y'all know me, I can care less, right? By any of them, all them rats, right? But he's making it political because he needs it to be a badge to get him particular political clout points for re-election. As if he made the vaccine. He couldn't make this stuff up. He's talking as if he made the vaccine. You just help, you're just bankrolling. You're not even bankrolling because who really bankrolling his vaccines? Taxpayers.
Yep.
Taxpayers. So it ain't got anything to do with him. But he's going to try to usurp the credit, right? Now, if it fails, somebody gets sick, who's going to blame it on?
The administrators.
The company. He's going to bring it on the company. Stop playing with me. He can care less. It's about, again, I'm not making it political. I'm just keeping it 100. We black folk, we got to learn how to what? Learn how to read the tea leaves. Just like Andre was saying earlier. I'm always saying that you got to learn how to read the tea leaves, guys. You can't be slow to this stuff because it's always a what? An agenda. Everything that comes out of the White House has a what? Agenda. Ain't got to do with no ethics. Ain't got nothing to do with none of that. It's all about what? Agenda. So again, they saying, like I said earlier, going back, if they're going to deem essential people to get the vaccine first, the first 75 million doses, because that's what they're supposedly supposed to have allocated.
Yep, 75.
Right? So all federal workers going to get it. Frontline workers, essential workers, again, hospice people, hospital, whatever, fire department, EMS, first responders, and then a great portion of the Black community. A great portion of the Black community.
Basically, guinea pigs.
Go ahead, over.
I'm just saying, yeah, basically the guinea pigs. They're gonna test that out first on the guinea pigs.
Because apparently, we're most at risk or because of the coronavirus. Now it's not like our DNA. Again, we are beautiful, unique people. Obviously, kudos Black people. But let me just keep it basic because I don't want to, because I know I just get when it comes to this stuff. Right. But right, you hear my voice. Right now, this is interesting because this whole Trump dispute, the CDC reference, remember they had a fallout literally last night. Trump called them to try to force him back into what? He literally went on record before Congress, meaning, the CDC director. He is the director. He's not no side man. He ain't no side piece. He ain't no side chick. He's the actual director of the CDC. He came out and told the truth before Congress the other day and said that number one, masks are obviously more important than that of the vaccine at this point. Why would he say that?
Because it's true.
I'm asking anybody, why would he say that mask is more important than this so-called rushed vaccine?
Oh, because the vaccine takes time to develop.
Because that's the only thing that could help prevent it right now.
That's for, yeah.
So there's more trust in the mask than the vaccine.
Yes.
That they're rushing out right now to pump you up because Trump needed for what? Campaign clout. This is a person who studies this. Trump is a weekend pseudo-scientist at the most worst level.
In other countries it's working for other countries. So,
New Zealand.
When Sam starts sticking.
Oh, Lord. I'm gonna do the damn shit.
You couldn't make this stuff up. So again, I'm just saying, guys, I ain't telling y'all
it can't be, even if it was to be where it was valid, it can't be, it has to be FDA approved before it can be pushed out to the public anyway. The only other way that they would have it where people would be able to use it is under trial.
Which they're going through right now, right? But at any efficacy readout level, it has to meet a certain threshold or mandate value, right? When you do a double-blind placebo efficiency check for efficacy value, remember that vaccine got to what? Outread that placebo every single time down there to the degree where they feel like, okay, we see that significant value of the vaccine standalone is good enough to what?
Yeah, to
do what it's supposed to be, what it's supposed to do. Right? That's exactly what they do to placebo. Now, in vaccine, under law, that was obviously enacted because the vaccine company got slick. They went around and changed that law now where they don't have to go through what? The human trials for a vaccine. Not my word. This is strictly coming out of what? Out of health officials. I mean, the Health Department of America. So don't try to come at me. Right? Go Google that. Right? So if there is no need to do that, then how are you really being able to kind of test it in the human body in a way where it could be what? More efficient body. Now, only reason why they're doing it for this vaccine for the coronavirus is because it's a what? Go back to that word I said earlier, because it's a what kind of word? Start with an N.
Novel.
It's a novel. That's why they ain't got no choice. They got to do the human trials because it's new. They can't force, they can't trust it, and the monkeys alone, right? Because we all know the first test they did with the monkeys and with AstraZeneca one, they failed miserably.
Yep.
The monkey was like, man, look, I still got that Rona, bro. throw me a nana. I still got that Rona. This stuff ain't working. Right. So, again, this is why this stuff is, it is what it is. Again, I'm just going strictly by the data. This is not my word. This is what they're purporting in terms of what they're telling the so-called quote-unquote American people. The rest of you got to do your own research. But that's why I love being an investor, because what do I get a chance to get as an investor? First-hand information from the company, not Trump mouth, not the CDC mouth, not the FDA mouth, not Dr. Fauci mouth, not anybody else mouth out there just mouthing about it. So we go strictly to the what? Straight to the source. Who's the source? The company that's producing the what?
The product. Yeah, the drug. So
people can't come with we go straight to source, primary source. If they put out their SEC file saying this is our latest, trial result, because they got to tell the truth, right? Because it at some point it has to get published, right? In the American Journal Registry, right?
Yep.
Even for the people that's making it in Europe, they got another little publication. I forgot the name of it. Is it Lancaster, whatever it is? That journal they publish in. So they got to make sure that they don't want their name to be what? A part of that's gonna what?
Yeah.
Kill people more than the virus, because this their reputation online. So what? They're getting the billions off from the government and grants.
Hey, scroll down a little bit more. Where it goes into the enrollment in the British drug market and the global trials.
You talking about another article or this article?
No, it's on the same one. I guess I don't know if it's my phone or not, but it's not getting the bottom of it. There you go.
There you go. That's the whole thing.
I mean, you can go through the article, but it's important.
No, I can read fast enough to get it, but when y'all be clicking and clicking, I got to screenshot it real quick to read it.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's on. If you go to your weBull, it's under the news tab. On that.
No, I'm done with it now. I was just reading it at the time. I had to try to hurry up before y'all tried to click to something else. That's why I said, can you
getting that data, huh? Brother ain't fair. But no, but that's why I said that earlier, Brother Son and everybody else who's listening to the back chat. We get primary sources every day, all day, because this is the field we're in. Right? We're not happenstance coming across the stuff. This is a part of what? How we make our money. Right? On their data. So by proxy, you obviously get what? Educated and familiar with the lay of the land. Like any kind of what? Industry or whatever that you peruse in. Right?
Yeah. The green line is the VWAP, right?
No, this is the Bolger band, the upper and the lower Bolger band.
Bolger band?
Bolger band. That's the Louisiana.
Bollinger.
Is that the one when I click into my hold on, let me go into my thing.
Your indicators?
Yeah, my indicators with the BOL. Is that what that is?
I'm gonna put it on the screen right here.
Hold on, I'm
BOLL
right now.
It's just an indicator, to kind of show you some again, a value where the stock is at within that, that range of that range or that metric range of where the stock.
Yeah, the BOLL, right?
Yeah.
Is that it?
Right here, you see it? BOLLINGER bands.
Well, it just has all of them are acronym because it has the MA, the EMA, the BOL,
BB.
the IC, the MACD, the KDJ, the RSI, and the ROC.
BB.
And the DMA.
Select the BB.
The BB?
Yeah. See right here? BB.
Okay.
Yep.
So just by proxy, you learning this, Brother Sonny, obviously all the stuff that comes along with it, but again, it has a plethora of different I call it the vestiges of it, where you'll be able to kind of get all of this all in one setting. Right? You getting this data, you get metrics, you get quantitative data points, metrics, cross comparative analysis. I mean, all this stuff is high level quant information, right? What they call quantified, quantitative, all that, all in one, right? Because it has to be the most relevant and most recent source information. Number one, not just for the shareholders too, but to keep the company transparent, right? That's a part of the SEC, regulations value, right? You have to be transparent, right? So here's all your source information right here. I mean, direct source. I don't care if it's Johnson & Johnson, AstraZeneca, Moderna, Inovio, Novavax, I mean, Sorrento, you name it, right? You get all that stuff all, in one place. So again, you gotta let that turn over your head for a moment. That's phenomenal, right? That's phenomenal, right? All this stuff is right here at your fingertips, and you have the ability to make money off of it. So you get educated along the way is what I'm saying. So again, why not? Why wouldn't you want to learn how to earn and get some knowledge at the same time too, right? So at least you could be up on game and be proficient and share it back with people who are in and around your community that have no clue, right? They have no clue. So again, it's just a part of, I like to call it, it's a part of your professionalism, right? Your customer orientation mindset to want to be, on top of everything to the best of your ability, because that reflects a lot about who you are as a person, right? So if you go to disseminate information, people know your body of work. They know your level of methodology in terms of your research capability, right? Your strength of verifying information, because you're always in or around it, right? And so that's important. That don't mean that you know it all. It just says that it shows that you paying attention, as we all should, because again, we're in the middle of a pandemic, right? Last time we had some of this whole quote unquote magnitude, whether you think it's serious or not, was the Spanish flu. We wasn't around at that point, obviously, but we got publications and PDFs to go back and look and see what was going on and how it decimated the world. Right? So again, past performance, as I'm always saying, past performance is a predictor of future potentiality or future profitability, right? Because it's both in this case, because people making money off this pandemic, are they not?
Ooh, hands on feet.
They're making a killing.
It's tons of money.
Yeah, it's money whenever it's a crisis.
Always. That's the old school playbook. The bullets and the bandages. Boy, y'all better come through.
Yep. And
the
that's
bullets
why
and the bandages.
And that's why I try to teach people how to get some of it from the contract side of the house.
Facts. They making money off, again, it ain't no secret at this point. Y'all know exactly the rubric or the blueprint of how America works. It makes money off your birth. It makes money off rearing you. It makes money off getting you sick, and then it turns around and make money off your your death. Right? Could make this stuff up, right? So within that, at some point, you gotta learn how to take back your own existence to a degree, right? And learn how to be able to kind of navigate the world on your terms, based upon your level of what you can do on your own 2 terms of research, right? That's why people defect and go off the grid and all kind of stuff, and people war and fight. That's why you got a civil unrest right now, right? All these so-called factions that popped up out of the blue all of a sudden, QAnon and Antifa, all this stuff, all of a sudden, the dude, your grandmother Jay, and everybody got all of a sudden, came out of the blue, right? That's what this kind of stuff does at this moment, right? And so they better come up with a vaccine quick. I don't know if it go, whatever, but y'all know why I'm saying it, because if not, they're gonna have a civil war.
Yeah.
You ain't gonna keep these people tied down longer. Now, Americans, this country, these self-entitled, selfish jabronis, they're tagging you, these jabronis. They just gonna shoot up America. Y'all playing around. These just gonna shoot up the country if they don't get this vaccine.
They were in front of the State House yesterday.
They're all over. And you see that, these murders that's always igniting and gaslighting them, these shooting, killing our people. We're just a catalyst. That's what's funny about it. I hate it too, because we're the catalyst that's causing it even more. Like we're getting mistreated, like we've been getting mistreated and gunned down and murdered, but we're the catalyst that's gaslighting the idea that we're pushing back against it, because we don't like the police, brutality, this, that, and the third. But the fringe groups are coming along and parasiting off of our true meaning and inflaming it and making as if we're the ones burning stuff down and riding loose. Y'all know doggone well it ain't us, it's who? These fringe groups.
Yep.
That's infiltrating. So you can't win for losing because everybody's piggybacking and parasiting off your what? Your pain, despair, and your destruction and your what?
Yep.
Destitute value.
Yep.
Couldn't make this stuff up.
And Moderna getting smart. They partnering with folks to do other drugs. I see them. I was wondering why that stock moved today.
Yeah,
Is there another stock that's like Pfizer that's working on the same kind of project?
Oh,
there's plenty.
I put them up. I was
Plenty.
just putting them up on the screen. This one right here.
Yeah, we got a lot of vaccine stocks. Oh, I know you. Well, you new to it. I don't know if you're in our group or not, but we got a list of pretty much all the vaccine companies or the vaccine producing companies that's trying to find a cure for the coronavirus.
Let me do it this way. I think if I bring it up with the chart, you could get it quicker. Let me go here.
I'm about to name them all on the top of my head.
Yeah, you can name. Go ahead, name them. But
I'm just saying, man, when you've been around this stuff for so long, you know everybody. But, that's cousin so and so over there. That's cousin so and so over there.
Yeah, it's such and such. This I'm gonna see. Let me see if I can put it by competitors, and we can get them all up at once. For Sunny and anybody in the back.
I can give you the top 5 if you want the top 5, because that's all really gonna matter.
Yeah.
At the end of the day,
Give me top 5.
So now you know what? I got to make this a learning moment. So without you going through all that, see, you already put up a list. So that's too late.
Oh, I could have told you.
I'm gonna make it a learning moment. I'm gonna see how much our people paying attention.
Okay.
In the back chat, it's too late. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna go here. Go ahead. Go.
Now, the reason why I'm saying that because again, this is your life, though. Is it not our life? That's in the fold of this.
Yeah.
Because you're gonna be subjected to that vaccine, and whether you take it or you don't take it, right? You gotta know who your dealer is, right? You don't go to your again, disclaimer, right? You don't go to your pusher, without knowing who they are, right? Because you establish who they are and what their products are, right?
Yep. Now,
if you just saying, okay, well, I don't need to know that because the government got my back. If you want them type of people, I'm just gonna take the shot regardless.
You're in trouble.
The government ain't gonna do me wrong, then look at it, knock yourself out.
Right? Stupid. You're in trouble.
Right, knock yourself out. Right? Because at some point you gotta take some personal accountability and learn how to research. Right? Especially if you got somebody putting something in your body, right? That's foreign, whether you can relegate it and whatever the case. The same way I always say, the same way you don't take a stranger on the street and give him $500, say hold this for 3 months and I come back to get it. It's the same way you shouldn't take that approach when it comes to understanding these kind of this kind of information here. Research.
I think you just taught me something. So different, you have like say if the vaccines get approved, like say if it was measles. So different hospitals would have different vaccines from different companies. It wouldn't be all the same company.
It could be different, right? The same way you got generic brands, right? Or what they call OTC brands, of a more so-called patent brand. That patent company's got licensed over their formula. That's all it is. But the same way a generic company come around and make a certain
might change a whole lot with the debates that they be having on the little science thing. But yeah, that's on another thing.
Right. But that's why what we do, again, we're the nerds that get left out that stuff. So, right. And I ain't saying that we know it all, but we don't. But this is our lane, right? We what's going on, Open Marquise? I see in the chat. What's going on, over?
I said, look who came out to play.
He's been in the lab grinding, studying, getting his Forex on. Love it, man. Our people dedicated, man. I love our people. But again, I'm just saying that, Brother Sonny, because this is the stuff that we follow every day. Because we have to, right? Because we in the
money involved.
Right? It's default. Right? All the information that they put out is public. Well, it has to be public if they're a publicly traded company. So we have to read the files, we have to go through the data, we have to analyze this, cross-compare analysis to that, line it up with all the other stuff like that. And it gives us a better understanding of what we're dealing with and who we're dealing with. So it's important. So you're gonna gain a lot from this by learning this, because you're dealing strictly, you're going straight to what? They call it what? Straight to what? Straight to source. Straight to source, straight to primary sources. So by that very notion, it puts you ahead of the game. And you get to make money off of it. Right? Again, that's a prison stock. That's the only thing I don't invest in. Y'all already know that. I don't invest in no prison stocks. Not happening. I don't care how much is going up. You ain't finna get me put my money in no prison stocks. But most everything else is fair game.
Right. What's the top 5 so I can put them in the chat?
My top 5?
Wait, so prison stock would be a bad investment? Because I used to be one of the dudes that was pissed off at Michael Jordan. What's his name? Yeah, Michael Jordan over him.
Yeah, that's false. That's not the Michael Jordan. That's a white guy named Michael Jordan. They mixed the two of them up, and
they have where he actually invested into it, but it wasn't how they were saying it. He invested into a stock, and so it wasn't that. What people were saying was that he went and put in to actually buy a whole prison, and that's not
you
what.
have to pull that source, because the misnomer was they got his name mixed up with a white guy. It was a white guy named Michael Jordan. I can pull that up. It's a different Michael Jordan. I can pull the primary source up for that one. So you got to pull a source on the black one, because it wasn't him. It was a white guy named Michael Jordan. Trust me, I've been done that one a long time ago.
They saying in the chat they got them mixed up.
Yeah, it wasn't black Michael Jordan. Trust me on that one, brother. So I wasn't steering wrong too, bro. They just did that and they ran with it, and like anything, it went viral, and it was just bad research. It was a white guy. That was named Michael Jordan. Now, Black Michael Jordan did do something today though. He got on that DraftKings stock board of directors tonight. The stock jumped up about $2 tonight behind that news. Pull that news up on Michael Jordan. He got on the board of DraftKings now.
I seen something. I didn't know what was going on.
Yep, tonight.
Bam, right there. Yep, stock jumped up.
Confirmed. Stock jumped up over 16%. So he gets to sit on the board now for DraftKings. And again, he like gambling. That's what he got, a passion or addiction to gambling. Him and Charles Barkley, they love gambling.
Ooh, look at that.
Look at that. See, that's the kind of stuff we make money on right there.
Hey, you know what it does say on Michael Jordan right here? It says that he donated $100 million to organizations fighting racism and against black people, and he's a basketball icon that put in over $100 million within the last 10 years in the organizations against black people and social justice and greater access to education. So, yeah, you're right, and he actually did a whole lot when it comes to black.
Well, he just started. I will say that over something again, just being, in the spirit of understanding. He just literally started though. I will say that. I give him some credit, but sometimes you got to keep it 100, right? Because it matters. He was silent for a long time, and it was only because, again, just my opinion. Let me say this: he was silent for a long time because of what happened to his what?
His father.
His father. He didn't want that to happen to him or his kid or his wife. And they say it had a lot to do with why he ended up divorcing his wife. It was a hard time for him, right? Now, I don't prove all that going and hanging out with Becky stuff, but again, to each his own. But I don't prove it, right? But you leave your bottom, your bottom best woman ever. You go hang out with a Becky after all the years she supported you through this. You just give up on her. You go give it to Becky, a young Becky. Yeah, good luck with that. Yeah, so he wasn't finna say nothing about black people and justice with a Becky at the house. Y'all know how that stuff goes. You already compromised, right? It's rarely do you get the ones that still go hard, right? And they got a Becky in the house. Let's keep it 100. Right. But nonetheless, of late, he has stepped up because people started to look for that for him now. And here's why I will say this. This is why I say I give this credit to the younger generation. Not that I'm old, but LeBron really tipped their hands.
Oh, yeah.
Because they saw LeBron, he's the best player in the league. Jordan was the best player in the league. Jordan was quiet on this kind of stuff. He was church mouse quiet. He was just about getting his money. right? LeBron coming in, getting all the money, and guess what? And he got a social activist mindset. He's changing the game. We're in different times. That's what a generation will do for you, just that what? In that little bit of time. And so he forced their hand. Now they got to come to the table. Now you still ain't gonna get people like Charles Barkley to do that because he just outright what? Dusty.
Yeah, he
just dusty. You still ain't gonna get Charles Barkley. Them type, you know, Kenny. That's why I give brother Kenny Anderson, kudos because he bought that life.
Yeah, you
So
are.
he come from New Jersey, right? Ain't he up there from New Jersey originally? Somewhere up there. So he know about that real. He know about that real.
Right. Magic Johnson gives a lot to the. He's got a grant out for. A grant out. If for y'all who don't know.
Yep.
It's for businesses.
He gives with his money. He does his philanthropy through his money.
Yeah, he built a facility here in Eastover.
Yep.
For
he stayed dropping some bags off the people.
Yeah, and I think this is the second minority contracts. He just put that business. So for those of you who out there who interested, yeah, he put $1 million in the $100 million in the loans to minority owned businesses. And I think this is
I think he partnered with some people too for that too.
Yep, because right.
Yep.
Because the minority business basically those because we know we got left out a lot, but those let me scroll down because
it's actually talking about that tonight in the press conference. Go figure.
What about
it ain't no secret at this point because y'all know how this stuff works. They always gonna take care of who first?
Their own
home first. This is in their mind, this is their home. So they're gonna take care of their own first. So that's why they was firewalling, benign neglect, redlining in 2020 black folk during the middle of a pandemic.
And they charged us 5% to do the application, and they weren't even supposed to charge. We don't want to get on that.
Right, so I'm saying
they got money from you, got money from the treasurer to house it.
Stop you, and they making money off of it.
And they got money 5% off of the applications, and then didn't want you to put in for it. But anyways,
like Money Mike, Money Mike pimping says pimping.
Exactly. Yeah. So yeah, that's out there for those of you guys who are interested. He's doing a pretty good job helping some people out with that program, getting you out there. And granted, some people say, oh, they're getting tax write-off. Rightfully should. You should. Them companies, them department stores in your neighborhood getting tax credits for hiring you $1,000 a person, i.e. Amazon. That's why they don't pay no taxes. They're not paying no taxes because they're getting away with it. They're not paying no taxes because of the tax credit. They came into the neighborhoods where they know they're going to get that $1,000 per person, and then boom, there it is. They don't have to pay.
That's the game.
I mean, it's smart. You could do it too. We trying to put y'all up on it.
Well, that's why this show is called what?
An economic empowerment show. You could get your business started, lawn care, pressure wash, whatever. You could go right there, Workforce Solutions, partner with them to hire. As long as you pay at least $13 an hour, you could get half that money back if you hire somebody that comes through their agency. You get that money, you get that check once a month or every quarter. So if you pay $13, you're going to get that $650 back for hiring those individuals. Not to mention, you get the $1,000 tax credit for hiring in a low moderate income area. I mean, I don't know. I may have a board presentation and presenting this information, but I promise you, if you listen hard enough, you could benefit even in the smallest businesses.
It ain't nothing boring about it.
Can I ask y'all one thing real quick? Has anybody, because nobody ever, to me, I never hear nobody talk about Biden or Kamala's policies that are beneficial for Black people. And usually when I ask that question, people get pissed off or they say, well, what is Trump doing, or some stupid stuff like that, right?
I would say this, brother, son, those are people who don't understand the dynamic of conversation and also understand how to do a cross-comparative analysis, right? They too much in an emotional state to be able to kind of weigh the pros and cons of anybody.
Oh yeah, man. I go through that on the page all the time. I go through people telling me that I'm some kind of Russian troll bot or some bullshit. Like, I mean, excuse my language, but all kinds of stuff, you know. But
you
it's
might need
just
to
on
change
the
your
page
circle, brother Sonny. You might like you
within the
start
next.
hanging out with some different people. Then if you got to fight,
No. That's just on the internet. But within the next few year or so, right? Under Kamala and Biden, do you still think that we'll be able to do the same thing or better? And if so, what would cause it? What would they be doing that would cause us to do the same thing or better?
Do what in particular? Be specific.
Anything. I mean, it could go from entrepreneurship. Like I'll say, like usually when I bring up that under Trump, it's the most Black entrepreneurship you ever had. And so people will be like, oh, well.
Oh, well, hold up right there. Wait a minute, right there before you go further. I'm going to cut your wisdom. Let me ask you a question. I come from the psychological angle to this, right? Why do you feel like there's more Black entrepreneurs under Trump than, I guess you're going to say, comparative to what Obama did, right?
I mean, I could say it in a few ways. I could say it.
That's why I want you to explain it, because see, when you analyze and break it down, it has to have a value or merit to reason why, right? Outside of the fact that
that's why I say I can say it in a few ways, but you cut me off.
Come with it.
So the few ways is half the time when people do dispute it and they go for what like the I hate Trump thing, right? They always say, oh, well, it's going to be like that because as the years go by, more Black people are getting into more of the entrepreneurship, which is right. But at the same time, you have doors opening for you to be able to do that. And it's not on the page of where, bam, we get a president and now the stuff is declining. Like we've had at one point where Blacks were going to jail, but then when one person gets in the presidency, now you have a real high climb of Blacks going to jail. And then you have where another president comes in and then it's a decline in Blacks going to jail. So this is the thing I'm talking about when it comes to Biden coming into the next into office, right? Within the next year or so, how do people see? Do the people even think about what's going to transpire? What's his policies that could be beneficial for Black people? Is it going to help whatever we're trying to do? Like, do people even think about that? Because we never had those conversations, and whenever it's brought up, like I said, everybody.
So when you say
always bring that,
we never had those conversations, so again, I'm thinking that's some of the groups you may be in or circles you might be. Maybe
that goes for anything. Like even when it's in the chat, when we have these kind of conversations during the week, when we be on the Dagger Squad during the week, and we have these conversations.
Okay, when Brother Garfield going live. Okay, gotcha. That's what I'm saying. It has to have a specific value, audience, or wherever, because within that, if this is something that they don't peruse, of course, it's gonna be a whole lot of conjecture, speculative, and hyperbole, and pontificating, and panning, and poshing, and acting like you know what you're doing and don't know. Of course, that happens when you just shoot and breathe conversation. Now, it still may have merit, but until you start pulling up what? Source reference information, then it's all hyperbole. It's all a lot of what? Hearsay. You see what I'm saying? So if you're dealing in the political science realm, right, of understanding how this stuff all works, well, just again, this is my opinion here now, right? But you have to be able to kind of what? You have to be able to kind of, bring some kind of value or policy or tangible receipt to the table to be able to expound on it. Because if not, it's always going to be, well, I think they're going to do this, I think they're going to do that. Now, my opinion here, again, this is just my opinion here, like Cat Williams said, this is where I get my hair done at. I don't get confused with the national aspect of elections. You know why? Because all the work is done in the what? In your neighborhood, your local area of living, and how you move within that. Presidents move on a federal level. Is that not what people have an issue with now because they feel like they can't get what they want? And then Trump pretty much came out and told y'all what? That's up to your what?
No state.
No state. He came out and told y'all this. Couldn't make this stuff up, and people still don't want to accept that. But you, the president, that lets you know right there. that y'all got political signs all jacked up. You need to be going to your county, city alderman, your local, and all that in your state. That's why states got rights over the what? Over the president. And the president can't tell states what to do. Right? Remember Andrew Cuomo in New York was laying in the Trump behind? Because he was like, no, you don't tell me how to run New York. You ain't got no jurisdiction over here. You better move on somewhere. Matter of fact, he told me the other day, this how gangster he told Trump the other day, you can't even come back to New York. You can't walk on our streets of New York. He told a sitting president that. Tell me that ain't gangster. He pretending, you know, you can't come back to New York after what you done done and said. Somebody gonna knock your block off basically what he was saying. Stop playing. So instantly, if you're gonna have any kind of understanding of how things work on a political level, you need to learn how to control things in your natural jurisdiction or your area of opportunity within your communities, your most close proximity communities. That's how you really affect change, because ultimately, the only thing the president is there is to do the what? Be a backstop to states, to be honest. And in this case, we're in the middle of a pandemic. And again, whether you for Trump, you don't, because again, I don't get into personality worship, right? I know how to get my own money. Right? I learned how to get my own money now, right? So I don't care about policies, right? Unless it's really hurting my people. But for the most part, you got to learn how to be able to backstop your own reality, pool your own resources, same way every other community do in this country. And they don't need to go to the ballot box and get a little I voted sticker and walk around like you did something, right? Because it ain't changing the bottom line ultimately at the end of the day. Because guess what? Minimum wage is still what?
$7.25.
Stop playing. What year is this?
2020.
Now, if I take y'all to the U.S. Treasury Department right now, I can show you the level of interest rates over the years, and also in the terms of how the inflationary aspect of the Federal Reserve mandates to kind of keep what they call inflationary metrics at a certain point in terms of keeping what they call the cost of living at a place where you still can pay these higher fees for this, that, and the third, and to the point where they ain't breaking you, and then the government still can pull more tax from you. But ultimately, in the day, if your company ain't paying you no kind of what bonuses or raises or cost of living to keep up with the signs of what inflation, then you actually behind year to year. If you don't get a raise every year, that means you what? You in the red. So they got y'all caught on this fairy tale land thinking that, oh, it's about this, it's about that. No, it's not. It's about what do you control? What do you own? What can you generate? Simple as that. What do you own? What do you control? And what you can generate. Now, if we go through the chat, ask everybody what you control. What do you own? And what can you generate? That stops all the shucking and jiving right there. Am I lying?
Yep.
Because if you can't put food in your belly, clothes on your back, and a roof over your head under your own what? Reconnaissance or your own value, then what does that say? You are dependent upon what?
The government.
So we backers hustling, if you ask me. So policies are only in play for things that affect a broader band. Again, what did Kamala say during her interview? I'm just not gonna be the president for black people. No, right? Then what Trump said? Well, African community, they this. Again, he just got outed in the dude book, Woodward book the other day, what he said about black people. So both of them are the same creature. It just, again, one of them is in your face with it, and the other one is covert. But ultimately,
do you remember what my question was?
Yeah, I remember what your question, but I'm my point is
you
this.
said all of that, you never answered it.
But here's my point. Again, because I don't get in the politics, I get my own money. I don't need a politics.
I was saying that I usually go through that, and you was trying to break it down about why or whatever. But yeah, in the whole thing, I'm a good listener. Through the whole thing, you basically said you don't know the policies, and you said,
"Well, hold up, no,
it doesn't matter."
Hold up. I didn't say nothing.
So,
but
yeah,
I can't have you speak for me now. I can't have you speak for me, brother son. That's one thing I don't do. I ain't Jack Squad scenario.
Cool.
I say this here. I'm speaking from my perspective, right? I speak for me. I'm just choosing my own counsel.
But I was speaking from a broad band on.
That's what I'm saying. It's broad. It's broad. I'm not advocating any of them. That's what I'm saying. That's what I was saying throughout the whole conversation. I'm not advocating either of them, Biden, Kamala, or Trump. I'm advocating I'm advocating you.
Calm down, brother. Calm down.
I'm calm, brother. I'm telling you, you asked me to answer the question, but I'm telling you how I answer it. I'm telling you I don't advocate either, so I can't tell you about their policy. I give you an understanding.
First place, and you're still talking right now.
Well,
so
of course,
like,
I'm gonna keep
down,
talking, brother.
Look,
I'm not the Daggers part. I'm not. My name is Brother Atkin Port. I'm your brother. I get money. I'm not sitting there worrying about a policy that I know that's obviously going to be still bloated with holes like they've always been. I deal with historical aspect of what has already been in place. Now, again, you asked me my opinion on it, but I'm telling you, I'm speaking from a place where I'm more concerned with what we can produce.
And then I was trying to ask a question about what I was talking about, and you cut me off thinking I was talking about the fans. And then you start talking about the people I'll be around. And I was trying to explain to you it's not about that. And I was trying to tell you about how no one never answered this question. And in the meantime, you basically answered what I was saying about how nobody answered the question because you ducked and dodged with it talking long.
No, you're not, because you didn't ask me personally. I told you my opinion about.
You didn't know. You said you didn't know.
Hold up, brother son. Hold up, brother son. I see what you do. You get caught in a lot of circular conversations. I can tell that now. That's why y'all be over there fighting on the Dagger Squad. See, that's why I'm going that doing the day. I see that already. They get caught in circular conversation, and they're doing exactly what I said earlier. You get the pontificate, and it has no meaning on what's going in your pocket right now, unless you can prove
it had a whole lot of bearing to it. I asked
hold up. Let me just say this little part here. Let me say this little part here. Then I'm gonna be quiet, brother.
A year from now, or better, if Biden was to come in,
right? So look here.
The policy
you asked me that,
us. I said
you asked me that. Then let me answer it in no uncertain terms.
How would it affect us as Black people? That's how.
Okay, so let me answer this in no uncertain terms, so you don't get me confused with everybody else on the day show. Let me answer this in no uncertain terms, so you don't get me confused with nobody on the day show, because that's why I don't go on that show, right? That don't mean I don't support the brother over there, but I don't go on that. I'm too busy trying to get money and teach you how to get money. So let me tell you, don't cut me off. Let me tell you, since you want to ask me now, but I was giving you a general understanding of why even that's not even really important, truly, because I told you what to do. I said what? Go to your what? State, your local, and your county. Did I not say that, Sister Mo?
Yeah.
Did I not say that, Brother Brandon? So I answered your question. That's exactly what I said. Don't worry about the president, right? It has its place because they move on a federal level, right? A federal level, not a state, local, city, county ordinance. That's what you need to be focused on, because that's what moves the policy in your area. The same way you came on the show about 2 weeks ago and you said what? California has something different when it comes to the unemployment. We get this, did you not? That didn't come from Trump. That came from who? California, no state. So that's all I was trying to say, brother. I mean, no disrespect, but I was trying to get you to see this is what I'm trying to convey. I don't get caught up in the congeniality process or the pageantry of a presidency, right? Because I'm too old to see him play that game now, when I've been able to understand how to get my own money now, void of waiting on a president policy. The only thing the president really got over me is what? Taxation. Am I lying, Sister Mo?
Right.
Their tax policies, their tax policy, and somewhat their health. Everything else, you dealing with that anyway as a Black man. I'm not making this stuff up, again. So that's just my answer. Again, I don't want to come out wrong over Sonny, and I don't want to come out the wrong way, but I literally answered your question in a way where it's based upon what I deal with, me personally. I don't advocate Biden. I don't advocate no Kamala. Y'all can have that, matter of fact. That's why I don't deal with that. I deal with what we can do to put in somebody's hand, what we can generate, what we can produce, and what we can control. Now, what can you control over Sonny, if you don't mind me asking?
Okay. I didn't want to cut you off. I'll answer your question. But your state dictates what it does within it, but the policy has a dictation of the state. The state has the rule of what they actually do. So just like how we talked about Biden with his crime bill, right? And then you had
what year was that crime bill? What year was that crime bill, if you don't mind me asking?
Huh?
What year was that crime bill?
The
Don't put it up there, Mo.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. And I'm not doing that to test
Are
them.
you
I'm just saying.
serious? I do this on the regular, bro.
I'm saying you probably do, but
this
the only reason I
conversation
asked you that because
like
go
this
ahead. I'm
is
sorry.
not
Go
like
ahead.
somebody gonna give me some information about that. First of all, I was using that as an example. You cut me off, like you know what I'm saying. I was humble enough to let you finish
Yeah,
talking.
you were no disrespect. No
Please,
disrespect. You're
can
right.
you
You're
give
right.
me that same respect?
Only reason I asked you that
You
because
say
I'm
you
going to
don't
say
come on the show
what's
during
the
the day.
relevancy of
It's
it to
because
the
you
fact
do
where I
stuff
love it.
like
You're
this.
right. You're right.
Like,
Go ahead,
you
family.
know what I'm saying? Have some patience sometimes.
Okay.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother.
Okay. He going? Sonny going to go talk? Oh.
Yeah. But anyway, I was saying just like how the Biden with the crime bill going all the way until Clinton brought it in. But Clinton had policies. Everybody that comes in has different policies, right? That they'll initiate, and then cities will break it down to what's more convenient for them. So when you say that policies have nothing to do with the state, it's kind of false. It does.
Now, when did I say policy don't have nothing to do with state? I said your state, local, county, or whatever is what you need to be focused on.
That's when you brought up the me talking about unemployment in California. You
right. That was strictly a California policy.
Can I finish?
Yeah, but go ahead. I'm sharp, but I'm just like that kind of person. I'm sorry.
When you was miswording the things that I was saying, I didn't say nothing. But in reality, that's when you said that about the unemployment in California. You were saying it's up to the state. It's not up to his policy. And that's where I didn't say nothing, but I was going to say something about that. And that's why I gave you this example, because you said that. And then I said, before I started, I would answer your question after I said that because of this whole thing about the policy and the state. That's it.
Do you
really wanted to know, like, in reality, about if Biden comes in, what are people, because I never hear nobody talk about his policies. How would it be beneficial for Black people? It could be for real estate, it could be for anything. It could be for stock, it could be for whatever. But I never hear nobody talk about it. And whenever I talk about it, it's always people go left.
That's interesting, brother Sonny. Again, I don't mean to
like
cut you off.
It's almost like if I say if oranges are good for Black people, and then you start saying, well, what about chili dogs? Like, what does that have to do with what I'm talking about?
Right. So I see what's going on here. So I guess the conversation, like I said earlier, that's why I premised it before when you asked me the question. I said, I don't know, maybe the circles that you're in, maybe this is what they sitting there stuck. Like I said earlier, I went through a reel of what? They sitting there probably going through what? Pontificating, posturing, pandering. They ain't pulling those sources up, because if you can't pull sources up, then what's use having that conversation? It's still going to be hyperbole. It's more about how you feel or what you think, more or less, than what you can pull up. Right. So when we was having a discussion about reparations a while back, I don't know if you was following the channel at that point, right? So what did we instantly do? We went straight to the what? To the bill. HR what?
Board.
Bam. We pull up the source code, right? That's what this whole conversation is about, learning how to what? Source information. The same way I was just talking about this vaccine information, we go straight to the what? The source. So that way I can't sit here and what? Pontificate about my feelings. I can give you directly about what I was able to kind of pull up, right? So in relation to the ideal of when you asked the question about what is their policies, again, I know we ain't making it political, but you asked it just in GP, right? I just wanted to make sure that, again, I'm not more concerned about that as opposed to what I feel like is more conducive to my most, close proximity of existence, my state, my county, my local, things of that nature, right? That's where things actually move, right? So, and that's why I make the point about, again, in California, they had a what? They had a parlay on that what? On their unemployment scenario. It was obviously mandated through an executive order from the Fed, when they passed out the money, but it was still a state, a state what? Distribution scenario.
Right.
They weren't doing that in Louisiana. They weren't doing that in Florida.
They tax free over there.
They weren't doing that nowhere in South Carolina. They were doing that only in California. So it was more
3 other states.
Right. It was only confined to a few, right? So that was my whole point. In that perspective is, it's still more surrounding around what happens in your state. So that's the only point I was trying to make in that perspective. A lot of stuff that you're going to deal with, in my opinion, from what I've been able to garner, is going to be dealing with your more local municipalities and stuff like to that nature.
And I got two policies that Biden was a part of. This Workforce Innovative Opportunity Act, this helps our people a lot because it gives you the opportunity to get free trades, go to school, free trades. It gives single parents the opportunity to get daycare, get in school, and get job placement. It hires your students, your high school students, right? And all of this is it's wage based, so it's a low and moderate income area, which is where our people are more located. So it's employment training services for adults, dislocated workers, these are mostly our individuals in our communities. This is one, and this one was put into place when he was vice president. If a lot of our people go through this program that don't have the funding to get into regular college, but have the opportunity to get jobs and lucrative jobs, trade jobs. This one policy that he's going to expand. And the other one that works with businesses a lot is this program, which is what the administration now wants to cut funding to support African-American businesses. The reason they want to cut the funding because minority businesses benefit a lot from SBA. Minority businesses benefit under the AA program, which is for those companies who are socially and economically disadvantaged, meaning they don't have the capital to compete at the large level. So they go through a 9-year program called the 8A, and they're able to have access to source contracts and able to fall to apply for these 8A loan programs. So if he cuts this program, that puts us out even more in having a agency that's there to back us up, because it acts as a guarantor when you go after bank loans. So this is two. There's three.
Again, and I'm neither. Again, y'all know my stance. I already made it very clear. I'm neither, right? I'm independent. So that way you can't box me in the corner with this Republican crap or this Democrat crap. But again, they did have a 2-year college, free college. That came out of Obama Biden presidency, right?
The student loan repayment. That's the other one.
That's the one, because you see where I was going with it. I'm gonna go straight to that. That's what got gutted. They're trying to gut that now, which is a Supreme Court decision that was handed down that the Trump administration was trying to overrule education. And guess who affected by that more than anybody?
Us.
Black women, most of all people, because they're the most educated and most indebted when it comes to student loan debt than anybody on the planet. They're the most educated and the most in debt in terms of student loan education loans.
They made it where it would be income based to pay the loan back, so that you can so that the income base, so that it will go off your current income
over a period of time. So if you're an educator, it can come off, right? And things of that nature, some federal employees, stuff like that. So they were actually trying to overturn that ruling.
Yes, and they held it up, and they weren't allowing people to get the write-offs. Hold on, let me pull a list.
Yep, the borrower's defense. It's called the borrower's defense program. That's one of them, right? That's through the FSAA or the student loan scenario. And again, Betsy DeVos, again, she dusty. She dusty.
Yeah, she got them
super dusty.
They had to get sued in order to. And the Supreme Court overthrew it last year,
right?
And made them make it available. Where's the darn thing at? That list is a whole bunch of different. Even they made it available for different categories of people to be able to write their loans off. Here we go. That income driven repayment program, and we also had. When they was in office, here they all go right here, right there in my face. I just had the whole list. Hold on, there it go right there.
We did a show on this.
Qualified Yep. You got the qualified for loan forgiveness. You got the public service loan forgiveness came under them. The teachers loan forgiveness. The school closed discharge. That was a big one. That was a big one.
That was the one that we spent like
yes.
shows on. We broke on all them different shows. Colleges that either were malicious in their intent to kind of deceive students to get them a loan so they can benefit off of it, right? Which obviously made those loans obviously null and void because of their practices and how they went about it from a legalese perspective. That's why the Supreme Court, when they took them to court for it, and that's why Obama them sent it through, because that data point, and I give them credit for that, because again, I'm no Obama fan, but that data point was very monumental for Black people, because we are most adversely in a risk value when it comes to student loan debt. And a lot of people who got student loan out in the Black community, a lot of them didn't even finish the entire program.
Yeah.
You got debt with no degree. That's what was so damning about it on top of that.
I was going to pull up the Excel, which show all of those schools who were.
And that's why those schools were predatory, because they do that. Because it's easy to get Black people, rated to get those loans. Right? Stafford loans, all of them, man, them jokers, man, they were ITT Tech, right? Man, look, them people were hustling, man, 10%, 10%, 10%.
There you go, Sonny. That's 3 of them. He's still there?
Sonny gonna be our resident politician.
No, I'm still here.
You still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah, that's 3 right there. That's 3 right there.
Nigga, Sister Purple Lady says she went ITT Tech. You get your loan forgiven, sis. We got some information on that. We dropped the entire.
Yeah, Brother African Emporium showed how to fill out the documentation and everything. I need to find that video.
I got the template still. I got to dig it up. I got the template for all you gotta do is fill it out and send that joke right on in, because they was a part of. Matter of fact, especially them, they were definitely listed in that Supreme Court ruling for malicious, predatory, pretty much loan gouging Black students. You know what I'm saying? To get people, get that money. Oh man, Purple Lady, you got to go back. Man, we got to pull that.
Remember we pulled up the Excel that showed all of the schools that were affected, and I
got the template paper, Sister Purple Lady, just in case. I'm sorry, go ahead, sister.
You was given the because it was trying to give you a hard stop, because the Department of Education Secretary DeVol, she was she didn't want them to go. She didn't want it to go through.
Yeah, they wanted people to try to pay that money back, and all these people got hustled. Like these people, this I say these people rants, all of them. I guess y'all know me. I guess I'm.
Go ahead, Sonny. That was 3. Sonny left off.
No, I'm right here. Hello?
Yeah, I hear you.
You say go ahead and what?
I said that was 3 policies right there.
Oh, okay.
This the one.
I screenshot the first one that you put, where you put the hold on.
The WIOA?
Yeah. Well, no, I screenshot that in the beginning. And then the one you did after that.
SBA?
No, yeah, see, this is the first one I screenshot.
SBA? And then after,
yeah, that one.
I mean, I'm like Tariq on this one here. I got it. Oh, go ahead, Open. Sorry.
Go ahead, Sonny.
What you want me to say? I already said what I had to say.
No. You said that when you come on the show, you ask people about the policies that Kamala Harris and Biden and Kamala Harris will.
No, I said I usually ask what policies do they have that's beneficial for Black people, and then I was saying that since we talk about business on the economic show, I was saying that going into next year and probably a year after, if he does get picked, would it affect Black people as a whole, or 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 would it not? Or do people even care because nobody really talks about the policies? And I never heard nobody talk about the policies, so I didn't know. And when I do talk about it, it was like people always go left. So that's what I was just basically saying earlier.
I mean, that's a good
What do you
question.
think about the ones we just brought up?
It's a good question. It's substantial for the value. Again, from my interpretation, again, I guess this is the way I think, because I'm on more of a macro-minded thinker. I also move on the micro level too, but definitely I'm always thinking macro, meaning, as I like to say, least path of resistance, right? Because again, I cannot be at my age, I cannot be dependent upon, the government to kind of backstop my life, so to speak, right? In terms of policy, because again, from historical, data points, there's always going to be a level of not enough for Black community, right? They're only going to, it's like the dangling carrot theory, right? They're only going to dangle carrots to get what they want from you, enough to kind of keep them seated in power, right? It's the quid pro quo kind of mentality, right? But we really never get nothing out of a vote on that level, meaning in my opinion. Now, there's some small policies that do come out that are more beneficial to people who peruse those lanes, but on a macro level, it really doesn't really approve the bottom line value of, the Black experience in this country, right? The Black, paradigm, so to speak. And it's funny because I listened to the FOMC meeting today, right? All right, the federal meeting today with Jerome Powell, and a reporter asked him twice. They doubled down on him twice. Is that what you're doing for us as federal policy right now, especially under the pandemic? Is it even broadening the band of racial inequality on the economic level, right? And if so, what can you do, or what are you trying to do to close that wealth gap? Because y'all know they're blowing a bigger bubble right now where they're making the rich richer, right? And those who are needing the loans and the economic backstops that they should be getting through this scenario, they're not getting it. And then you turn around and also hear them say what? Well, guess what? Well, we dispersed. That's not our job to do that. That's Congress' job. That's what he was saying. But he is in charge of who?
Money.
The banks, the money. So he very much so got something to do with it. So if banks are getting mandates from the Treasury not to do what? Red line, benign neglect, and deny Black people from getting the loans, make your experience harder than pulling teeth, right? With soft toilet paper, then come on. That's from the mandate of a sitting scenario of people who already have, again, whether you want to say Trump or whomever, that's from the mindset of people who already look at you as what?
Money.
Competition or not worthy. They're gonna look after their own, because that's who was getting loans.
Yep.
People who look like them, who already had businesses established, who already had a pipeline relationship with these established institutions. Y'all saw it just like I did when they was handing out those grants or those loans. Who was getting them?
Oh, big
Chris, Shake Shack, Harvard, the NBA, and guess who needed it? Slutty Deegan, Black and Nobel, MonikaLamb, Lamb Solution Services. Again, i.e. Sonny, your business, whomever.
You ain't getting no millions. You got a couple thousand. You ain't getting no millions.
Right. So again, this is the stuff that we already up against. So I'm like, okay, well, here's the deal. Just again, my opinion. Let me make sure I say that now, because I gotta say that now for disclaimer. Right. My opinion. This is why it's important from my perspective, like I said earlier, where we have to figure out a way to be more in control of what we can control, what we can generate, and what we can
we can't
produce.
Oh, produce, yeah.
Right? Because in this case, you're already dealing with, again, a scenario where they're trying to choke us out. Again, this is my opinion. They're trying to choke us out as that minority strength coalition, sure vote value of loyalty that comes automatically with the Black community, right? You vote Democratic, like your favorite, whatever, right? You do it religiously, so to speak, right? Now they're trying to look towards who now? the Latino community, to fill that void. Because a lot of black people are starting to defect, and they're going Republican. Right? This whole council Democrat culture, y'all been seeing that stuff like I've been seeing it, right? Them jokers they getting fed up. So what do? You leave from one abusive relationship and go to what?
To another
one. And the Republicans. And you think you're doing something because you switch a party. I'm like, if you want to play reindeer games, knock yourself out. Because the only thing that really affects us, especially in the day again, like I said, is going to be what? Medical and taxation.
Yep. And
now, is this tax plan good for black people?
Heck no, Lord, don't get. I was gonna do a tax. I am gonna do next Wednesday. I'm gonna do in the beginning of the show. I'm gonna do a tax return. And now
I'm gonna go across both aisles, so I'll let you know I ain't biased.
Right.
Biden's so-called tax plan is even more dusty because number one, him and Kamala trying to do a couple things to impede in my lane. They trying to raise the capital gain tax.
Right.
They're trying to raise the capital gain tax.
Right. They have a policy that cuts more taxes to fund more police. Because I was reading on something like that, I think either today or this morning or yesterday.
When you say taxes to cut police?
Yeah. I know they're on the page of cutting taxes. I mean, well, raising taxes to be able to fund police.
Well, then again, just my value from what I garner from paying attention, right, to the geopolitical and the political science world, because again, that's the lane I peruse through the value of the markets, is that these are the people that they are dog whistling to. They're dog whistling to donors, lobbyists. Who are those kind of people who are donors and lobbyists? People who got what? Money. Money. They got a real, in their mind, they are what they consider to be asset citizens, right? There's a thing called asset citizen. Are you an asset citizen or are you just a what?
Just
a social security number, right? A feeder cow, right? A feeder cattle. You know what a feeder cattle is in terms of any political party? You're there just for the state to use you as a number to get what? Garner what? More dollars. You have no aspect to generate, produce, or control anything. And by proxy of that, you are a welfare state recipient citizen of the what? Of the nation. So when it comes time to dole out real big boy benefits, they skip over you. You get the crumbs. They give it to who? Donors and who? Lobbyists. The same way Dr. Clark Anderson said, if you don't show up to a politician with a bag, you waste your time going sitting in the poll for 3-4 hours, getting sweaty and musky, getting rained on, just to say you got a sticker say I voted. You just wasted your time. Because you cannot, just like you asked the question, if you ain't getting nothing tangible for it, what did you get from the experience? An emotional high?
Yep.
Voting is supposed to be about really getting tangibles, right? Then show me that, show me that track record, show me those tangibles. And so my opinion is, okay, well, I take the Robinhood approach. Well, let me help my people with what I've been able to experience through the capital market, because this is where all their money is at. I go straight to the source. I'm not going to play around in a booth when I go straight to the source. The money is in the markets. That's what they're trying to protect. If you don't believe me, if the S&P dropped about 10 points or 10%, guess what? Y'all be getting that stimulus check by October. I guarantee it.
Yep, because that's what they want. That's why they didn't give them.
That's why they didn't give it out, because the stock market up.
They want that money. Didn't they put out an article? If they did pass a stimulus, the market would something in reference to the market.
I know what you're saying. That's what's keeping them from giving y'all the cutting that Trump check right now.
They ain't worry about your stimulus and your unemployment. They worry about that putting some more money back in the market.
And so if the market stays up, guess what happens to the stimulus check or this extra round of stimulus? It gets what?
Yeah, it gets pushed behind.
Kicked down the road like a can. That's what they call it, kicking the can down the road theory. That's exactly what this is. So again, I'm just saying from what I know, because I follow what I'm always saying, Sister Mo, follow the what?
Follow the money.
If you follow the money, that tells you everything you need to know about policy, procedure, whatever, because that's what moves America. It's a corporation. It's called United States of America. It's a corporation. It's an LLC. And the headquarters is in what? Right down the street from where I'm at, 1600 Pennsylvania. I'm in the DMV area. This is about business. This ain't about lookership, hollership, wannabe-ship, whatever.
And I need to keep my six. I need to keep my 6 government contracts. I don't need nobody coming and taking away our status.
Right.
Because that service disabled social indicator is how we got in the door.
Exactly. So again, I'm much more inclined to say, well, let me help bring my people to the source, to where all their money is at, and this how you play the game. Because without resources, what do you have to fight with, to lobby with, to voice yourself through? Oh, I went to school. I got an education. I got a pigskin on the wall. That stands for something. My voice got to count. What? Then people look at you like, if you don't go get that broom and sweep up go over there. Where are your think tanks at, Black people? What is a think tank? What's the use of a think tank? The use case for a think tank. You don't have strategic enclaves where you can even come together. Well, we do it on this show. I take that back. We do it on this show because right now, basically what we're doing, we're think tanking.
Yep.
We're talking about real stuff, real solutions, tangibles, not what woulda, shoulda, coulda, woulda, thoughta, woulda, none of that. Not this Urban Economic Partner show. It's gonna be tangibles and tangibles only. If I can't show you how to get a bag and not dig in your bag to show you how to get a bag, then I ain't got no business talking to you. Because this is not, I'm not trying to take away from you. I'm trying to what? Add value to you. And I'm trying to do it through the means of putting you through the least path of resistance. Again, you don't have to be in the markets. I'm not saying that's the only way. Again, Sister Mo sits here and breaks down religiously exactly how to get a bag without having to what? Go through all that craziness out there.
Yep.
Right? So it's shortening the process to get you to that place. Now, the one thing I am saying though, that I always say is that, and I guess you alluded to it a little bit earlier too, Brother Sonny, and again, kudos to that point, because it's about, I'm paraphrasing here, it's about your interest. If it's in a policy, if it's in a procedure, if it's in some kind of value in that, okay, granted, but ultimately somebody has to have an interest to take it serious enough to want to do something about it. Just knowing what their policies are is not enough. Again, my opinion. I'm gonna just throw my disclaimers out from this point on because I don't want to get misquoted and misread because I want to be thorough, right? Knowing is not enough because you still have to be able to act on it, right? Meaning you have to be able to kind of acquiesce it. It's an acquisition, right? It's a merger, right? I'm giving you something for something in return. They call it what? Quid pro quo, right? That's what a vote's supposed to be, right? It's supposed to be quid pro quo, right? What it's supposed to be. But if you can't really show me how you're really, and I say meaning not the individual, because again, we are a base, right? We are in a race-based society, right? Ain't no such thing as individualism in America. Because again, you can hop out of Bentley or you can hop out of Hoopty. If the color of your skin, the first thing that come out that car, that's who you are. Your car ain't representing you. Your education ain't representing you. If you married to a Brad or a Becky, that ain't representing you, right? Unless they're in the car, you might get lucky. But if not, if you hop out that thing by yourself, you just as much as subjected to the poorest Black person on Skid Row right now. So,
go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I'm just saying. So again, just my opinion is that, again, based upon what I've been able to coalesce and understand about capital, allocation, you being an asset, not so for the fact that you can say, well, hey, raise my hand, hey, look at me, I'm this, to them, but more so to your people. That's what this is all about. exalting you, Brother Sunday, exalting Sister Tasha, exalting Brother Brandon, exalting Sister Monica, exalting, Brother Brendan in the back chat, Sister Overstand, Sister Lakeisha Dunn, Brother Ty, Brother Zane, everybody's in the back. That's what this is supposed to be about. Because you're not going to be in a position to really make things happen until you make the people around you situation better. We're going to have to do that on our own. Because you can't show me nowhere in history in terms of this country where we had, where we've been able to get it from the system of the government. We tried doing Black Wall Street, they burned it down. Rosewood, they destroyed it. Durham, North Carolina, they destroyed it, right? Everything you try to do, they try to destroy it. So, of course, it's like we're forcing you to accept our value, right? So again, I'm just saying, for me, again, show up with me. Come on, let's go in this money. Let's go in the market and let's get this money. Because again, when you can write your own way, or at least dictate your own way to a lot of ways, you can shield yourself from a lot of their abusive policies.
Right. I was going to show you all how county council work for your community in a program. I was going to show you how we got them to pass into law some funding for our program. I wanted to pull up the source document so you can see the ordinance, but I have to remember where it's public knowledge, so people can see that when we talk about you make things happen on a local level, it's because this is what we're talking about. I'm gonna find it. It's an ordinance that we were written. Oh, I think, yeah, it's an ordinance that we were written in Richland County because our county councils went to bat for programs in the Lower Richland area. And so in order for the Parks and Rec to receive, what they did was, instead of giving this to us directly, it's like, okay, since it's a Park and Rec and it's a for the youth, we're gonna run it through Parks and Rec. In order for Parks and Rec to get the extra $5 million, they had to fund. And matter of fact, one of the other programs is called I think it's called Mighty Titans, something like that. It was the facility that Magic Johnson built in Eastover in the Lower Richland area. And so as long as they passed that funding through that Magic Johnson city and through our program, which was called Jumps, they were entitled to get, the Parks and Rec was entitled to get the millage. So just to show you how your vote count on the county level was that as long as the county councilors that were in place who got voted in to make that happen were in place, and then the next county council who was voted in place was on board, that money remained. But then as soon as someone else came in who wasn't really in favor, the funding went away. So now they're getting ready to get the funding again, because when you don't support your community, they vote you out. And so that person who did not vote in favor from that particular community who was over that district, she served the 2 years and they voted her out. And so now they got someone else who's on board with supporting the community and its community dealings. So when Brother African Emporium was speaking about, in your local and your county, this is how it works. And this is why in the trainings on Tuesday, and Brandon can attest to it, when I was talking last Tuesday, I was talking about grants. I was saying, look in your local, your city and your county and your state and your senators, because they get a certain amount of discretionary money to push down to grassroots organizations. But if you don't know about it and you don't attend, those meetings and know where to fight for things for your community, for your Black community, then you're going to automatically jump all the way up. Also, one of the other things that was passed here, we have a Black mayor. So my buddy Garfield talk about him a lot. My brother Lester, he served 22 years in prison. And so he runs a program called Path to Redemption. And he advocates with another he advocates with another program to ban the box. And he boots on the ground, him and his friends got the box banned in the city of Columbia under the mayor co-signed off on it. I spelled that wrong. Ban, that's what I want to say. The mayor signed off on it because they went to bat for returning citizens. They signed off on here's the ordinance right here. They signed off on the ban the box because Lester, who served 22 years, this was their baby. They went after them hard in the city so that people who recently returned from jail, they were able to apply for city jobs without asking them, about misdemeanors and federal crimes and things of that nature, allowing them and giving them an opportunity to be hired. And so the mayor here hires recently incarcerated individuals because they went to bat for this. So we start talking about local level, what is we doing on about the federal versus local and those type of things. These are things that I'm involved with that's on the ground that we know that actually make an impact and make it happen. Another program talk about that helps returning citizens that came based on the Second Chance program is under this nonprofit was able to get continuous education, and he's actually Dr. Jermaine Johnson now. Mm-hmm. He's running for House of Representatives. In his district. You follow?
Come on now, come on. You had our brother on the channel going in. All you do is meet you one time.
Right. This is his program, and what he was able to do with his program.
Young brother too.
Yes. For returning citizens is get this program. We took this how you can leverage money. We took the $10,000 that we received from the county, the discretionary money, and Jermaine also played professional basketball. He's out of California, from your neck of the woods, Sonny. He played in Mexico. He actually has a clothing line brand in Mexico. Or whatever. This is a tournament that he does every year in October, giving out $5,000 in cash. So we took the $10,000 that we got from the county council, and we funded the instructor at Midland Technical College, partnering with University of South Carolina Midland Technical College to teach the program for 2 years to get the continuous educational credit. So now so once we got that continuous education credit, we partner with manufacturers in the area so that we can hire those individuals once they came through the program. So the $10,000, that little $10,000 we use, they came through, we teach an 8-week program, which I was one of the instructors of. We teach an 8-week program. They don't go to Midland Tech no more. We teach it now. They get the continuous education from USC, and then we get them hired. And so we sustain the program by what we negotiated with those manufacturers. And so these are some of the things we were able to do based on the Second Chance money that we received, not the policy that the current administration passed, but the Second Chance that came before that. So when people start talking about reform, there's a lot of stuff that's been already out there and that's being expanded on prior to. So it's not a lot of times it's not the person, that one president, but it's things that's in play that we're trying to keep in play that they're expanding on. And so here in Columbia or in Richland County, we have true testimonies of this happening. And this is some of the programs we would even share. We created a workbook and a teacher's manual for that program. And we'll share it with other individuals who is interested in getting those programs in their areas and learning how to partner with your community college or your tech college so that your program could be accredited, so that you can, and also teach you how to negotiate with manufacturers so that you can have a pathway for those who are coming out of prison. Lester also has his is Pathway to Redemption, and he started his program, his pressure washing company. So he's now certified life coach, and he started his company, his pressure washing
recently too.
Yes, his two. This is second one.
Second one here, yeah, but
yeah. He just dropped another book. He just became DCI MA or DCA, I think, qualified. And he goes around, like I said, advocating on behalf of those. See, he served 22 years and 5 months. And he went in at the age of 19. And he goes and he advocates on behalf of them here. And the funding that he gets, or that this is the book he wrote. And he used his book and he goes around and he speaks. And now he also do a podcast. This is him right here. That's my brother. He do a podcast. Yep. He do a podcast to help as a safety net for brothers and sisters who come back. And they do it and they speak. So he's definitely spoken at a lot of my. Is this my event? I think.
And let me do what they call it, and add on to that, right? You get that add on, just like Google got that add on symbol up there, right? In the settings. And he was a big advocate through the South Carolina penal system for being able to go after the wards and everybody on that in that lane to get those inmates protected and safe from the COVID-19 situation.
Yes.
He was the biggest advocate, in my opinion, in the state of South Carolina, raising along that they need to get in those prisons and protect those inmates from that coronavirus. Because y'all saw what was happening in upstate New York and Rikers. Y'all heard what was happening in San Quentin, all these prisons around the country, Angola, how people were just getting the virus and the people didn't care. They left them there to what? To be super spreaders. And they let certain people out that had what? Vested interests for the state. That's why they let that little dusty little ugly little rap out. What y'all know to my everybody be talking 668, 6'9", whatever his name is. That's why they let that rat out.
Right. Because my cousin been approved for parole and he caught COVID and they put him in Allen Correctional Facility. They put them on another tier. No guards came out on that tier. No, the warden them didn't show up. Nobody. And they called and he asked. He said, "Listen, I need you to call everybody you know and tell them to call the prison because of how they're treating us." And we called and advocated and found they didn't have any air. There's fat feet. So on the ground, I could go on and on some things that are available that can continue that has helped across either. It doesn't matter either.
I know that's the only place on America's soil where we are the most. I mean, you talking about again how slavery just terraformed to today.
Yes,
it's the penal system. This ain't no mistake. So that's why I say again, I'm not gonna make it political, but I am. I wrote a song about that. Here it go. I don't care who you put in office.
Yeah.
Ain't none of them really been doing anything to really change the condition of the black male prison system industrial complex. Okay, Trump got a few people out on a few pardons. Right? Obama didn't pardon a few people that was instrumental. But at the end of the day, it still ain't changing or really moving the needle on why we are the overpopulated citizen in those prisons. A few little photo ops here and there, okay, yeah. The conversation needs to start again. I know I get it. You got to start from somewhere. You don't look at life from a finite perspective because it didn't happen before. It can't happen in the future. I don't think that way. But I tell you what, if we are adversely, impacted in the prison system, and especially when you get out, again, they already got all these laws to kind of trap you anyway, right? These people been knowing about this stuff a long time. Again, going back to the 94 crime bill, Bill Clinton, Joe Biden, right? Again, Donald Trump and who? The Central Park 5. He put out a front page ad in the New York, telling the New Yorker, telling pretty much like, just pretty much already execute these people. They ain't went upon no judge, no nothing. He already sentenced him to death, dang near. Spent his own money to try to get those brothers, pretty much executed. And turned out they was innocent. So you ain't finna, again, two heads, same snake body, play that game. I ain't finna do it, not me. Right?
Correct
me. All ratchet.
Right. Correct me if I'm wrong on this crime bill, but I was listening to a broadcast and they brought up, and this is what I was wanting to bring up earlier, and Sonny may know more about it than I do. They said that when the crime bill was the crime bill was up for attention, so to speak, was around the time when the young lady had filed those sexual harassment or sexual assault charges or harassment, whichever one it was, on Clarence, the Supreme Court judge.
Clarence Thomas, Anita Hill.
And that committee
she back on the scene all of a sudden.
Right.
All of a sudden she surfaced out of nowhere like a roach.
She's on the scene because that crime, from my understanding, and y'all correct me if I'm wrong, from my understanding, at that time when she didn't win that case, Biden was over the committee when she didn't win that case, the Republican dominated. The agreement was they wanted this Violence Against Women Act passed. And so there was a lot of talk in reference to getting lowering crime, and the crime bill was up for grabs. So what they did was they added this
amendment
to that, and that's how they got it passed. Now, do your research. I'll find the video when they were talking about it, and you can hear it from the people's, who was discussing it. But this is how it came about. So when I looked it up, I went to go look because they asked the lady, I forgot her name, they asked her, would she support him, being that
Anita Hill.
She didn't get, what's her name?
Anita Hill.
Yeah, Anita Hill. Being that how that case went down with Supreme Court Justice Thomas. And I can't remember her answer, but anyways, they brought up this, they went back because somebody on the panel needed to be educated, and they brought up this right here, this Violence Against Women Act of 1994, and it being part of the crime bill is how they swayed. That's why it was bipartisan, because it swayed Republicans and the Democrats, who all was interested in getting.
Brother Ty going in me on the back chat.
Huh?
I just looked in the back chat, brother said, "Stop being so biased. I get it. We get you a Trump supporter." Bro, I'm going to tell you unequivocally, I'm not a Biden or a Trump supporter. I hope that makes you feel a little bit better, right? I'm a supporter of MonikaLamb. I'm a supporter of you. I'm a supporter of Lakeisha over Marquise, over Brandon, over Sonny in the back chat. I'm a supporter of Sister Tasha. That's who I'm a supporter of. I don't play no games, bro. I'm too old to play them games. I'm too old.
But you know what?
I don't play them games.
What people got to stop doing. What people got to stop doing, I'm going to go to share with Lakeisha about the fraction of shares so we can get back on the stock. But what people got to stop doing is when we give a response, you can't say we're responding because of this. It's unfair. I think it's totally unfair.
But you know what that is, Sister Mo.
I know.
I don't even mean to cut you, but you know exactly where that's coming from. That's why I literally did a preload to my disclaimer before I went into my my diatribe from the question that Brother Sonny asked me, right? Because again, my value is much more important than me wasting my time pontificating on a system that has already showed you from birth to where you at in your life now on what it is.
Yeah.
You get perks in some, you get none on others. You get perks over here sometimes and you don't get none on others. It's like buying a cell phone. Notice how they always leave something out that you really want on there. It's like, why did you just put that feature on the cell phone? Well, they left it off for a reason. Why did they leave it off? So they can keep you what? Coming back.
Yep, keep coming back.
This ain't nothing silly. I come from international marketing too. So again, that's why people can miss me with all that trying to, no, I know all the talking points enough to make sure that I'm, protecting my interests. Where you can't corner me into something that, number one, I can't substantiate. And if I can't substantiate, guess what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna bow out gracefully. Because I know how to back away and walk away. when it's something outside of my pay grade.
Right.
Right. All right. I'm one of them type people. I will bow down and like, you know what?
Right.
That's outside my lane. Let me go over here and focus on what I know doing best. Let's find out how to get this money.
Right. So Lakeisha, here you go. You want to know?
Monica, was it money within that crime bill? You think, like when it came to what did you say it was the victims? Would you say the bill?
The violence. It was Violence Against Women Act included with that crime bill in order for it to get a bipartisan pass through.
Okay, stay right there. So what I was gonna ask, like not getting off of the subject of this crime bill and stuff, but what I was gonna ask, getting back to the business part. So with the people that initiated this right here, right? They would have to be funded, right? By some type of organization.
Oh, I have no clue. What do you mean funded?
No, I'm just saying, just using this as
You mean
an
like
example.
lobbying?
That's why I said I didn't
like-
want to get off.
You mean like lobbying on behalf of them?
Yeah.
You mean like everybody, all of these different bills and acts and different things that go up before Congress.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Using this as an example, so it would they will be funded by somebody. How would you? So if the organization to get a bill going was funded, what would be the thing you would go through that? Would you still go through the city, or would you have to go through the state to try to get a bill funded?
You put a resolution up. I can tell you how we do it. We put forward on the state. Okay, so in one of the organizations that I'm in, which is the veterans, everybody already knows. We write a resolution based on the problem that we're trying to get solved. We put it through our state branch first, and we go through, and they will agree or disagree to get that resolution up all the way up to our nationals to be something to be presented when we go to Congress in February. If it makes the mark, let me show you. I can show you better than I could tell you. Hold on. So the organization, of course, is funded by donations and members and all of that great stuff. I'm gonna show you the legislation on. Let's see. Right here. And so we have, as a matter of fact, this is a nice little promotion for veteran bills out there. So this website, these particular critical points right here make the cut based off someone in the local down in the chapters, which is down in the states, wrote a resolution to get this put on the 5 critical points in order to present before Congress, right? But before we send it up through our nationals, we go to our state representatives and we go through the process with them and all of that great stuff. And whether it's something, making sure there's nothing that haven't already been tackled. If it has, working through the tweaks of creating an actual resolution to present. Then we take it all the way up through our chain, and then we present it to Congress. So there's different things. So the funding comes behind this organization to get this to go through. But it's legislation. Remember, there's legislation that comes. There's legislation that's present through House of Representatives and the states and the Senate, and then there's legislation that's through your actual state. So I don't know if you're asking on the state level, I guess you're asking on the federal level, and then how that backing gets there. But I don't really know where you're going with the question though. But anyway, for those out there who want to.
No, you kind of answered the question, but it made my mind run to something else, really, because I started thinking about how you can actually start funding the city. Like, so if I can get enough votes for something, like say going back to the city, if I can get enough votes for something, then it could be on the page of where I can have an organization or start an organization to like say if I want to get a abandoned if they had an abandoned school or
Right.
if they had like different places like you get what I'm saying, like
Yeah,
certain type of buildings or living
right.
spaces.
You could go to the
Okay,
you could go to the county, the mayor, the county council, or because those whatever the housing, because we've gotten, it's funny you bring up schools. Wait, let me close this out. Okay, so like this is the bill I was talking about earlier on the toxins and the burn pit and exposure and all this stuff. So on our site, we have all bills available for review to help and support. This is the one I was speaking of, well, not the Blue Water Navy. This got passed, and we're definitely grateful for those Navy folks who are out to sea, who wouldn't get no love in reference to benefits. But we have every bill on our site, and I'm going to show you how we make this thing so easy for people, and anybody can sign up for this and get all the bills if you want to help support veterans, because it goes straight to your county council person. So once you sign up, put your little name and your address, it comes to your email, right? And this can help. Let me help some people out there who are actually working on legislation, especially if you work in something to better Black people, right? In your organizations. One of the things that this organization does very well is that the funding that they get, so we got chapters and we got departments and chapters all over the US, right? One of the things they do, the grants and the donation that they receive, they pass down to chapters. We get if you're the local chapter, you get $2.75 per member. And if you're the department, which is the state, you get $1.50 per member. So it allows your chapters to stay up and running. All right. Now, in return, you being active in those chapters, you have the opportunity to go to conferences that speak on behalf of legislation that concerns you, right? One of the things that they created, we call, which is the Commanders Action Network. You see right here, this number right here, it's this number says 11,415 action taken. That means 11,415 people already sent this to their county council, their state representative or their senator, right? If it's an HR bill, it goes to the representatives. If it's an S bill, it goes to the Senate. We need 8,585 more people to send this out, meaning they're sending it out through the states for those representatives who represent you in Congress to co-sign this bill. So the only thing you do when you get it is they've already done all the hard work for you. If you have an organization out there and you advocating for Black people, this is why I'm going to the conference this weekend, not to follow anybody, but if I'm ever asked my opinion, I won't put that in. I'll put the business address. If I'm ever asked my opinion, I can share how you can make things happen and get things done when you're forming organizations. This, when I hit submit, it's gonna go to Senator. See, it's telling you right here. It's gonna go to Senator Lindsey Graham. It's gonna go to Senator Tim Scott. It's gonna go to Representative Joe Wilson. The letter is already drafted. Black people who have organizations, if you want to start making some impact, you have to create a system that does this for you. This helps your members, your people cut to the chase of trying to get something there when all you have to do is put a system together, get the letter written up for them, already formality form, and the only thing they have to do is when they opt in to the program, I'm only reason I had to put my name in because I went straight to the website and I'm not on my email.
Interjection. And I hope come after November that Senator Lindsey Graham be gone and I see Harrison name in that next slot.
Yes.
You come through. You better come through, because right now he's challenging Graham almost head to head.
Yes.
And Graham is nervous, and he's an
Yes.
old staunch Republican that had held that Republican Senate seat for I don't know when in the state of South Carolina. He's like he's been there since I was in basic training there.
Yes.
That joker old and dusty. He kind of like how Mitch McConnell is in Kentucky.
Yes.
He
And
needs
he
to
don't
go.
think he could be touched. And the senator, the challenger, Harrison is running neck and neck, and
Neck
he
to neck.
he got a track record. I'm gonna pull him up in a minute. Let me hit the submit real quick.
Him and that's why I say him and Jermaine. Man, look. See, Jermaine coming up in the house again. That's why I'm sure they networking, but see, that's why I keep saying, man, your network determines your net worth. And net worth ain't always just monetary. It's about what? The lanes you can travel on, people having your back, being able to kind of slingshot you up the ranks and speak for you, right? Man, look, let me be quiet. Keep going.
See how it automatically submit these letters. You check, it automatically sent them to them. Now I'm gonna get an email back from them saying, thank you for supporting this bill. We look forward to hearing from you, right? Now, once we've sent this, anybody in the US can hit this Commanders Action Network link and opt in to get this information here so that you could that you could support the vets or whatnot. And so it shows you the goal. It shows you how many people need to sign on in order for it to actually get there. So when you ask about, policies and legislations going forward, this is a perfect example on how this works, right? And I think what our folks don't do well is create the system that makes it easy for our people to support. You don't have to be always show up in a place for people to understand what you're trying to do. But when you create your websites, you create your chapters across the US, then those people are able to better follow you when you create these kind of systems. And we have people who are IT majors that knows how to create these programs to make this easier for us. And it helps out a lot. Let me see, Lindsey Graham. He's sitting over there. Let me see, what's his opponent? Let me put in opponent versus what's Harris what's his first name again? Listen, I already know when I go to the there you go. when I go Jamie Harrison. Yeah. When I go to the poll.
That's what I said earlier, Jamie and who? Jermaine. That's why I said they need the link.
Yes, and he knows his stuff. He got a track record, man. He's been doing great things. He didn't he graduate from it's one of the elite universities out there. He looking scared. Hey, he been laying low too.
Yeah, he hiding out in Washington.
Yeah. He's man, I say, woo, Harrison ain't playing no games. He's a he got a good character, he got a good record behind him. And boy,
the dog fight now is that they're saying, Lindsey Graham's putting the play one of the players out of Trump's playbook, right? When in doubt, go after they what? Right? They paperwork, right? So what's Lindsey Graham attacking point right now? He's going after Harrison's what? Taxes.
Oh, yeah, right here. He said, I want to see it right here.
Hypocrite.
I want to see someone release a tax returns.
Hypocrite. He want to see how this man make his money. But the president of the United States
basically he want to say, how do you get to run against me? Where you get your money from?
Right, boy. With South Carolina, boy. How you get, but the same again, hypocrite. That's why I say, man, people follow these charlatans, right? In my chief ex voice, these charlatans. Charlatans.
Yeah, he should.
And Trump ain't released his tax return yet. Then dang near 4 years, and he hiding what? His little dusty little taxes. A sitting president, a part of his get along game, and he going after asking about another man tax and won't.
He only needs about 1%.
Yeah. I told this the net, it's gonna be on. Guess what y'all gonna have to do down South Carolina? Tip that scale.
Galvanize. Hey, they galvanize and they got a oh man. Okay, so we do well right now. They had this this little thing going on in reference to give people hope. I'm gonna tell you what they do in the Carolinas, right? What they've done is, they moved the goalposts in reference to the lines and stuff like that. But they when you get to it, what they do is if you have not, they doing some of that voter suppression stuff. If you have not
Now, real quick, I don't mean to cut your wisdom.
Go ahead.
Now, I just want to add this little point here, right? Because this is funny because right now, this is when I say this is why people get caught up in politics, because they're emotional, right? They don't know how to separate themselves, from the experience and not get too overly consumed in it, whether you for any party.
Right.
But everybody knows who is at least above the age of 35, 37, up in their 40s, know that voter suppression is a play out of whose playbook, Republican or Democrat.
I didn't.
Y'all know that's
Republican all day.
Y'all know that's a play out of the Republican playbook. They're known for voter suppression. They're known for stopping people being at the polls at certain nights. They're known for ballot harvest.
ID card.
This is their playbook.
Yep. If you register for vote and you move that address don't match what they got on file, you're in trouble. And I'm gonna tell you,
this is their playbook. Think about what happened at Georgia. That's why it's funny to me to hear Trump go on, tirade about, all this. All of a sudden now it's illegal. I'm sitting there laughing behind like, bruh, like, are you serious?
Hey, but African Napori, do you remember when and I gotta show the how to do fraction of share. So Lakeisha in the chat. But do you remember when I think his last name was Green? He ran for Republican seat and he wasn't even trying to win, but he ran and people voted for him. And they didn't think he could beat him. But they took the election from him. Because he had no clue, but he did it. He ran, they put him on the ballot, and when he won, people was like, wait, what?
But I mean, I always tell people, if I ever go waste my gas to go vote, right, I'm penciling my name in. But see, you know what? Let me show you how I fish with it, right? See, I got this right here. Right, I got this right here, right?
Oh, wait, let me start sharing.
See, I'm gonna just pull up to the screen. It's late. I'm just gonna put it up here on my
You can't see it.
I got it right here.
You can't see it.
See right there?
Yeah, it's camouflage.
You got your background is.
Got the green screen.
Oh yeah, I forgot my green screen. Hold up here.
Oh, we can see you, but we can't see that.
Oh, because it's white. That's probably
You
why.
got the green screen.
Oh.
Let me do this right here. Right? Yeah, I'm up here grinding with y'all on this late night. Y'all got me up. I'm sitting there studying, doing both. I'm looking at this market and getting it in with y'all. Now, see this right here. Let me do this right here. Okay, here we go. Sorry about that, guys. Forgive me. Come on. Oh, here we go. I forgot how I did it last time. Okay, here we go. Sorry about that. Here we go.
You got something in your hand.
Let me cut this. All right. Okay. Sorry. Right.
What's your address? Election mail, official election mail.
This is what he's scared of. This what?
Mail-in ballot.
He's scared of this mail-in ballot, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now I register as an independent.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, what that means is what?
You can go wherever you want. Yeah, but
I'm
so
here for tangibles.
you didn't matter if you do the primary or not. So you could take the ballot and do what you want, because if you voted a certain way, they're gonna give you that ballot when you get there. And certain laws or certain policies, as people are calling them, may not be on that ticket. And people found that out in the or whenever their last primaries was, that they didn't have access because they did it to Jermaine. He was on certain tickets and he was on certain, people were calling into the election commission saying, hey, we don't see Dr. Johnson on the ballot.
Why is that?
Yeah, because they was trying to get
voter who? Suppression. That is a Republican playbook.
And they went and you know, so many people started calling in. He was winning anyway. The guy is he's a little old, so now as a representative, I have to give him his props. He's helped the community a lot, you know, but he's getting older. He was coming out of the seat. Jermaine beat him by far, but even without having being on some of the ballots, he beat him by far.
So you know as well as I know, because you served obviously longer than I did, but I still serve. So you know, we are the most instrumental sect of society when it comes to the mail-in voter. Yes. I mean, the mail-in ballot is always going to be who? APO.
Yeah.
Soldiers who are deployed.
Yep.
Right? Because you are always in other states that's not your home or residency state, and if you voting in that, you know, under your, you know, your license for that being your home resident, you have to mail in vote. So if the majority of people that do that are military, so you're going to try to tell me that the military people are obviously what?
Yeah, won't they
won't be able to vote. Stop the dirt of the election, the mail-in ballot, when that's who majority do the most of the mail-in ballots on this entire country. Yeah. I'm not making this stuff up.
Yeah, because I was in Germany 4 years, and then of course when I read 6 years, I was overseas and I had to mail in.
Mail-in vote. That's who do most of the mail-in voting in this country. So now all of a sudden it's a problem because guess what? It's a pandemic and people don't want to stand in line, risk getting this dusty COVID. All right. They don't want to take this rush vaccine that you're trying to push out with all this.
I'm gonna bring some sea moss with me to the polls. I'm passing out your sea moss for the African Emporium.
You're gonna be in line with a mask on, some sea moss, and
my gloves. And my gloves. Look, wait, let me show this real quick, Brother African Emporium, before she killed me in the chat.
It's late. It's about 1 o'clock.
Let me show it real quick. So Lakeisha, so what I mean by fractional shares, so you talked about Amazon, so I'll just show you how it works. So you have the opportunity, you can use dollars or you can use shares. And if you don't have a whole, $3,000+ to buy a share or some more, you could do dollars. You can click dollars on your Robinhood, and I'll just do this for practice purposes to show you. You could put in $10 if that's all you have. I think I got a little buying power up in here somewhere. And then when you hit the review button, right, it's letting you know that you're gonna get, you doing a little it's gonna do market prices. It's not gonna go through anyways. That you putting $10 on that Amazon stock, right? And you hit the buy. Oh, I'm not signing into my account. Well, anyway, that's how it works. So that's what I mean when you say I want to do Amazon, but I don't have the money. Well, you could do invest. If you on Stash, I know you could do recurring investments into this particular equity account until you get to where you want to be. So that's how I got to some of my stocks that were maybe a high dollar amount that I didn't want to pay at the time. I did $5 and $10 until I actually start earning a share, until I got confident enough to actually buy whole shares. So you could now, what I would suggest you do is you may want to start jumping on the panels on Wednesday so you can ask questions, because one of the things our nice master teachers teach us on here, African Emporium, Brandon, Chris, Andre, Thunder for that matter, and Marquise and all the folks that help us out, is to learn how to do your technical analysis and your functional analysis. And so, yeah, you need to jump on, and so you'll be able to ask the questions to the brothers and or the sisters, because Sister Camille out there, Angel, and a few other sisters, they will be able to walk you through some things while we on these shows and we spending all these hours. Really, that's our intent, to support and help others who would really want to learn. So we spent 6 hours. We've been on here since 7 hours almost, and we could have been helping you learn. I wish you would have said something earlier. We could have got you on the panel, and we could walk you through how to do some simpler due diligence or some research on how to go about analyzing your stock, because we just don't tell folks to take your money and just throw it into something because we said we want to show you how to kind of get into some of the understanding of what these different indicators are and how it works and what is it to these different prices on the side, what's going on, how does it function, so to speak. You'll hear Thunder talk about the RSI a lot because that's his baby. Brandon, like the Bulge Band, that's one he talks about a lot. Bird African Emporium taught, I didn't even put that one up today. You'll see his charts when he bring up the linear regression chart. This is what I always attribute. Oh, I done screwed up. Oh, I have to sign in. That's why it's not showing. But anyways, that blue and that red shadow looking deal that shows up. And so somebody asked about stockpiles. Anybody got some information on stockpile?
As far as what in particular?
You said, what are your thoughts about stockpile?
It's like a same way, kind of like how
or brokerage.
Yeah, Acorn, all that kind of stuff like that. You know.
Oh, okay.
Same way. Again, a lot of this stuff is like M1. Well, somewhat to a degree because you get the ability to invest, in fractional shares, things of that nature. Again, loose chain value investing, which is all relevant for, again, a lot of the stuff that we do on average, because again, if you're spending money through debit, credit, whatever, again, those pennies on the dollar aspect in terms of the change can get rolled into, an investment, right? It's kind of like, again, paying your tax forward, so to speak, to go to work for you, as opposed to, collecting in your pocket, whatever, right? And especially people don't want to hold real cash right now anyway, or change. But yeah, so I don't have the app myself personally over Daryl, but that's basically, the kind of gist of, or the model value of what it entails. So I would say, again, if you're new to investing, like anything, of course, everything that you're going to learn through the markets are going to be universal to who? You, right? Meaning you have to find what works for you, right? Your niche, your value, in terms of how you value and see the market. And then, again, take a little bit from everybody from that point on and apply it wherever it may fit, within your regimen. So, like Sister Lakeisha was asking about fractured shares, right? Obviously, Robinhood offers it. Definitely Stash offers it, and there's a few others out there offer it as well now. And then I think at some point you're going to start seeing the more bigger institutions offer it too. It hurts them a little bit, like a TD Ameritrade, E-Trade, whatever. But they want to be able to compete with the mobile app brokers that they came out of nowhere overnight and shook up the game. Like a Robinhood, weBull, they are actually threatened by them. That's what actually helped move them out of these commission bracket, mandates to go to what? Commission free now. And I was telling somebody, I remember, I was a part of a petition to remove commission. At the point, I just got tired. These people just gouging you, right? They already got you on the PDT rule, right? So the PDT rule was enacted under George Bush, the second one. Like, why would he do that, right? It's this whole ideal about, them protecting investors by keeping you from over trading. Like, this is my money, right? I'm more capable and confident to be able to handle my own money. I don't need you putting a stop loss on me being able to trade. Well, they were doing that for a reason. Protect who? The market, the accredited brokers, right? People like that. They keep you out of the market. You can't trade. You can't day trade. If you don't have 25,000, then you can only play in the market three times. 3 strikes and you out. They literally use the baseball theory in terms of how they did the traders. 3 strikes and you out of there. That means you can't day trade no more for the rest of the week. So if you get in a bad trade, you got to what? Sit in it and hold it to the next day and suffer the loss. If they do an offering or anything of that nature, if you in it, they do that, you can't get out. If you do decide to get out and sell it, then you get a PDT what?
Yep.
Slob it against you. That means you can't day trade basically until you put $25,000 in your account.
Yep.
So they were trying to hurt the retail trader. Couldn't make this stuff up. When I say everything, man, look, man. Man, look.
Here you go, Brandon. You want? I'm sorry, I don't know when you said to pull this up, but I'm just not seeing it in the chat.
That's all right. I mean, you guys are going in. I'm in the cut, just listening.
UL, that's
What's going on, Over Marquise? Over Marquise in the building. I know it's late. We've been going in.
What's good, fam?
I ain't seen Marquise in so
You got a
long.
dream team on now. Look at I say dream team. You know,
Got the dream
marketing
team.
client. We marketing client. What's going on, Over Marquise? It's been a minute.
Everything good, fam. Everything good, man. Just tunnel vision, man. Or just Iba Camille came through and gave me the what is it, a red pill?
Yeah.
Man, so I just been tunnel vision, really just trying to
love
understand the manipulation, and by way of market makers and institutional order flow and commercials, that type of stuff, man. I don't have time. I'm in a whole nother world right now, and I'm having a blast,
I love it. I love it. That's what I be talking about. That's what this channel is for. This what this level of information is for. All right. We're in the business of trying to what? Edify, add on or however you want to describe it. But that's what I'm voting for. I'm voting for Over Marquise. Right? See, again, people think I'm being funny when I say that. I'm voting for Over Brandon. I'm voting for Eva Monica. These are the people I'm voting for. Again, I just don't understand how we can talk ourselves out of opportunity to get caught up in direct temptation trying to fight somebody else's battle. When it's already, the card's already stacked by default to a degree. So I'm like, okay, well, how do we get around it? Again, I don't want to go back into that, but I'm just saying we have to be able to, go out there and find our own meal, so to speak, if that makes sense, right? We're trying to find our own meal, right? That Forex market gives you that what? That somewhat of an even playing field to do that. The equity markets give you some of a what? Playing field to be able to do that. I mean, look at what's the name today. Again, that stock at. Oh, I'm sorry. Can I share my screen real quick, Simone? Really quick. Hold up, sorry. Dang it. I think you gotta change it, Simone. Yeah, it's not allowing me to share. You disabled it. Can you hear me, Sister Mo?
Yeah, give it 1 second.
Yeah, I think she back now.
Right now.
Oh, I got it. Sorry. So let me see here. Where is excuse me. So let me do this here. All right. So yeah. So well, again, in this case, again, just Snowflake. Just looking at Snowflake. Again, just crazy, right? We talked about it somewhat earlier today. Early on in the broadcast, whatever. But I mean, just the amount of money in this little 1 day of trading alone is ridiculous. This level of money that was made in this 1 day alone is more than some countries around the world entire GDP worth in 1 day. And one company was able to produce that. Let that marinate for a moment. Warren Buffett tonight made off over $800 million on this trade right here. 800 million in 1 day. This kind of stuff. And again, I'm always saying, how much of this are you getting? It don't have to be this stock, whatever, but the opportunity, within it, understanding how to use it right? Number one, how to use it to benefit you, right? Fraud was the other one again. That was the other IPO today. You know, this stuff is just crazy. Oh, that's not the one. It's not up yet in terms of yeah, they don't have it up yet on the on Traderview yet. But that was the other IPO, fraud, whatever. Right. So, you know, again, we're always looking for, you know, for the opportunities that are afforded to us. Again, based on, you know, a very simple reality. You know, where are people parking their, you know, where are people parking their money right now during the coronavirus? Are they parking it in a bank? Are they parking it, you know, under a mattress? Number one, you got to be able to generate something, because if you ain't working, how you generate income? So I said, what you're able to control, what you're able to what? Generate, and what you're able to what? Produce, right? Somewhat synonymous to a degree, right? Production hours are more saturated to the ideal of what you can what? Manufacture. Generating is what your money does for you when it's working for you. Property, equity, assets. It's a constant revolving door of bringing in what? More money, right? So, you know, again, that's within your wheelhouse of something that you can, you know, adequately control in your life, given the opportunity and the wherewithal and the focus and the interest to do so. Then this is your this is your election right here. The S&P 5, the S&P, right? Tesla, right? This is your election right here, right? Stuff like this here, right? Kodak, you know, all that kind of stuff we were looking at earlier. Because see, this, having the ability, you know, the ability to, you know, translate this, right? These policies, y'all see where I'm going with this. Being able to take these policies here, right? And make something happen with them, right? See, that's what it's all about. And guess what? None of these policies right here do what? They don't discriminate against you. They don't care about your race, color, creed, sex, gender, orientation, criminal history, baby mothers, bad credit, good credit, Dr. Claude Anderson style, midget, humpback, smurf. They don't care about none of that. It's not going to judge you on none of that. It's just going to judge you on how much you what? You research the policy, the opportunity to stop. And you walk away with a tangible benefit, literally, in minutes. These are 1 minute counters. 1 minute, that's all that right there is money in that 1 minute counter right here. That's a lot of money made right now in this 1 minute counter alone, you know, out the gate. Or this is 5 minute counter, excuse me. Where the stock went from $9.15, you know, up here at a high around about 10.70. That's 5 minute worth of trading. That means that's over what? 9.70, right? 9.15, 9.70, 10.70 a dollar. Trade. Like we were breaking out earlier in terms of the notional value, what that would be, given the opportunity to position yourself in an opportunity like this with what, $500, right? Or whatever you have in terms of what you can, you know, start with in terms of your investment value. But again, we use the fees we were talking about earlier with $1,000, right? $1,000 on a what? $9 stock, $10 stock gives you what? It's pretty kind of straightforward there, right? So, you know, for me, it like I said, you know, it's, you know, that's 100 shares. So 100 shares and a dollar what? $1.80 times 100 shares. That's life, right? That's some power. So again, all these are just what? Instruments, vehicles, financial vehicles. and it's void of, again, any of the other stuff out there that consumes a lot of other people's attention, and they can't seem to understand, you know, or at least in their mind, not yet conceptually wise, why they should focus their attention more so about what they again can control, generate, or produce. Going back to those 3 pillars for a reason, because that's the mind of a serial entrepreneur. That's all a serial entrepreneur think about: what they can control, what they can generate, and what they can produce. Best practices, good work habits, good study habits, less distracted. I repeat, less distracted. They don't have time to waste. When money is what can be made, goals can be reached, resources can be allocated. You know, again, when it comes to this lane, and you're not just, restricted to one aspect in terms of the value of investment. Again, you got Forex, crypto, you got options, binary options, all this stuff, equities, mutual fund, ETF. I mean, there's so many different ways you can, again, fractional share buys. You can invest just to get reap a dividend, quarterly dividends off these stocks that got big payouts, when they drop their dividends. And that could be your only moment in the market. I need to be in on this what? On the lock-in day. Okay, I'm in. 21 days out, 14, 17 days out, I'm in. Stock don't do nothing crazy. Obviously it's the one that, and they pay out a big dividend. 8, 9%, 10%, 7%. That's a lot of money. If you got a good bag in it, you come in with 10 grand. Okay, I'm just want to get the 7% yield. Right? Couldn't make this stuff up. So the reality is that, again, I'm more of the mindset that, as of now, from what we've been going through thus far, and trying to always submit ourselves in more ways than we possibly, have ever. I mean, we tried everything. And you're still getting a lot of pushback, kickback, slapback, whatever, because of, the color of your skin more so than the content value of what they really say they want to be judged by. We know that's a pipe dream. Right? It's not going to happen. That's why we're close to a civil war in this country right now. And weBull is sitting in the White House right now. He gaslighting. Obviously, he gaslighting. You ain't gonna tell me not. If you are, you lying. Right? You still political naive, or you just playing this game in your head. You are living in la la land. So again, I'm not going to get caught up in that when I say, you know what? Let me funnel, some people who are hungry for growth and opportunity into, again, these investment vehicles to backstop their situation. Okay, yeah, the stimulus checks would be nice, but we ain't waiting on no stimulus check over here. We're gonna make our own stimulus check. What do we mean, make your own stimulus check? Well, we're gonna use these assets, right? We're gonna use these assets. The same thing they're doing while you sitting there, where them Trump checks at? Right? Where them Trump checks at? Where them Trump checks? We like, okay, I'll make my own Trump check. And I get a chance to do it 5 days out of the week. Literally 24/7, because you can trade futures market. And if you really, about that life, you get over there on the Forex side of the house, you really go ham. Right? So again, hey, how distracted are you? What do you really value in terms of, again, you want to be, in control somewhat of your own, destiny to a degree, right? To a degree, all right? We're still under the system analysis. We get it. I understand that. I'm not naive to that, but I do understand that if you're going to claim to be, the king of your, or the queen, or whatever that you use for business, or over of your own castle, then it starts with you understanding that you have to do, like I'm always saying, a mentality shift. You got to change it. You got to get your game right, right? You got to change your mind, get your mind right, as they say. I'm not gonna waste my time if I can't get a good return on my investment, return on my time, return on my equity, right? Return on my investment, all of that. Return on my peers, right? ROP, right? That's a new one. Return on my peers. Let that marinate for a moment, because we're only as strong as our what?
Our team.
Right. The link next beside you, the chain link next beside you, because a chain is linear, right? It goes in what, up or down, or straight line, horizontal, vertical. It's linear though. It's only as strong as the next link beside it. That's holding it down, playing its part. And soon as one of them get a niche in it or get messed up, then that compromises everything. So again, I'm saying that to say, using it in a parable sense, right? Right? That we're trying to provide people with, again, it's just another lane, another avenue that you can traverse through, that puts you in the driver's seat and not feeling like you were subjected to give up your manhood, your womanhood, all this, that, and the third, just to be able to kind of get some off of so-called the system table. Or in Malcolm's voice, right? Master's table, right?
No permission.
Exactly. Right. This is straight to what they call straight to market, direct market. This is direct market here. There's no middleman value in this. It's you, knowledge, some capital, Wi-Fi signal, broadband connection, Ethernet cable, whatever, and a cell phone, laptop, computer, desktop, whatever you use. That's it. I repeat, that is it. That's your business plan.
Boom.
You're not gonna. And then when people say, well, what's the cap value? What you mean, what's the cap? This ain't no per hour.
Nope.
This ain't no clock. Well, you can say clock, meaning the market reach over from 9:30 to 4:30, but then you still got after hours, then you got future market too. But basically, there's no cap. So you can write whatever paycheck you want based upon your level of what?
Yep.
Knowledge and intent. How secure are you in terms of your what? Your practices. If you got the money to put up,
yep,
then you can haul what you want from it. The same way Warren Buffett made over near $1 billion today in the IPO. Contradicted his own self. Actually was a hypocrite. Say he never invested in IPOs, right? Without a company being able to replicate it. He went in, he changed the rules. Here it is again. I guess he's getting up in age. And I was like, man, I better try something new. I better reinvent myself. That was on his part of the rules. He invested in the IPO. There was some pressure on me to do it. Obviously, a lot of people in this camp were like, no, you need to do this for him. Right? This one here is a sure thing. Everybody knew that Snowflake IPO was going to be a sure thing. Everybody knew it. And I'm saying that because, again, they put all, like anything, once white people get behind something, what happens? When they really get behind, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm listening.
I'm going to ask y'all, when white people really get behind something, what do they do?
Nope, made it happen.
They spare no expense. They bankroll, look at that bankroll a piece of tissue with a candy bar inside of it. They feel like it was worth something. Right? So that's the mentality, because they what? They're interested. Right? They're hungry. Well, a lot of it greed, but you get my point. When they had their mind set on something, they go hard. We get that way to a degree, but we have to be pushed a whole lot. And that's what's sad about us, right? We got to be pushed. I get it. I understand why it's like that. Historically, I get it. But for the most part, if someone's walking you into an opportunity and you're trying to find everything, in your sphere to figure out what's wrong with it or why you shouldn't, then what does that say?
Yeah, you got an issue.
Right? You have, it's kind of like Y'all seen that movie Talladega Nights?
No.
With Will Ferrell, Ricky Bobby,
And shake and bake.
Shake and Bake, right? Y'all see? Anybody else seen that movie in the back chat? Yeah, it was it's a class, I guess. It's crazy, right? Super crazy. Most of our people, like when you watch movies, you kind of identify with certain characters in the movie, right? Especially one of the movies you like a lot. Black people is like Ricky Bobby Daddy. What's synonymous about Ricky Bobby Daddy? You seen the movie, then you over Brandon?
Yeah.
His daddy was always what?
Not around.
And messing up what? A good moment.
Everything. Yeah.
No matter how, he just couldn't stand the fact that people can get along and make it. He was always trying to find basically what? An excuse to mess up what? The ebb and flow of a good opportunity and a good thing.
Nope.
Right? It's just a part of his mentality to kind of always see that as a way where I got to break up this cohesiveness. I have to challenge everything, right? So again, my thing is that I don't want to waste my time trying to, again, get in a quagmire squabble between something that ain't no really yield none of us a return on our time or or an investment value. It's just not worth it. I care too much about our people being in a position where we ain't got time to worry about that no more at this point. Not at this hour in our life. It's just not worth it. And I get it, everybody ain't gonna get it. I understand that, in terms of, really seeing value or finding value in opportunities, again, like this or whatever. But whatever you're doing, if your focus is intact and your interest level is there, then you're gonna do the work. You're gonna do the work to take to that next level if you're serious. So we're just trying to break up all these little pontificating crowds. We're trying to steal one or two. Every time we steal another two, get an extra little view or two, we get excited.
Yep.
Yeah, we got 24 people watching. Like, oh, we doing it tonight. We rolling.
Yeah, we killing it.
Killing the game, bro. Because guess what? The same way Over Garfield breaks down the idea of the 100-man woman and man team, and how powerful that would be if we were able to establish everybody, in that group to get at least $150,000 worth of what? Working revolving credit.
Yep, line of credit.
What you can do with that. Now, here's what's interesting about that thesis. Because you've been saying that for quite some years now, right? What did that family do down there in Georgia? What did the 12 families do down there in Georgia?
Got their money together.
They got their money together and did what? They did what everything that your favorite rapper been talking about, your favorite athlete been talking about. They did that, and they what? They're a bunch of what? Nobodies.
Yep.
Now, what's your celebrity excuse? What's your rapper excuse? What's your little so-called group's excuse? And then these people came out of nowhere.
And I bet
how many acres?
I think it's
97 acres.
Yeah, that's so. And you know what? And I bet what now, is in the spotlight, they're gonna get all kinds of investors, and that should be opportunity zone money. To build up their city.
Wait to get in there and work with them.
Oh yeah. They probably already in contact them.
Of course. Y'all saw on that land, there was already some trees pushed back. Somebody been in there clearing that brush.
Yeah. Yeah. That's if it's that's in a rural area, they could get funding from a USDA easy.
Yeah, Middle Georgia. Y'all know Middle Georgia ain't number airing opportunity. Some of y'all know been in the state of Georgia. Again, I went to school in Georgia. I got out the military in the state of Georgia.
Yep.
I went to college in Georgia, what I'm saying. I'm from Florida, but I went to college in Georgia Southern. But if y'all know anywhere in central Georgia, y'all know ain't number what? Airing opportunity. Trees here. Just like South Carolina, like some parts of South Carolina, ain't number what? Pine trees.
They could get USDA money and HUD money.
Yeah. A lot of programs set aside for that. Farm initiatives, they can take advantage of all that. All they can say, yeah, we're gonna lay a plot out here too for farming. What grants y'all got for that, right? They have unlimited potential in that. And they did that from what?
Yep.
From
For
being what?
for generation.
And they did it from being serious.
Oh, yeah, and discipline.
And discipline. 12 unknown families did what rappers, athletes, everybody out there saying they trying to do something, they did it on the hush hush. And it only became natural because what news got behind it.
Yep. And I like the way how they had the kids out there with them.
Everybody, generational wealth, creating the energy. So when them kids see it, they're going through the experience. What do you think they're gonna do to them kids' life?
Yep.
Change it forever.
Yep.
So when you talk about, now here's what's interesting. Do you think that's what them 12 families were worried about, a vote?
Nope.
Whether or not it was gonna make the opportunity any better or less, important?
Well, she said it. They said it. They said the reason they came together was because they wanted to control their own. Yep.
Come on through. Come on with it. Man, you sound like coaching out of you now. That's like coaching.
Yeah, she said it. In the interview, we do not have to. So we don't have to rely on external. That they can benefit from it, but it will benefit their people in their area. They won't have to worry about who's doing something for Black people because they will be doing it for themselves.
For themselves, they ain't got to worry about
it in the interview.
They ain't got to worry about all this stuff like that. That's again redlining, but not neglect all the.
Yeah.
See, that's what I'm talking about. So you ain't look at him.
Yep.
See, those are people who are what? Serious. Those people are serious. They did a little something strange for a little piece of change and caught 97 acres.
Yep.
And they're gonna make money just by clearing the land. All that lumber.
Oh yeah.
Georgia loaded their pine trees. They're gonna make money on the lumber and it's you got Georgia Pacific Division down there too, that wood folk.
Oh
man,
yeah.
Look.
Yep.
So I'm just saying, guys. So again,
I've seen I don't know if you've ever been when the last time you've been to the Carolinas, but right outside of let me see if I can pull it up. No. Well, right outside of Aiken.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, let me see. I might be able to pull it up.
I know about old Aiken.
Yeah, right outside of Aiken, Augusta area.
Yep.
They let me see if I can pull it up. It's an independent living in, let me say Augusta. I want to say it's Augusta. It could be Aiken though. It could be because it's so close. But anyway, I think this might be it right here. All-inclusive living community. I think this might be it right here. They took some land. Yep, that's it. And they have all the homes. They have the fitness center. They have the little senior center. Is this the one? They have a grocery store. They got a bank. Wait a minute, this ain't the one. Hold on, let me back up. They got the bank. They got the fire department. They have when you ride into it, it's a little community. It sets off. It might be right there. It sets right off the highway. They have everything they need on that land, and they have all of their houses.
It's not showing us long.
Oh, it's not? Oh, I'm talking to myself.
I do that from time to time. I do it from time to time. I do that from time to time too.
Let me go back. Hold on, let me share. What do the
time? Time to time too. Going in like, man, you screen like that, dog. All that good information.
Yeah. And so when I seen that family, I said, oh, that's what they about to do. Let me see if I can bring it up. It is, let me see if this is it right here. They have everything you need. When you pull up into the community, you have the seniors center to the right, and then you drive. They have a whole, they have a drive. This might not be it. Man, I should have kept the name of that facility. When you drive in, I think the other one was a better view. They got the fire department. They got you could see the pathway. I had recorded it. It was me and like 2 other people or 3 other people together. And we was like, what in the world? I mean, they had their houses, they had fitness in their grocery stores, they had banks, all of that on that one little compound. They didn't have to go nowhere to get nothing. Everything was on that compound. Oh man, I can't. I'm keep trying to come up with the name of
All
it.
inclusive resource at the most,
Yes, all inclusive. Yep. Yep. And that's what they built. Let's see, they said 14 of them. Let me see if I can find the one I'm looking for. When I drove through, I mean, and they got like little roadways. It's so cool. When you drive through it, you driving through a little town. And all they did was take a whole bunch of land and created their space. Let's see if I can find it. Oh man, I just knew I was gonna be able to get across this easy. And I can't remember the location, but let me look on this one.
You might have did through your history archive one day and pull it back.
Yeah. And they created their houses like the French Quarters.
Nice.
That was so intriguing to us when we seen it off the highway, and when we drove through. So like this was the facility. When you drive through it, you had place for the senior citizens. They had the ambulance out there. They had their, fire truck. It was so cool. I was like, oh snap! They done took this to a whole nother level. And that's what I thought about when I seen the 19 families. I thought about that housing development area.
Mm-hmm. It's duplicated. Mm-hmm. They literally set the bar for the entire Black nation to say, what's your excuse now? They upped the ante, did they not? By doing that? Because y'all those ones I know, how many of these rappers and celebrities and conscious speakers and everybody else been talking all that by the block stuff and all that stuff. You've been talking that stuff for the past 4, 5, 6 years. Let's be honest.
Yep.
Umar been trying to get a school for how long?
Yep.
Jay Moore's been talking about, starting this Tulsa real estate thing for how long?
Yep.
To buy what? Real estate? And these people did it with what? None of that stuff.
Nope. Got their families together.
97 acres.
I mean, think about it. When you get a home.
Let's don't say it against them. Of course, everybody got their lane, but y'all know what I'm saying. And sometimes, at some point, you got to be about what? Demonstration and not what?
Yeah, conversation.
Conversation. Let's just be honest. Let's call it, again, we grown folks. We ain't got to sit here and play this game. That's why I say, I'm not finna get in those circular conversation with my people anymore if we ain't finna edify each other or edify a moment where we can benefit from it. Because one thing I've realized about that, right? Number one, it's a waste of energy, right? It's a waste of time, and you both walk away with nothing accomplished. It makes no sense. I'm not going to do that with my people because you've had your time wasted enough, have you not? In life, in general, the system, whatever the case. So again, you have to start realizing that your time is valuable. It has to stand for something. So, I don't know.
I agree. One of these darn places. I'm gonna find this thing. Let's see what this is. I have to figure out. It was so cool. But yeah, I was so impressed with. Oh man. I think this is it right here.
Eminent domain is very big in California. Sister Lakeisha. Man, with them wildfires, man, they beat the brakes off what they were trying to the power company PGE. Well, these latest rounds of fires is not their fault, but a lot of the other fires back then were a lot of their fault. They're trying to hit on the eminent domain laws to make them just be responsible for the wildfires. That became a big thing right now because again, if you're insolvent and you can't, obviously under liability to be able to kind of afford, that level of a price punishment, whatever you want to call it, then they take your property, they take your stuff. But they do that all the time anyway. The same way they do like a guaranteed trust on a real estate takeover, you don't pay the tax, whatever. it's kind of the same thing, right? And some of it to a degree, right? Based on certain laws, if they trying to do some real big development for the greater the greater good of the city or the state, they can just depot your what?
Yep.
Depot your stuff under
They rezone it. They rezone it.
On the eminent domain, just be like, man, hold up, man.
Then you can't have residential living there.
Right. So y'all know how this stuff go, right? You know how America is. Again, y'all know what it is, right? I mean, you just, again, you own a property in America, you know what it is, a glorified what? Glorified rent. Right. The best thing you get off of it is to make some money, because again, at any point they can come in what? Snatch your money you if it really came down to it. They'll bid you out, some kind of way, zone you out, through some ordinance or whatever, and then you be forced to what?
Yeah, move.
Roll out.
You gotta move.
I mean, this stuff is crazy. It's crazy. But yeah, so yeah,
Oh, I found it. There it is. Now let me see. Let me share it. It's called the Benton House of Augusta. Yeah, I'm trying to find y'all. And let's see.
Yeah, man, lumber companies do really well. Especially again, when you think about, man, anytime again, any kind of home builders expansion, whatever. Again, hurricanes, things of that nature. Again, we can go down the list. Some of those companies do really, really well. I think Brandon was talking about one of them the other night. Liquid laminator's, right? Again, I think what ticker symbol? That's the XL. What is the material? I think it's a material XL. Is it the XL? Goodness, XLB. The builders, XLB is XLB or XLP. One of those. It's ETF, Spider ETF that deals with materials and also builders and stuff too. So again, they all kind of fall underneath that umbrella, right? All right, because they're in that particular space. But yeah, they always have a place. Even right now, because of what most people are doing, a lot of refurbish, their homes, right? Putting them up for sale. Housing is a seller's market, buyer's market right now, speaking, right? So again, it's just really, really good for, just knowing that, how that stuff is interesting. It's interesting for us keeping up with the data.
Yeah, but it's XLB.
XLB, yep. I've seen the miles, yep, the builders. Yeah, Airbnb got IP. They coming up next. Sister Lakeisha, get ready. Get your money ready. Get your skills together early so you can be prepared. They coming up next. When I mean they getting ready to IPO next. Meaning not, they're coming up next to be, publicly traded, meaning into the markets at some point. Airbnb, we just got Snowflake. We still have who else we got next? We're talking about super IPOs that they call them. Airbnb, what's the other one? God dang it.
The one you just talked about, the
Palantir. Yep. Sorry. Thank you, Sister Mo. See teamwork. Right. So
I'm gonna say you guys. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
You guys been following Mark Moore? I think he owns. I mean, he's not owning, but he's somewhat affiliated with that IPO that's coming out.
Which one?
Yeah, the Peloton.
The Palantir.
Yeah, Palantir. Yeah, where they track your data and everything like that.
Yeah, you want to pull some up on it over? Going on a little bit, or just
no, I've been watching him on YouTube. I mean, he has a come up series, and I put in the back chat, and he's been talking about that. He's saying he's one of the crowd fund people. I mean, it's a certain group, but he's been preaching it. Yep.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Right.
Because you already know who are all going to be more interested in that. That's on the level of what? Defense. Like Department of Defense.
Yeah. Because they're tracking everybody's data from law enforcement, to like the government, the
Mhm.
military, everything.
So all your general contractors, all your GS level employees, all of your federal workers, all your military, all your EMS or first responder, police people in that nature, private tech, all the people gonna have an interest in that because of what? It's in their lane, number one, the industry lane, and number one, again, the value, even this pre-valuation, obviously in terms of the IPO, it's very what attractive as far as its lucrative aspect in terms of what the company can do because they have the what net spread it what all in the right lane and it's spread in the what that what they call that running faucet lane of that endless money. Them government contracts are what endless, are they not?
Hey, let me tell you.
How long Boeing been eating out the government?
Since they started.
How long Boaz Allen been eating out the government?
Since they started.
Right, Lockheed Martin.
Since they started.
See, we can go over there.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they follow the military around. And everywhere you go in a military town was not too far from the military base, in most cases. Boaz Hamilton.
Yep.
Right?
Lockheed
Martin.
Blowing up the road. Mm-hmm.
Easton. And these people are in the business of what? Selling what?
Those planes.
Be honest. They're in the business of selling war.
Yep, war. Yep. The same thing complained about the military generals.
Yeah. Look, you can make this stuff up. So Palantir is just another arm of that in a lot of ways, right? In terms of what they handle. But I'm saying because again, when I'm always saying follow the money, then that somewhat seems to be a what? No-brainer. They've already established the fact that they're getting the government contract. So that means they already got what? Continuity money on the what?
They already got capital.
Yeah, they got a backlog, so to speak.
Somebody need to go. Everybody better try to go do some subcontracting with them.
You see what I'm saying? And they now starting to beat out some of these what? These old Vanguard companies that used to rule that roof. Now you got people like Amazon coming into the space in defense, Microsoft coming into defense.
Yeah, because now they understand that money is gonna be there and it's gonna be reoccurring. They're gonna get it. It's just not contingent on a consumer. That money automatically come in. You provide that service. So it's funny that they're getting into the space, and a lot of them that money is being shifted into those areas for them because it's not being used up for its intent.
And they have an unlimited Department of Defense budget every year.
Yep.
Earmark every year.
We coming up.
Sure they get the best because y'all know the saying in the military. So I know some more know exactly what I'm saying. Military is the only industry where they overspend for everything.
Yep.
And they barely use it. They overspend and most times don't even use it. They're gonna get scrapped or get old or get obsolete, outdated, and they didn't waste their money. Of late, they've been trying to do better on the budget because again, they figured out, that last war kind of thing messed everybody up.
Yep. It's a lot of money spent out there.
A lot of money got lost. Trillions of dollars.
I used to carry a bunch of it around too. Cash, money, pallets of it.
Yeah.
It scarred me. That junk scarred me. I wouldn't even carry cash for a long time. All the money we used to give out.
Yeah.
I used to pay the Iraqi contractors.
Yep. Cold hard. They want to number that cold hard what?
Cash.
The American USD dollar, the greenbacks.
Yep. They wanted cash because they knew if you tried to go to the bank, they're gonna get blown up by the time they leave out the door.
They ain't playing no radio.
Zero.
Don't want their native currency. They want them USD dollar greenbacks.
Nope. They sure didn't want their own currency. Well, when we put Bin Laden out, he was in a hole with a whole bunch of cash money, US dollars.
All of them got American dollar stockpiled.
Yeah, like what you doing in the hole with the US dollar?
You know what they were doing with it because that's the only thing that gets you across what borders.
Yep.
Easily.
Yep.
Don't nobody want nobody else's currency. Again, we got our resident forex trader on now. Over Marquis, he learned, right? You know what to deal with that forex. So them pairs do all right, but they want that
face.
They want that greenback. You know, so I, you hear people say, man, money, man, American money, this and that, third. Yeah, I get it. But again, I understand. That's why, I try to go out my way to offer some more content of color to understanding the banking system, the monetary system in this country on a global level, because that's what's ruling us, right? We're under what?
Yeah.
The Roman canon aspect of the financial branch of that, historical rulership in this day and time. It's Rome 2.0. Right? So again, understanding the system that they put in place to backstop their empire, especially even now, so since we moved off the gold standard in 1971, it's all about what? Who can outprint each other? Japan did outprinted everybody. They're one of the smallest countries in our ally branch, and they done outprinted everybody. They've been at zero interest rate for like forever. They got no growth. They still print.
Yep.
It became a what? A disease.
Mm-hmm.
They priced their own self out of the market because they made everything that they got worth what? Nothing. Due to what? Inflation.
Oh man, inflation is horrible right now.
Yeah.
Fiat currency in history has went to zero.
Literally.
Throughout time.
Say it again, Brother Marquise.
The fiat currency throughout history has went to zero over time.
Right.
Every single one.
It has expiration date on it. Don't be fooled, guys. That's why a lot of people are now understanding how to be diverse in their portfolio value. So guess what you do? You get the fiat, you spread it across different what? Asset classes. You pick up you some physical, real money. Because what's real money? Gold or diamonds, right?
Commodity.
Corn, feed the cows, feed the hogs, lean hogs. We went over that other day, soybean.
Yes.
Coffee, all that stuff.
I almost traded the future market till you told me that they were going physical, they're going to bring it to my backyard.
Yeah. You get the future contract for those commodities, them things, they will show up at your house with that Q, like where you want this delivered, where you want these this feed the cow.
I said,
that's Leroy back there. He ain't gonna bite you.
I won't be doing no future.
Put it right next to that shit.
Right. So I'm up next to Leroy back there. He ain't gonna bite you. You gonna feed the cow back there, boo. I noticed something. He bought a cow. Yeah, I mess around the exercise contract and sent the cow to my house. I'll trade it on the stock exchange.
Someone asked a question, James. He said, you think they are debasing the currency to create trade deficit with other countries?
Well,
it's a part of it.
Go ahead, over. You got it. Go ahead, over.
Yeah, it's a part of it because at the end of the day, that gives you the benefit to export, your goods. So it's more of them trying to keep an equilibrium so that the prices are stable for people who do business internationally.
There you go.
It all has its place. You know what I'm saying? When you think about, okay, so a very simple question, right? Economics 101. What is the world's reserve currency right now?
Dollars.
Everybody gonna answer that with flying colors, right?
Right.
Just by default, right? Hold on, who is it, Smoke?
Wait, say it again. I'm sorry, reading the chat.
What is the world's reserve currency? Anybody in the back chat too? Y'all can type in the back chat if you know. What is the world's reserved currency?
It's reserve currency?
Yeah, what is the world's reserve currency?
Is it what Marquise just said? I'd hate to repeat it.
Said dollars. I was gonna say gold at one point.
Yeah, I was gonna say gold
at one point.
Yeah, look at your back chat, right? See, that's why I love
dollars.
See, this is why I love our. We some warriors. These the warriors that's going hard. It's 1:54 a.m. and juggling here, getting that knowledge, right? Dropping that. So if the world's reserve currency is the USD dollar, what does that say about everybody else's currency? In the fact that if you really want to destabilize anybody else's economy, what do you do to the reserve currency? To make everybody else's currency what? Unstable. You do what?
Devalue it.
And also you can turn around, throttle up, and do what? Strengthen it.
Yeah.
Which makes theirs even what? Less what?
Valuable.
So that means you can go into their country and do what with their products, their textiles, their commodities, they all that stuff. What you can do with it? Get it for what?
Oh, for a little nothing.
And then you bring it back.
That's what we did in Germany. Hey, that hit home when you said that, because I got to Germany in 2001, and 2002 is when the euro kicked in, and I seen how that worked big time.
That's why they subject, right? That's another concept another day. I ain't even gonna get into this whole Brexit thing and what it's really gonna do to the Europe Union as a whole. Y'all witnessing again the dismantling of, man, I don't really want to say that because I know how people gonna take this. But well, again, I know we responsible. This hour, all people watching us now are responsible. They ain't too out there. Again, y'all see what's happening here, right? It goes back to what I was saying earlier. There's what in the armor right now. There's chinks in the what? In their armor. They're unraveling. They're unraveling right before you guys' eyes.
It sure is.
People don't really, again, I ain't,
just make it.
I'm saying it without me having to say it. Y'all know exactly what I'm saying without me having to go all in the detail.
I know what you're saying.
And I will give Trump this credit in terms of his presidency, right? He's slowing up the process. He's making it more painful because what do they all have in common? When I say, remember I was talking about this when I posted the that monetary system video when I was doing the commentary on it. You guys remember over Marquise and Brandon? I was like, when you think about the so-called quote unquote axis of evil, well, who makes up that triad? When we think about the world's reserve currency, right? We think about the nations who have the strongest currency. Who have the strongest currencies on the planet? The top three strongest currencies on the planet are what?
Dollars, euros,
pounds,
and pounds.
And now you have to throw in what now?
China, the one, whatever you call it.
Well, come on with you about to say it. You close. Come on with it. Come on with it.
No,
like baby pot on ha. Come on with it. Come on with it. You were close. You put that Y out there.
It's the yin. What is it called?
Yeah. Don't second guess yourself. Stand on.
I said it right.
Chest. Say it with your chest.
The yin. yin.
Are they not the world's second superpower?
I forgot what.
Facts. Yeah, in that aspect. Yeah.
Are they not going around the world loaning everybody money, putting them in the what?
Yep. Putting them in debt.
And what it's doing to their native currency, it's doing what to it? Brother James brought it up earlier. What is it doing to their currency?
Devaluing.
Debasing it and devaluing.
Debasing it. Mm-hmm.
Right? The yuan, right? So you think about it from a place of when you understand the monetary system of how this stuff works, right? It's a case study. I've been going through it for a little while now. I'm steady studying. I'm always studying. That's why I like to present that kind of stuff. It's to challenge our thinking of understanding how this stuff really works. Because until you understand how all this stuff really works, everything that you think you know about America and the systems, all this stuff like that, it doesn't matter. Does it not? Because what rules the roost at the end of the day? Who got what? The biggest dollars or the biggest cannons?
Yep. Yep.
Think about that for a moment. Let that marinate. Let that thing simmer. Let that gravy percolate. Yeah, gravy popping. Let that gravy pop a little bit. Right? That's important, though, because again, if you're thinking about understanding what financial literacy, again, we're thinking on the micro level. I get it, but that's what affects our daily life. We break that down daily. Sister Mo, you break that down daily, right? How to maneuver, right, on the micro, right? But also how to also look at your placement on the what?
Macro.
Macro level, because you have to start thinking bigger than your little existence. It's time for us to wake up. We've been late and sleep in this aspect of industry and understanding for so long. Obviously, we know our situation. Again, granted, I'm always gonna throw the disclaimer. We know our situation. Again, we know our PTSD, right? We know what caused a lot of this stuff too, right? Being shut out, benign neglect, redlining, right? Disproportionate, in the education field. I mean, we get all that, but at some point, the power of the autodidact is real. Is it not?
Yes.
The power of the autodidact is real. So our excuses are limited to what? Okay, I pay my cell phone bill, so that way I can't get on the internet. Right? We just go down to the public library.
You better go
Get that trade in down to the public library. Download that app on the public library, trade, and undownload it when you leave and get up out of there. I make that money.
And now you could just pull up in one of the fast food parking lots and use their Wi-Fi because
I was just about to say that. You go right over to McDonald's, Burger King, anybody with free Wi-Fi.
Yep. You don't have to have your phone on. You can use the Wi-Fi.
Right.
You don't even need service.
Yep. You can use the internet text talk. Google
Pull up and McDonald's make a bag. Guess what? Cell phone bill paid. Thank you, Wi-Fi. Thank you, Apple. Thank you, Kodak. Got him.
Yep. So
it's the mind. It's all about how you perceive things. If you really begin to convince yourself that you shut out, or that this ain't this, and you got to go through all this paperwork and policy, all that kind of stuff. That's why I didn't want to allude to that. When Obersonne was talking about it, because I understand what he was saying, but ultimately, at the end of the day, that's a diverse temptation man's game. That's fool's gold. In this day and age, you sitting there trying to play that game.
Mm-hmm.
Be honest. Because, like I said, guns and tanks. Money and tanks. People are at the power. They're at the resourceful aspects of power, not paper power. Meaning the idea of just, okay, I voted and, they got a policy. Okay, they have a place, again, like I said earlier, on the micro level. I'm broadening my horizons at this point. Because if you ever get into a situation and you are not equipped to be able to backstop your movements and your ability to make moves literally on a dime, then you're gonna be subjected to anything that's coming down the pipeline anyway. No matter what policy out there. How many people been throwing around the martial law threat for the past 5-6 years?
Yep.
Y'all been hearing that like I ain't the only one. Man, the old Walmart's gonna be what? In camp. They're gonna be all that kind of stuff. You going right on in them camps. All right, the Hebrew brother read. Right? Come on with it. Y'all going to camp. So again, but having resources puts you in a whole new different way.
Yep. Right back at ball game.
I just said the U.S. reserve currency is the what?
Is the
USD dollar. It's the only thing that can get you across what?
Some borders.
Now, what kind of currency y'all think the Mexicans got coming across our border? You think they got what? The peso, or they got them greenbacks?
Them greenbacks.
They got to use greenbacks to get across. Get across that. Am I lying?
Big fact.
Y'all just see Vice and all them little.
With no pay, trying to get nobody no pesos.
Man,
when you go into their country, they be wanting your dollars. They don't be want you give them a tip. They don't want you to tip them in their money.
Same way Africa, Brazil. It's the same across because people realize they again, China got how much of US T-bills? They've been trying to offload a lot of them lately, of course, because it's fighting, but they still got a big crunch of our greenback, that USD dollar. They ain't gonna let that thing go. So for us, being in the melting pot, being in the money pit, when I say us being in the money pit, meaning we're privy to what? The most lucrative exchanges on the planet. The NYSE and the what?
NASDAQ.
And the NASDAQ. Come through, Sister Mo. You learn it.
I'm getting there, baby. I'm getting there.
Exchanges. Exchanges. Right?
I'm burning my midnight oil for a reason.
Right, because I don't know if I'm gonna be up this time of night, we're gonna get some information. I
I'm
ain't
gonna give me
playing no
some
radio.
money.
But the people that's watching right now are serious people. Everybody back tell like Brother Snotball, Brother Brendan, Sister Lakeisha, everybody else. If you hanging out this time of night, you serious. Because this ain't the average conversation, right? You're gonna get just spinning your wheels because you need to understand how to get your mind right. You can never get your pockets right until you get your what? Your mind right first. That's simple. But it's hard. It's the hardest thing to do sometimes when you kind of constantly what? Overthinking things, y'all know how this stuff go. We all been there.
Yep.
Tripping over, I won't say I gotta get out my head, man. I need, focus, man. So that's why I keep throwing out these little innuendo, how distracted are you?
I don't know, but I made some money in my stash today.
You better say that.
Let me see if I can get me a $20 referral at the check.
You know what I'm saying? Exactly, because that's what it's all about. Finding ways to procure the bag without having to what? Use knees, elbows, and backs.
Mm-hmm. Stash party tomorrow, y'all. Don't forget.
4 p.m. sharp. Come on with it.
You be ready.
Don't play around, Sister Mo. Y'all know by now. I ain't, look at here.
Say 4 p.m. sharp.
I ain't playing no game.
Don't be late to the party.
Right? This thing, again, it does what to your life, though. It really does.
Oh, my God.
It sharpens you. It teaches you how to multitask. It plays on your wit, right? Your intelligence.
Yes, your thought process.
What it value. Oh, come on.
Yes.
You can't be, y'all know what I'm saying. You can't do the cold serve thing here. Right? Y'all know what I mean when I say that. You can't do the cold serve thing here. Right? You can't do that, the slow stuff here.
Nope.
Because it won't allow you to do it. It's gonna cancel you out quickly. Well, they say out of here, right? He's out of here. Right?
Hey, you see what I'll be on my phone going back and forth between the Traderview, weBull bar chart.
Hey, how you always see, bro? As you go live, yeah, brother, I probably got like a million
times you did.
Nothing. Yeah, long as they file, bro, I need to get back to my placements.
Then I'd be like, Brandon said, use another trading account if you don't have no more day trades in one. Then I gotta go find which one I got some buying power.
A lot of hustle over, Brandon.
I have 5.
We came from that school of what? Hard knock, right? Over there in the old Discord. You got to understand. That's why I was breaking that down to our sister Deshonda the other day, but she's going through one of the little training scenarios too. I say, this is how you gonna hustle. I'm gonna teach you how to hustle, right? Legally. You was told that, the lord over the idea that I'm able to get a brokerage account. All I can handle is one. Well, let me ask you another question then, sis. How many bank accounts you got? Oh, I got about 3 or 4. What?
Yep.
And you only got one brokerage account?
Yep.
What?
Shoot.
I'm gonna bust a blood vessel. I'm like, what?
I got 4 brokerage accounts.
You better have more brokerage account than you got what?
Bank accounts.
I just told y'all before, FINRA is more important than FDIC. One of them gives you the ability to procure more what? What's that word we use a lot over here? Start with letter I?
Interest.
Interest. What's your interest like? Literally, what's your interest like?
Mm-hmm.
That's the mindset. So again, I'm just trying to say, well, okay, if I'm trying to, establish a open tap, when I say open tap, not at the bar, but open tap in terms of what? Liquidity, right? Liquidity of opportunity through equity, option, forex, crypto, whatever, right? Crypto moving right now as we speaking. Forex moving right now as we speaking, right? We're getting into that London session. Matter of fact, London session just get ready to kick off, 2 o'clock. Right?
I'm doing my analysis right now. Right now I like to frame I use the London session to frame my New York session.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I knew he was up to something.
So again, it's about strategizing in more ways to cut out the middleman in your life. Who's the biggest middleman in the black man's life?
Taxes.
Well, that too, but who control those taxes?
The government.
You, the system.
The system.
Some of y'all call what? The man, right? The man.
The
Right?
man.
You remember the man. The man. Remember, you always remember me, man. The man. Right? That's your greatest what? Greatest detractor.
Brandon in the chat said we watch money too close.
Hey, you got to. You know, if you ain't never had it before.
Yeah, you gotta pay attention to who's in your what? Your back pocket. Or most women your purse. Right? Because everybody's after what? In a money grab. Right? Everybody's in a money grab that's in a what? Capitalist society. Who understand, because again, either you being robbed or you robbing somebody else. Now there's a legal robbery going on too. Right? There's a legal robbery going on too.
Right.
In our case, it's being able to go straight to what? Straight to source, straight to market, and extract all this unlimited pool. Because guess what? In order for someone to make money, someone has to do what?
Lose money.
It's a legal robbery.
Yeah. I remember watching this documentary.
One way or the other. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying, I remember watching this documentary that was really interesting. It was called Everything is a Rich Man's Trick.
Right.
Wow.
And it just was going through history, just breaking down literally how everything was a rich man's trick.
Well, we're in the middle of a pandemic right now.
When you
We're in
think
the middle of a pandemic. Is this not that kind of same scenario?
Oh man, yes. When you look at, from an audit perspective, you look at all these rules and regs and how these stuff. I said, man, who in the world right mind got their hand on all this stuff and know what's going on, where this money at?
Right.
Money just all
money.
over the place.
Oh, people people talking about policies. I get it. Well, guess what? There's money behind even them policies.
Yep.
ain't no vote behind no policy.
Money, and money.
Alone, it has to be what? It's a marriage. It's what? It's legal. It's legal with money though. It's being led by money first.
Lobbyists all day.
That's why DC is the biggest lobbyist capital on the planet. Literally.
Yeah.
Here's
When you
how I
live
know
here,
to
you
be
see
true.
that.
Not for the fact that because it's the world, again, the corporation headquarters of America. But what else is in DC? Right in my little neighborhood, your neighborhood too, Marky. What else is more very intricate about inner center DC? Our what?
What's that?
It's a chess question too, a little bit. I don't mean to put those spotlight there. It's a chess question. Our diplomatic embassies.
Oh,
Yeah, the embassy.
That's
oh,
facts. That's international lobbying.
Access to who? All their resources, distribution channel, everything that they got to offer. They come here to do what? Business.
Yeah, they come to do business.
They ain't come here to go to McDonald's at 2 a.m. in the morning.
Oh, damn.
Stop playing. That's why it's important to realize the game. They come in here with what? Bags too.
Yep. They be having their dollars with them.
They lobby. They get their people what? Grants, loans. Come in your neighborhood the next day. Got a gas station. The next day they hit American store. You been here how long?
That's facts.
Yep.
You been here how long?
43 years.
They can't even get what? A pot to pee in the window to throw it out.
Not enough.
They get citizenship just by investing into certain businesses. What is it called? Like the B1? I can't remember the name of it.
Not to mention they give us debt. They give you money to put you in debt for which you can't pay back because you ain't even earned it yet.
They come in already out the gate, established. I've been fighting these cooks and crews for this long. I can't even get this, and you came here yesterday, and you already got this.
Let's keep it
real, man. The people ain't finna come to me with that fools no more, man. I'm too old for that.
You want to give me a loan, but you're giving them contracts. Man, get out of here.
I'm just being honest.
Not going for it.
You see what I'm saying? So people gonna line up November the what? 3rd Y'all know how black people are. They gonna go in there with what? Number what? Air in their heads. I hate to even make that assumption. Forgive me, black people. I love y'all, but I understand the game. We've been bamboozled for way too long, and people are thinking what? With emotions and not necessarily what? Money.
Mm-hmm.
They caught up in the pageantry.
That's fact. They should be that. They should be
You
saying
burn
black
how
wealth
much gas?
matters.
Think about this. How much gas you gonna burn to go to that poll if you go to the poll?
Not that much.
How much time you gonna
Across the
waste?
street.
You gonna waste to go stand in that line.
Hey, now you know,
Shit.
brother. Now, brother Pro, you know if I drive,
I'm going with this.
I'm gonna teach somebody. I'm gonna teach somebody something. Now I'm gonna get my tax right off.
She gonna get the whole tax right off.
Oh, I'm gonna pull out my phone in a minute. I don't listen. If I don't get a tax opportunity for a tax write off during the day, I pull up to the drive-through and start talking to the people about stocks, and then I take a picture. I'm gonna get my.
So what do you take a picture of?
Me and the person I have.
Okay.
I have me showing them I'll show them. I'll bring up like Stash or Robinhood or whatever, and show them how they can earn like the $20 or whatever, and then I'll show them. The easiest thing for me to tell them is to invest in dividend stocks. I'll show them the dividends. I'll bring up a stock that they like, or maybe the company, and them little kids be all excited. And I have my nephew take a picture, and then I use that as proof that I gave a investment class. I did business that day. That's why I'm in my
Killing it.
I ain't playing no games. I don't play. Y'all think I'll be playing with it? Be for real. Ask my nephew. He'll tell you he'd be so embarrassed. Yes, I seize all opportunities.
You know what? See, when I first came on live after I got in the house, whatever got situated, what is one of the first things I kept saying about understanding your role? And I said the role of a what? I don't know if you remember. It starts with the two words or the two letters of the SE.
SE?
Savvy investment. No.
Serial entrepreneur.
Cereal.
A serial entrepreneur.
And not the kind you pour.
Thank you. Not none of that, none of them puffs and smacks. None of that soggy stuff. All right.
No Fruit Loops.
None of them loops and stuff.
Yep.
You need to start thinking like have the mind. You need to have the mind of a serial entrepreneur. That's serious. Because if you don't think like you are not in that particular, frame or I should say, or ecosystem in terms of how people are trying to extract from you, as opposed to you extracting from it or them, then you're going to end up being what? More of the what? The prey as opposed to the what?
Yep. You be
the predator. That's why I say there's legal robbery too, right?
Oh, yeah, there's a legal robbery. Yes.
When we pass out even our little apps for referrals on Robinhood, that's what legal what?
Yep.
Legal what? Robbing. Who you robbing though? The app.
The app.
You ain't robbing your people, you robbing the app.
Yep.
I need them stocks, bro. Run them stocks. Run me them 3, 4 free stocks, bro. Come on with it. Because the person that you put on, now they have the same ability to do what?
To get it, to
do
get
the same thing and benefit.
Yep, you both benefit.
Cost them what?
Nothing. Cost them a little time.
That's a form of nuanced affiliate marketing, is it not?
Yes, it's affiliate. Yep, it is affiliate marketing.
People ain't been telling me you can't get money.
Listen,
I can show you how to get a meal. All I need you to do is at least have, a cell phone.
Yep.
Sign up for the app right here, bro. You can get a free stock. You hungry?
Yep.
Now you may not eat right away now because you're gonna take a day or two, man.
You got to fast for about
I need to hold on for me. Hold on for a few days, bro. It's on the way.
Make sure you make that initial deposit.
Yeah.
Right. Well, you gotta hold it for what? 30 days? Hold it for 30 days, you get your $20.
Yeah.
As long as you got that CUSIP number, what's that CUSIP number that you need to get that account? What is it called?
Yep.
What's that CUSIP number that you need to get that account?
Oh, your social?
Bam. Bam! Right? Like they're cooking, bam! Sprinkling that paprika, that's like salt base. Sprinkling that salt all across it.
Man, I use my I got up to, I think you get in this stash, they let you get up to $500 in referrals. I'm like, I said, man, I should have been got this 500. What's taking people so long?
Yeah, so you literally can show a person that opportunity, and they'll sit there trying to convince themselves why it's not important. So
Yes.
I'm like, look, again, that's why I said, but you see, now y'all see how my approach is, right? I'm always kind of in a what? Engaging mode, right? It's kind of,
Interactive.
Extractive, right? I know how to extract and interact, right? That's why I said my channel is more about a what? Workshop. Because I want everybody to get involved. You learn better when you don't feel what? Intimidated, right? Because you don't have to worry about no one thinking you dumb because you don't know nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Our people have a big problem with that, do they not? That's why they go in defensive mode and try to what? Try to outwit you or act like they got something that you ain't got. Or they, get into this whole verbal assault about you this and you that. Y'all know what I'm saying about me having to go through all that. Right? It's just not, it's not relevant for your growth. Because again, like I said earlier, both of y'all then wasted what? Time, energy, sweated, you deodorant and then ran, you got all hot and flustered. What you gained from it?
Sorry.
Right? I understand good intellectual debate, but not, again, we can't come up with that. So, hey, all right, you done? Okay, truth, let me show you how to make some money. Right? Let me show you how to make some money. Let's go find a way to make some money here. Well, what you got? What you selling? Nothing. Nothing. It's just an avenue, it's a lane. So again, this gives us that kind of playing field. It's kind of an even equal playing field to a degree. Is it not? It's equal playing field. Again, that 13-year-old kid that made that $78,000 on Apple options.
That's crazy.
Yes.
I'm still thinking about it now.
13-year-old kid, 78 rack Apple options. How long you been working for the entire year? The entire year. How much you make on the end of the year? Man, about 54, 60, 35,000, whatever.
No, that's before tax. That's talking about after taxes. 30,000, 35.
Little homeboy that came through and whipped that up whipped that up in about 24 hours? 24, 36 hours. He whipped that cake up about 36, 40. Bruh, I say the dope man in the wrong game.
Mm-hmm.
You're in the wrong game. You're in the wrong game.
And that's facts.
Yeah, I will be trying to show people, man, the same thing, you doing there, if you apply it here.
Been there, done that, did it. Did it
Forever.
college, got my business started from behind it, and I ain't looked back. So the first people I went to, once I was able to garner enough information about what I was trying to convey to community, my way of giving back, I went straight to the what?
To the hood.
Because they got what? Unlimited what?
Yes, potential.
Mm-hmm.
And what? Capital.
Yep. Yep.
Come on with it. Do they not?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they always got some money.
Yeah, they liquid. They real liquid.
And most of them have this kind of this block. I can't go do nothing that can give me the equal or greater value than what I'm already with. Get it. That's like you go to school, get an education. You already know your worth. You can price yourself in the market, the free market. You say, okay, well, I'm worth what? 50,000 right now, right? In about 2 years, on the level of inflation and the way the growth rate is, I see myself at least about a what? 15 to what? 10, 7 to 8 to 15% what increase on my value worth. So I'm gonna need this much going forward, right? You price yourself as the market grows, you grow with it through your level of what you could bring to it. So you say to yourself, okay, well, look, I can't take nothing less than what I know my worth is. How many people going through that right now? A lot. Because now pride is in play because you feel like you've done all this work to get to a certain place. I'm not going to take what? Pay cut.
Yep.
Y'all know black people like, I ain't going to take no pay cut.
But you're still in that line and unemployment.
Behind who?
behind
But it work
Jim
at
or
what?
Bob
That work at
McDonald's.
McDowell's. Yeah. You might have money that work at McDowell's. He got headphones on, bumping, and he usually about 2 or 3 degrees, and both of y'all in that free love line at the unemployment office. Couldn't make this stuff up. Pandemic that wrecked everybody's life. So I'm saying people are sitting there saying, okay, well, how can I still maintain through this?
Yeah.
So again, y'all know I have the kind of religious repetitive value when I say repetition becomes repertoire. So least path of resistance. Black people got to get excited about saying that and owning that, because what does that do to your mentality? It forces you into thinking like, how can I what? Get past all this fluff and get to the what? The matter. Get to the front of the line. Right? We don't have, I keep saying we don't have a luxury to have a luxury. So we can't, our mistakes are magnified, are they not?
Yeah.
And we sometimes we wear them a little hard too, because we hate to have what? Setbacks. Right? Because of the situation. So again, value, versus, what's this over here? Ain't nothing growing there. I can't mess with it. What's over here? Ain't nothing. No, I can't do that today. What y'all talking about over? No, I can't have that. No, not today. Because that time becomes more what? It becomes valuable now. Does it not? Okay, if you don't believe me, all you guys are obviously on the live stream are traders. I don't know how many people in the back chat are traders or in the investment world getting ready to get into it. Once you get into this and you know that the market's getting ready to open up, what does that do to you every day?
Man.
It's like it's Christmas. You can't, some nights you can't sleep. It's like a bad relationship.
Man, I don't even like the weekend. I don't even like the weekend. So I'd be mad when Saturday called me like, man.
You'd be like, damn, it's Friday already.
You feel like the loneliest person on the planet come Friday after 4 p.m.
At 4 p.m. you'd be like, God darn it.
What I'm gonna do to distract me for another what? At least 24 hours, 36 hours.
Hey, I be waiting for 6 o'clock so you can talk to my future markets on Sundays. Oh man.
And you be dreading, like, let it be a holiday. You be dreading that, like, oh, come on now. I got
right. We just
and
can't
it falls on
Labor
Monday.
Day.
Oh my God, I go through withdrawals. I went through withdrawals for Labor Day. Y'all
listen to them, y'all. Y'all hear him in the back chat? Y'all hear the people on the panel? Listen to these crackheads. Listen to us. I want to, right? Listen to it. That USD dollar.
Look, I was looking at the charts like I can make a trade, and then when the thing would come up and say it's a holiday, we can't trade until the next day, I'd be like, oh man.
That's that digital dope.
Hey, there you go. T-shirt moment right there. That
Is it not though?
That's what it is.
Because what is it really? Hold on. Now I want to put this in a psychological moment. What is that feeling really all about?
Aggression to me.
Euphoric feeling of getting ready.
It's the ability of what?
Capitalize.
Control
your own money.
You controlling your own what?
Destiny.
Let that marinate for a moment. You get to detect, you get to pretty much establish what you want, how you want it, when you want it. That is a level of control. It's also relegated to the ideal of what? Power. You have power when you can make your own money. Am I lying?
Oh yeah.
That feeling is like that's what gets you up. That's what gets you excited about the market, because okay, I can make $100. Okay, I can make 50, 20, 30, $10, $2, $3. I can make 1,000. I can make 5,000. I can make 100,000 today. I could be the 13-year-old kid that makes 78,000 in a day. Let that marinate for a moment.
78,000.
That's power. My biggest day was like what? 50, 55, 56, 57, $67,000 in a day. That was my biggest day ever. I never forgot how I felt when that happened.
Bet you was moonwalking all through the house.
You know what it did to me though? I said, you know what? Number one, I earned it, right? That's that mentality, right? Because you have a moment of what? I earned this.
Yes.
I put the greatest tool I had in my arsenal to work, and it yielded me what? A return.
Return.
Which is my what? My interest, my intellect, my ability to focus, not to be distracted. Y'all know it's like when you're in the game mode in a trade. You did that under your own value of what? Intent.
Mm-hmm.
That's a form of what? Power. Or like I was saying earlier, what? Control. Because you can't do that in any other aspect of industry, especially in America, without somebody else is also in the what? In the mix of kind of, slowing you up. Y'all know it's like. Y'all get what I'm saying, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So it's the energy. It's the energy that gets you out of bed, but it's about the preparation.
Yeah.
Your preparation is going to detail you the opportunity to be able to make that kind of move eventually, right?
Yep.
How well prepared are you?
And when you're able to decipher, those charts, those lines, what that is before. I mean, I remember it. I was like, man, this looked like Greek.
Right. It was calligraphy.
A whole bunch of lines running across.
Calligraphy.
With some candlesticks you want to blow like it's your birthday or something. What in the world? I'm like a darn stem coming out. What is all this? I don't know. Money on the side. Hey, I did recognize the dollar signs.
Still.
Come on. Moving average. Oh, it's going. Yeah. I don't know. I just used to listen to Brother African Emporium. It just sounded like he was just making a whole bunch of noise to me. I didn't know what he was talking about, but I was listening. But when I started to learn
it began to set in. It began to resonate because that's why you see my approach is always kind of very related to the value, and I use a lot of metaphors and analogies for a reason because our people learn in what kind of way? How do Black people typically learn?
Visual.
Through our senses. We are very sensitive, sensory overload.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Touch, taste, smell, all that. Right? We need to do all that. Right?
We got to do it all. I ain't even gonna tell you no fear.
Because again, that ain't a hindrance or a problem. That means you grounded with a lot of things in life. You see life through shades of what? Gray. You're not a linear thinker. That ain't your fault. That's a positive. That's an advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You don't make a decision just out the gate on the whim just because it's not a linear algorithmic kind of value to look at it, right? Because then that's how a lot of our opposites look at stuff. Very linear. We see shades of gray. No, there's more to it than that. Yeah. So that's why I say, given opportunity to focus in this, we make better investors. We make some darn good investors and trading. Yeah.
All our little antennas go up.
Focus, determination, hungry. Again, I use a case study of my brother Stock God. I keep using it for a reason because again, came in truth. My brother got that discipline game on lock.
Yeah, Stock God, nasty, man.
Discipline game on lock. You ain't finna move him off his square. He ain't finna waste his time if you wasting your time. Simple as that. Because he don't have to deal with you. Know why? Because guess what he do? He goes straight to market. See? Monica ain't got to deal with you. She goes straight to market. Yep. Over Marquise ain't got to deal with you. He goes straight to market. Over Brandon ain't got to deal with you. He goes straight to the what? To the market.
While at work.
On the clock.
We ain't learn.
At Mr. Charlie, little, coffee table, getting that little free coffee.
They was like, hey, look, it's funny because now I have one of my veteran buddies. He say, hey, if I get quiet, they be like, oh boy, she looking at the market. Stop talking, I start playing. Pick up that phone, going straight to the charts. I'm like, hold on a second. Give me 1 minute. Come back. Okay, I can talk now.
No. So again, I'm always saying this here, right? And that's one thing I take from my brother True Story, right? Brother Danny, right? You have to figure out a way organize your what? Your ecosystem. Well, what I mean by that, right? What's my ecosystem? The people in and around that I kind of what? Peruse and hang out with. In a lot of our cases, again, you know, hey, all of you all. Now, if we were able to garner at least a third of the family who really come through all these different little channels that we have and get them really going, imagine what that does to that, you know, the ecosystem.
Oh my goodness, expands it.
Let that marinate.
More valuable.
Garfield's 100-man and woman team would not be so kind of what?
Oh man, he would have had $1 million, 100 money.
Now they would have the they're like, okay, yeah, I make money in the market too. Yeah, I can, you know, hey, let's go.
Yep. I mean, it would be like a no-brainer. Matter of fact, it would be a trigger down effect because the people, you know, the initial ones would pass the information on to the, you know, the next tier and on and on and on. And it would be much more easier to translate.
That's your eco.
Mm-hmm.
That's how everybody, well, that's how most people think who are moving, you know, in this kind of lane. Again, it's no secret why y'all know, like I use like Anton Creer, right? One of my, you know, my greatest, you know, online mentors, right? It's obvious. Why?
Likewise.
He's no nonsense. He is no nonsense, is he not?
And that's facts.
I don't know if I told y'all, I'm sorry, Oba, but I got a chance to meet him. When this COVID thing lifts, you guys need to go to one of his like his free seminars. Like he's there for real. He's blatant. He said, hey, you know, you learn this information, come out. I think he has like a program costs $2,000 to do. He'll take you through this whole course. He'll fly you out to like what was it, the Philippines where he lives at. He gives you the whole game for a whole week.
Philippines.
What's the name again? Someone asked in the chat.
Anton Creer.
I'm gonna pull the video. I'm gonna pull the video. I got it on my channel. Go ahead and give me a view. It don't cost you nothing. Give me a view.
Yeah.
Give
me a thumbs up.
Can I get a subscription?
All right, I'm gonna put a Joe to work for. I'm gonna give me a view. Now I'm gonna be up late with you. You can give me a view.
Yeah, his course changed my whole perspective on the market. That macro view.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Like it's something real. It's serious.
Let me copy, cut and paste this here, and I'm gonna even give you the title. No, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm just talking.
No, I'm just gonna say like he's just down to earth person. Like you can tell like he's a down to earth person by his seminar. Like you can see everybody coming in with suits and ties. Here he is with a white beard and some Timberlands. I'm like, okay, all right, this guy's down to earth. Let's go. And he's straightforward and he's blunt about it. I don't want to get this channel kicked off, but at the end he just says, "Don't F it up."
Yeah.
Like he gives you the game right then and there.
But they got an acronym for it. You know what? That's the acronym he have.
What's that?
Like you just said.
That's
the acronym he used. He said, "Y'all know about the acronym right here."
I don't know.
So what? D, F, I,
W.
Yeah, what?
U.
Yeah, D, F.
Oh yeah.
Don't. F, it, up. D, F, I, U. Y'all know about the acronym? That's basically what it means.
Yeah.
Because what he really realized, again, some of you guys don't know his story. I'll give you a quick little synopsis background on it. He started at the age of 19 years old at Goldman Sachs. At 19, at one of the most lucrative, richest order desk, book desk, whatever you want to say on the planet in Goldman Sachs. Everybody knows the history of Goldman Sachs. He came up in that fire den around them lions. People like Jim Cramer came through Goldman Sachs. Obviously, Steve Mnuchin, Guy Diamond on CNBC. All right, some of your best traders out there came through that Goldman Sachs desk.
And you know what? If I'm a part of National Association of Black Accountants, so they're one of our partners to hire accountants. We have so this is a little change just for you guys who don't pay attention to my Facebook. We have a virtual where the conference this year is free to students. So if you have a student major in accounting, business or finance or related fields, you can have the opportunity to interview with that type of company. If you participate in the conference, become a member of NABA.
Very interesting.
Yep, I'm a professional member.
So sometimes you don't even know who you connected to till you start with.
Start talking.
Unravel, and that's it. And again, just follow the breadcrumbs. So when your interests, your interests are piqued, through a certain value of information or whatever it is that kind of caught your attention, and you began to really expound on it. Well, that's what it leads to. Like, man, I was around so didn't even know it at the time. Right? Or I was, dealing with this and didn't even know at the time how important this was. Because now, again, you have a different perspective, a different outlook, right? You walk into what they consider to be discovery, right? You have discovery mode, right? So for us, it's just understanding how to unlock that level of epiphany in our mind and say, okay, I've been sitting around this all alone, and I just, I've been wasting all this time. Right? I've been sitting around this opportunity for all this long. I've just been wasting this. Man, look. So that's all it is. Again, I know it's hard a lot of time for people to conceive it when, they're coming in it from, considered to be what they call ground zero, right? Everybody had to start from a place of ground zero at some point. As I'm always saying, you have to take a chance on who? Yourself or the person giving you the information.
Yes.
Yourself. Because everything we do is actually somewhat back tested by the level of information. They can tell you everything they want to in the world, but if you can't go back test it in the system, then it's what? It's just a whole lot of whatever.
Whole lot of marketing.
Yeah, that's all it is. Because we deal with what?
Yep, facts.
Numbers and facts. Finite information.
Versus quantitative.
Charts. Data. So again, that's just changed the game. So that's why I was saying I can't say that. I don't own it. I don't own the stock market, bro. I'm sorry. I don't own it. I own it. Right? There's a capital OWN in a different way than you, but I don't own it though. Some days I do own it. I made it made it my pet today. Give me that, giving them bags, Snow. I'm saying, giving them bags, Frog, and all the new IPO. I own it like that. But ultimately, again, it's just we're here for that, that opportunity that it affords us. Right. So again, that's what I just want to leave everybody with that, just from my perspective. I mean, I know again, all you guys, have your strength, and we learn from each other. Ultimately, again, in being able to build out this ecosystem, that's what's so solid about it. Right. That's what's so solid about it. Because again, you can always, again, you always hear Sister Mo when she says, that's my battle, right? That's my battle. Well, this becomes that kind of saying what? Eco. Yeah. We lacing up together to go after what? The market.
Man.
You know what I'm saying? We think tanking. We're strategizing ideas, formulating, opportunities. So that group is indicative of that. A lot of hungry people. The hungry ones are going to be the ones doing what? Observing, asking questions. That's how you're learning this. You have to get your what? Your hands dirty. Wet. Feet wet. That's it. You have to get dirty.
You got to become infatuated.
That's what it is. That's a good way to put it too, over. Because it's branded by the ideology of your what? Your level of interest in it. Now you pique my interest. Y'all remember the movie Django?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Having candy, like, now you got my attention.
Right, boy.
That nigga perked up that little cigarette, that little cup of brandy, whatever he had. Now you got my attention. Where? You say where? Where? That's what it is. It's a hunger. 100% right over Brendan in the back chat. You guys are on it. You have to have that hunger. That's why I'm always saying what? Humble and hungry, right? Power and profit. Just kind of broke down my power thesis. What I value power to be. And that is the ability to be able to what? Garner and produce your what? Your own what? Your own way.
Right.
You know, so again, and literally hour and 15 minutes, what's gonna happen?
Woohoo, the market open, baby.
And somebody gonna make a lot of money in the first hour and sleep for the rest of the day.
Yep. Yeah, let me see if I can be that person.
And sleep literally for the rest of the day. Just like, why you sleep over there? Don't mess with him. He made a lot of money. Leave him alone. He earned that. He earned that. Don't mess with him. Leave him alone. Leave that alone. He earned it. Right? Leave your sister alone. You know, leave your uncle, brother, your brother alone. Your homeboy alone. He earned it. That's power. On the 10 by 10 kind of reality, right? Said the entertainers on the 10 by 10. So, you know, that's all it is, guys. Yeah, just, you know, it's late. I know you guys rock it out, you know, but this is how, you know, this is where you're born. You're born in these moments right here. Because time is it's a non-factor value when you're obviously trying to, again, put yourself in the mind frame and say, okay, this is why, you know, I had to kind of, you know, get to this point to understand my level of what? Sacrifice. Right? Not to the Super Bowl, not to me, not to the channel, but to yourself, because everything you're going to do is going to be self-reflective of what? You. I always tell people, you know, when they go into training, look, everything you're going to learn is going to be coming from you, ultimately in the end. I'm just here to what? Extract it and bring it and pull it out of you. That's what every good trainer or teacher does. They pull your potential out of you, not put a clone of themselves on you. Does it make sense? Because when you're in front of your chart, who trading? You or the person who brought you in the game? You are. You have to personalize this thing to your reality. So I always tell, that's why I'm always giving out people credit. And they're like, yeah, you know, yeah, I'm like, yeah. Out the gate, I'm gonna give you all this credit because you deserve. You need to understand what your power is already, you know, set up for you to walk into your existence. You have to be able to trust yourself. A lot of times you just second guess yourself because y'all know what it was the first time somebody probably came to you about some trade or investing. You're like, yeah, man, okay, yeah. Maybe I'll get around to it. Yeah, I've been wanting to, but yeah. It didn't really set in until it actually what? It set in.
When you I gotta get my money up.
Right.
That's the big number one.
When that light bulb goes off, man, look. Hang around some people and they make a few of them big bags on you a little bit. You like, what? This joker made what? He made how much? What did he do? Man, stop lying.
Stop lying.
Bro, this joker like stop lying. That boy ain't made no $78,000 in no one trade. Stop playing.
Yep.
And then you show them, then they're like, man, but it ain't come what? The buts. Man, but nothing. Right? It's like Dave Chappelle, hey, but nothing. You ain't gonna come with them excuses today. So we in the business of what? Eliminating excuses. You remember I used to say that a lot, Sister Mo?
Yep.
We in the business, y'all heard me say it over Brandon, y'all. We in the business of eliminating excuses because that's what we do in this field. Ain't no excuses in this. Either you what?
Yep, you got it. You know.
Either you serious or you're not. That's why I tripled a lot of what I have, you know, in the eco that I came up in that regard. So you hear me make reference to my brother Stock God or Tyson Bats or Bat Scientists. Internet, bro. Brandon, you've been a lot of circle, Mr. Lord, them. Man, y'all know like these people, professional people that had jobs and careers and from all walks of life.
Mm-hmm.
But we all came together at night. Everybody came in there just like some what? Some newbie right off the block.
Nice.
Bro, what you in for? What you in for? I'm in for these thoughts. I'm in for this what? This data. I'm in for these fundamentals. I'm in for this, this price action. I'm in for this, this VWAP. I'm in for this. I need to understand this iron condor, right? And we all learn by accident together through our aspects of trying to, strengthen the things that piqued our interest most about the market in that one moment. So you take a little bit from this, you take a little bit from that, you take a little bit from this, you take a bit from that person, and you, again, stealing from everybody, but find your own niche in the process. Mold that cake for your liking. Because when you trade again, like I said earlier, as you trade inside of a Discord, real time with everybody else or whatever the case, it's just you against the market. You need to be able to perform.
Yep. What I like about our group is that you could, you get to ask. You don't have to think that your question is not a good question to ask or a stupid question to ask, or man, I shouldn't ask it because everybody in the group seems like they know everything. But you can actually learn a little bit at a time and at your pace and ask the questions, and you guys will go back and answer those questions regardless of how many times they ask, to make sure that it's transparent, it's understandable, and that you're actually grasping it and you can apply it.
Fact. Because that's the one thing that you have to get inside your head early on in this game. No matter how many questions you ask, the most very basic aspect of the answer that you need is already what?
It's there, yep.
Already right before you.
Yep. But after Poirier Snowball said, it's hard to imagine you as a newbie because you know so much. He's like a walking, he's like the walking Investopedia. That's like Ujao. Brother African Emporium is like Ujao to the
That's facts. Hey, that's facts.
Still learning.
When they get to talking, you be like, how they learn all that?
That's the financial Ujao.
Still learning, guys. Y'all know how this stuff goes. Because it comes from a place of once you hit that, I call it like they said, a turning point. Y'all know y'all been in them scenarios where you hit that turning point, right? You hit that, right? Especially in the military, you hit that turning point. For a lot of us, it's already kind of set in motion, right? We just ain't rounded that corner yet, right? Y'all know Trump, all you know what that talking point, what? We rounding the corner on the coronavirus. You stop lying. We ain't round no corner. Right, that wrong still. But in our case, again, our value for being here is pretty much, again, in that position where we getting ready to round that corner, because like I was alluding to earlier, once you realize that the majority of the questions that you're going to ask are already kind of right in front of you, it's establishing a framework where you have to learn how to what? Hustle for information.
Right.
Am I lying?
Yes.
No. No.
That's how we make our money. We hustle information. What they dropped on that data. What's
I
that
know you
information? What's that merging? What's that news? What they did over there, Bowen?
The stock jumps up, you be like, wait a minute, what made that stock go up? Let me go
right. You gonna run straight to what?
Never used to look for news articles before, forgot all about a newspaper. In the market.
Everything right there.
Yeah, it's like being an athlete and watching that game film.
Pre-game. Pre and post game. Because you're trying to make sure that you tighten down your what? Your game.
Yep. Your method.
So that's all it is. Ultimately in the end, again, these are just things that you guys already know. You just have to walk into it when you're ready. Again, we can't force you to do it. You have to realize that, okay, it seems like a lot, man. But it really is. It's about really, again, like I said earlier, a lot of it is already implied in you. It's already baked in. Wall Street be saying it's already baked in. Well, I like to use the terminology, what? It's already innately built into you. That's why I'm always giving, that scenario where our black people, come on, man, we see things shades gray. We always make better investments because we see it, again, consumers, right? Products, services, you know all this stuff, right? You into everything. Everybody copy you. Everybody bite off you. Everybody want your flair, your flavor. I'm like, man, if you ain't learned how to monetize that by now, come on, let's go. So guess what you do? All you doing is reverse engineering what they doing to you. They making money off what? Your whole entire being, skills, everything, right? Yep. So how do you reverse engineer?
Then you make money off of them.
What is the industry? The stuff that they stealing from you, they go and put it in the what? In the market.
Mm-hmm.
They go put it in the market. They take everything from you and go put it in the market. And make
all your tax dollars went to the corporation.
So all I'm showing you, telling you and mentioning to you is what? How to reverse engineer. Go right back over there where they took you and find a way to what? Yep. Get it back.
Okay, let's see how I'm gonna get some of this back.
Mm-hmm. That's facts. Never
Come on, Mark.
Cross like the double cross.
You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
That's all it is. I'm gonna get it right back. Hello, Kodak. Hello, Nike. Hello, HHT.
You know what? While you playing, Chris used to talk about how he got his Jordans through Acorn, his stash debit card, right? And I remember going and I want to buy some Nikes or whatever. So I'm looking at the price. I'm like, what's taking you so long to make a decision on the sneakers? And I said, well, I'm trying to determine, should I buy the stock or should I buy the sneaker? I'm just sitting here looking at my phone. I'm looking at the shoes.
Yeah.
It was like, them little sales clerks was looking at me like, what?
Don't even understand. You know what I'm saying?
And they work for the company. Ain't that something?
Right. I couldn't figure, I was just looking, I just figured it out. And even when I go in the stores now, I find myself pulling up the charts, looking up the store to see if they publicly traded. Let me see if I can make some money back off it. Because I have to decide if I'm going to use my Acorn card, my stash card, or I'm going to use my debit card.
What's funny, I still do that today.
Really?
Like I take a little step further. Like, so when I go into McDonald's to get like a tea or something, and I see like the little security camera, and if it has like a logo on it, I look that company up to see if they're publicly traded. And like when you put your card into that little machine, I think it's like V-Force or something. I see if that machine is publicly traded.
Intake.
That's how far I go.
But you know what that does though? When y'all start getting to that point there, right? Y'all remember I said, at some point when you really, hit that matrix moment, right? That Neo moment, you had your Neo moment. Well, that's what it is, because now you fully integrated, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Right? You fully integrated because everything becomes what? Opportunity, right? Well, I just said reverse engineer that thing.
Yep. Yep.
They just took your car and extract the money off of it. I'm finna find a way to extract some of that back. What's this company? What's the company? You what?
Yep.
You public traded?
Mm-hmm.
You about that life, huh? Okay.
Hey, and the best feeling in the world, as soon as if I swipe my card somewhere, I look down at my phone before I walk away from the register and I wait for Acorn to give me that notification that I got some stock back.
Same way with that stash card.
Yes, and now that has also become a date stamp or a receipt stamp for me to get my tax mileage right off, because once it comes through my phone, when I write that stash or that Acorn card, once it comes through my phone, that's to me a receipt to justify that mileage for going to that location. That's why when people complaining about taxes, I'd be like, I don't understand why you not getting. Well, I do understand, because for one, you don't own no type of home-based business, whether it's internet-based, affiliated, marketing, selling some shea butter or something. You said it earlier, but African Emporium, about if you are not stimulating the economy, then they're not concerned about you. So when you own a home-based business, whether you're doing it affiliated marketing or your own little hustle, then you could take advantage of all these tax deductions. And I'm gonna tell you, mileage is the biggest and depreciation on your vehicle. So you find a way to legitimize that mileage. And that's why, it's so funny now. Everybody knows if you're in the car with me and I go anywhere, give me that. They be like, I know you want your receipt. Here it goes. Yes. Because you already know what I'm getting ready to do. I'm getting ready to take a picture, upload it into my app, and document it. Because I want, at a minimum, if I don't get the tax write-off for the item, I'm going to get it for the mileage, hands down. I know I need 5,000 to 8,000 miles in order to not owe money to the IRS, and I'm keeping my money throughout the year.
Per annum.
Too easy.
See, this is the kind of value when you think about it, when you really put, what was that quote that what did Jay-Z said on that new that was that 444 album? I think that was the fourth I'm a business what?
I'm a businessman, or I'm not a businessman. I'm a businessman.
Yep.
Now y'all gotta do like I do something more over Brad. Say it with your chest. Make that thing come through. Make it come through the way it's supposed to. Make it hit the way it's supposed to hit. Now say it again.
With a little cadence.
A little cadence. I'm not a businessman. I'm a businessman.
Let that marinate.
I didn't know all the songs.
Let that marinate.
I know the classics. I don't know all the songs. I know the classics.
So you are a walking what?
Business.
Because everything else around you is what?
Business. Definitely.
If you ain't moving in that light, you just the what?
Consumer.
Shark bait, chong.
You bait.
Food.
You definitely food. And they can't wait till you come on the scene.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as you say you ain't got time for it, oh yeah.
That's why. Again, here's the circular reasoning around the conversation I over Sonny brought when he was asking about the deposit. All that stuff now becomes irrelevant because at the end of the day, they just look at you as what?
Totally irrelevant.
Cattle, feeder hog, soybean, corn. You are a commodity. Dr. Claude Anderson broke that down. We ain't got to see him play this game anymore.
Oh man.
You're gonna play the radio. Y'all too old to be around here acting like you don't understand what's going on right now and talk about well how much but see I thought y'all but if I just go vote, y'all just be but you ain't got no other business besides what? The business of wanting to vote.
Yep. I was hoping to see him this weekend. I sure be there.
Yeah, get it in.
Wes Watkins is gonna be there. I was hoping to see Dr. Claude Anderson. I hope he is there.
Yeah, I used to do the power talk that we have in DC. They do it over there Mount Bethel over there near Temple Hill.
Wow.
Matter of fact, I was at guys, I want to say the last one that Barbara Dick Gregory did before he passed at that church. Not so long after that, he passed away. That's the picture on my Facebook page.
Mm-hmm.
That was that picture I had with him before. Again, ended up passing a little later, but that one particular one, that was a powerhouse one. We had some really awesome people. I was Dr. Claude Anderson there again. Professor Griff came through. Dr. Linda Jeffries was there. Man, there was so many people there. And that night, God, that was a star pack when there. That Power Talk 3. Man, look. I was personal caddy for Dr. Linda Jeffries all night. So I had to follow him around and carry his suitcase and book. I was honored to do that.
That was up.
Yes.
I was honored. And I told Reggie like,
has been in the
hang out with my master teacher. Hang out with master teacher Linda Jeffries. Like, yeah, I was a personal caddy all night. So I'll walk around with him all night long, for the most part before they start, until they start speaking. I carried his little stuff, his book, suitcase around, rolling cart. And so when him and Griff were talking, we all talking. When him and Barbara Dick Greg were talking, we all talking together. When him and Dr. Clan were talking, we all talking together. And so again, that's me. I'm what? I'm playing my position. I'm ear hustling. I'm listening to the elders. I'm soaking up that game, from different perspectives, right? I've always kind of had that mentality in those events. So again, I that's the circuit I come from, right? again, a lot of people know, but I was in the same circle. I was doing a lot of vending. Right?
Yep.
Take my products, and I'm right there. Dr. James Small, a lot of this events. You know, again, same way. Albany, Trenton, New Jersey, Philly, Camden, New York, DC, anywhere out, Baltimore. I did all them events. Right?
Yeah, you have firsthand knowledge. You did call you had primary sources.
Primary. So again, I always had that table where I had all the products. So they want to put that table, you know, they stuff next to mine. I was getting a lot of attention. Like right there, we just start talking. We start building. Yep, you know, I mean, this, that, whatever. But most of it, again, me saying all that, it was just, again, goes back to mentality. You know, how do you want to serve your people? Right. So I'm like, man, this is my people, man. I'm gonna get them the best. I ain't gonna get them no janky stuff. I said, I'm done laid out. It's the same way I come into the market. That's my whole point. I come into the market with that same mentality. I came out of the corporate world that same way. I came out of corporate market with the same kind of energy. If I'm not the best, at least I'm gonna be tied for best. I'm gonna look at him. No, bro, I need that, right? Because I know what it's gonna do eventually. So the markets is just another extension of that. Because now it's just me against, you know, the market, or you know, in this case yourself. You know, so if you're hungry enough, you'll put in that work, right? You'll put in that work. Right? When you see Sister Camille breaking down charts and you got all them charts up, how you think she got that far?
Man, yep, she bet 4 of them up at one time.
Man, she worked hard, man. She worked hard. She don't play, and she, you know, she live her life too. She do her thing.
She beat them drums.
She worked hard, man. She always working.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Greats.
Yeah, that's work ethic.
Yeah.
You know, when she first took that little course with me, she didn't know how it was gonna turn out. But I tell you one thing, you know, that value of the discipline was legendary for her, because she didn't touch no real account till about 6 months, 7 months into the game. I was like, nope, we ain't ready yet. She's like, man, I'm ready to trade, because back then I was trading, I hit a lick. She's like, dang, oh, you did that the other. Yeah, I got him in basis. I got him. I think I can't wait. No, you ain't ready yet. Go paper trade some more. You know, it's the preparation. That's why a lot of our people, I tell them now, don't be so quick to jump in with your regular money. Learn the game first. It ain't going nowhere. The market ain't going nowhere. Basically, what you're doing, you learn how to what? Build the level of that you need to kind of what?
Your risk management, your confidence, you know, all these things. Shoot, I've been trading for years, and you know, I went back and you know, with this new framework, and I was paper trading for 3 months, 3-4 months before I touched the account again.
Yep.
So some people, you know, again, I get it. You know, it's the mentality. Y'all know black people are. We know instruction.
Yep. Learn by doing.
Yeah. You know, so I tell people we don't have to take that mentality anymore, right? Because it's not like, you know, it's not a dog-eat-dog perspective in this industry. This is more about how well positioned can you be in terms of your stability, in terms of your knowledge. Right? So that's what's going to help you to establish a level of continuity. It's not going to be so much about, you know, how hard you are and what you're, no. You ain't got to be jump out there because you got some money. You know, so I always tell people, well, how much I need to get started? Your time, interest, right? That's all you need to start with. Because again, the same way we broke down the idea that, you know, again, start at 50 cents a share, 40 cents a share. You know, what can you do with that? Well, you can do a lot with that if you know how to do a lot with it. If you know how to read it and its tea leaves, you can do a lot with it. The only thing difference between that and the share of Apple is just price. A couple other little factors in between, but the ultimate value is understanding it's all synonymous. Once you learn how to read those tea leaves.
It's worth it. It's all the time that you got to put in. It's all worth it, man. When you can turn around and make, you know what I'm saying, 10% a day. Oh man.
Again, we were talking about that earlier before you came on over, Mark. It's about, you know, learning how to, you know, again, the base hit theory, right? Again, y'all know the 3% rule, whatever. But if you can get 10%, again, just 10% mistake, man, you outperforming. Man, look, y'all know how when these banks break down these little fiscal, per annum basis in terms of what they're able to yield, and they get all excited for what 5%, 3%, 7%. And here it is, you got direct market access, the opportunity to get what you want from it based upon what the market's offering you. You can hop off one stock that just ran 20, hop in another and end up running 30. Hop off that one, come back to one that's running 15. Hop off that one, go hit one at 3%. And you can just literally hop around like that in a day's worth and end up around by 30-some, 40-some odd percent. And it was like, what? I just did all this? Yeah, let that merit. Y'all gotta really, accept that, in a way where you start really convincing yourself that, okay, if I really want to take it to the next level, right? That's when you start taking it from, okay, yeah, I know I can hit, I've got on these basics, got these basics. Now I can start to scale in a little bit. Now I can leverage that up a little bit. You put a little bit more nitrous oxide on that thing. That's when you can start yielding those okay, I'm hitting about $500 a day now. Okay, I'm hitting around about 1,000. Right? It varies, of course, but nonetheless, you start to increase your your profit potential payout based upon your level of conviction and understanding how to navigate the land better. Then it becomes like, okay, this right here equal or greater to that of my my salary at Mr. Charlie.
Say it again.
That's when you really start like, man, ooh, boy, Mr. Charlie, ooh, about that there. About that, Mr. Charlie. You got about 2 more weeks before you get the pink slip now. You keep on now.
Keep on.
Keep on now. I've been wanting to sit down anyway and get this money. And so right now, people that's working from home, they're basically learning how to do that. They're like, I can do this too now. Yeah, because you ain't running and here, but not, man, look.
Brother Marquise, you just made some money.
Oh, I'm up about 18 pips right now.
Look at that.
I'm up like 18 pips right now. I got like 4 more pips to my target. Then I've been there made some money.
Yeah, I see you posted the back chat.
Yep, I'm on this Euro USD trade. Got in at 1761, and I'm about to get out at 1785.
Oh, nice.
Don't demonstrate that thing.
And bomb, I'm right here. I'm out.
There it is, screen. Look, you see, I'm boom, I'm out.
He said, boom, I'm out. I'm done for the day. I'm about to go take a nap. Get back at it.
You know what it is. For the rest of the day, you hit them targets, I'm straight.
Yeah.
Hit them targets, I'm straight.
Yeah.
That's literally what we're doing. We're here, we're strategizing, we're playing plot. It's like a field of battle, right? I used to use that piece a lot through the training of the workshop. Like, your money going to work for you, right? Your money going to work for you, right? So on the battlefield, right? So you send your bunny out on the battlefield, with one boot on, half a bullet, no helmet on. Man, you can lose that war before you can get started. So make your money count for something besides a prostitute, paper note. Let that marinate. That's a t-shirt moment. Let that marinate. That's a t-shirt moment. Your money needs to be more than a prostitute paper note.
Prostitute paper note.
Let that marinate for a moment. Is that not the black man purse?
Yeah.
Everybody want in. How much you want for that tonight? So what you got? What you got, bro? Look, I got this, this, whatever they got.
But
you ain't got no questions, you ain't doing no research, you ain't even do nothing. You be like, okay, let me get that.
Brother Snotball say, man, this channel is better than online trading academy classes. My homeboy paid for that and didn't learn nothing.
It's tough out there, and that's just a testament again, in all fairness and seriousness again, I'm humble. I'm pretty sure, I already know my battle mate's humble because just the world lane we come underneath. right? This stuff humbles you. It forces you to be humble. You can be cocky, a little bit arrogant, but for most part, it humbles you.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. It really does.
Oh yeah, it humble you and teach you a lot about yourself. I mean, it's really learning about yourself and how you react.
Thanks.
That's true.
You know,
thanks.
If you can have the discipline and control your own impulses, you know, then sky is the limit. You know.
Thanks.
Yes.
It's all everything, you know, in the market. It's all working off your emotions. They know if they do certain things when they move the market certain ways, it's gonna scare you. They get close to your stop losses. You're gonna hit your stop. You're gonna get out of your trade, and then they're gonna take it the whole other way on you. Gonna shake you right out of your position.
This is the same thing that happened today with Snow IPO.
Right out.
They literally pimped the entire market. They set the underwritten price for $1.20. They saw all y'all lining up in your little weBull, your Robinhood, with your little limit order. The market maker saw all those orders and did what?
Took out all your stop losses. It was looking like, okay, that's what you stop. Oh, y'all following the textbooks? Okay.
This what they did over. They saw all the orders sitting to get in, waiting to get in on this IPO, and they did what? Raise it.
So what happened to those people who had less than that amount or had that target amount less than 245?
You couldn't get in. It didn't matter. They priced you out.
So you lost it, or you just?
No, you ain't get.
So it was at 245.
You couldn't get in on that price.
Oh, okay, because
they priced you out. They.
Oh, that's right. So it didn't come in. It's just canceled out.
Priced you out.
Priced you out. Okay.
No, I'm just saying. You know, the idea is they priced you. It's the same way that you can't go buy that Berkshire Hathaway Class A share.
Yeah. At 300,000.
That's homework for y'all that's still new. Go look up Berkshire. Matter of fact, let me type in the batch. I'm gonna get a joke fired up here. They mess around. They don't know. They ain't about this life. They ain't about this life. Y'all go put that right there in Google. If you in the back chat right now, just verbatim the way I typed it right now in the back chat, go plug that into Google right now and let me know what it returns. Then they'll let me know if you bought that life. Right? Get you one of them for Christmas.
You said for Christmas.
Right? Get you one of them for Christmas. You get you one of them for Christmas right there. You know, then we can talk. Right? But no, seriously. Again, that's what it is. You know, it's people who got it and those who trying to get it. In relation to that of the market, what I'm saying, as far as the snowflake IPO, again, they priced you out. They priced retail out for a reason. They didn't want retail messing up their order flow for that book. So they made it so expensive. And then as soon as it opened up, it did what? It shot up to 280 and got halted instantly. Or 260, 280 got halted instantly from a 245 opening with a $120 price point that was supposed to open up at. After that, it shot right up to what? 319.
Yeah.
You ain't gonna touch that. You ain't about that life. Warren Buffett said, I dare you. I dare you. You were like, I dare you.
You ain't about to touch that.
This will hear all us today. That's basically what they did. Seriously. There you go, Brother Mathis. You can afford it.
You trying to
that Trump chain, Brother Mathis, you can afford it. You wouldn't look that price up. That thing, how much a share? 329,000 racks.
Nope.
Good night, Ilba Lakeisha. Yeah, we got you up late. Sorry. Yeah, I'm gonna go up here and it's weird too, because again, I'm not in my office, but yeah, just look. I'm gonna go up there and hit that water again and come right down here in a second for this 4 a.m. opening. And here, but you know what? It's weird too, because how this stuff works, right? Because we saw what happened there with the FOMC meeting, right? It was a very big day in terms of the Fed, right? Them outliner where we are as of right now with this coronavirus. Now keep in mind, This is the very last FOMC meeting before the election. So this one here has a lot of what? Weight to it. Why is that?
I think you, say it again.
This is the last FOMC meeting from Jerome Powell before the election.
Oh, because of federal fiscal year?
Well, it's setting the precedence on what could be or possibly not be after the election. If they don't do anything now to, again, help be accommodative to what the Fed is supposed to be doing, to being accommodative to backstop this, but all this doom and gloom in the economy, it could be very catastrophic for the market. So he said some things today that came off a little what? Hawkish. Because he typically been very dovish. He said some things that actually spooked the market today. It rallied, and then it what? Pulled back. Go look at the spot. He started giving a speech around what? About 2:30?
Yeah.
Watch the market for that first, 30 minutes, and then about 45 minutes after that, the market had went, basically it was already in there close to going red, and reversed on some good key point, ran all the way up almost near 1%, and then came crashing all the way back down and went red. You have to go listen to the meeting again. It's on YouTube, but again, real quick, the reason I was saying that, because what do y'all see right there?
Blood in the streets.
Yep.
He's right there. Y'all remember that movie? What they call? What that movie? In the Old Man for Country? What that country? Country for Old Men?
Yep.
Ain't no Country for Old Men. That's the name of it. Y'all know what I'm talking about? The man that was going around shooting people with that
shotgun.
With the silence on it, with that air thing on it.
Yeah.
That boy was me. Remember that kid in the end when dude got jammed up? He's like, man, look at that bone sticking out of it. Boy, that's what the market looks like right now. This right here is what? Fear. It's also another assessment of understanding what we were already dealing with up here, coming out to what? The all-time high. Man, we've been plotting this for the past, 3 or 4 weeks in terms of how to play the spot, right? I've been hitting the spot. I've been nailing the spot, up and down. I'm playing these little check down. So here you go. You got the spot down, in the Dow down 360 some odd points, going into the market opening up. Typically after 2 o'clock, that's when the Feds do a kind of a liquidity run, right, by way of BlackRock, JP Morgan. What do you see tonight?
Nothing.
Nobody came to save them tonight. Come out to play. Packing the bottles together. Packing them bottles together. So, again, 4 a.m. come around this corner real shortly here. And the thing looks like you want to pick up a little steam and go and hit that 400 level. So, a lot of people got caught trying to buy calls off the what? Off the initial rally, off the initial FOMC meeting, and got trapped. But here's what's interesting. This is how you don't get caught. If you really listen to what he's saying during his meetings, he's pretty much outlining to everything that's really what? Right or not right.
Which is not a good thing for the market.
Because his position is to what? Save the market, right? The Fed, right?
Right.
So if he's telling you everything that's what? Right and not right, what does that do to the market?
Yeah.
Creates a bias. That means ain't no fear. Markets feed off of what?
Right, fear.
Ain't no fear. It can't climb the wall of worry. Ain't no wall of worry. Oh, let me take some profit. Everything must be getting better. So he didn't sound so what? So him, by the way that he was speaking so dovish in terms of the economic readout, it actually ended up being the reverse. It was hawkish towards the what? The markets, right? Markets hate a hawkish-minded Fed, right? Want to raise rates, in this climate, it's an inverse correlation. right? Well, what do we mean by that? Right? Here's where it gets a little tricky. I don't mean to confuse y'all, but this is how the market thinks on that psychological level. If you already inside of a pandemic, everything that you're getting out for us, every data point, right? We're all subjected to it, right? Whether you're in the market or you're not. That's why I said this stuff is important. That's why you need to get into the market, right? Because this has to do with your life, right? Or at least a lot of aspects of what you can get from it. If the outlook of this pandemic is starting to kind of materialize and get somewhat better by the economic data, what does that do to stocks? After they came this far, this high, this fast on the most egregious news of all time. Makes them want to what? Pull back a little bit.
Pull back. Yeah.
Things are getting a little better now. Okay, I can what?
Relax a little bit.
So the end result is the market's doing what?
Good.
Doof.
Jumping.
Yeah.
So all I need to hear is some of the things he was saying. I said, okay, this is a typical reaction right after the FOMC. They spike it. And then, after the reality set in and the smart people read through all the fluff, income what? See right here, this is the Fed rate. Y'all see this chart right here?
Yeah. We can see it.
Can you see it right here?
Yeah. September 16th.
This is when it was starting to get real in the field. Right? Starting to get real in the field. See right here? They start climbing it into the meeting right at 2 o'clock. It's 2 o'clock, 1400, it's 2 o'clock, right? What happened right here? They got above the 200-day moving average. This is the 5-minute chart, obviously. And what happened? Snipped it higher. Slingshot it higher. Now keep in mind, it's so long all the way up into the what? Dang near up into the meeting. Couldn't make this stuff up. This was so planned. This was so orchestrated. Couldn't make this stuff up.
Yeah, and Brandon, remember I was gonna play that option? I could have still did it.
Right.
Darn it.
So orchestrated. Look at these candles right here going into this peak. Orchestrated. Green, 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 green on the 5-minute like this. Who buying that? Is that retail or institution?
Oh, that's institution.
All day, every day. That many green candles at those sizes on a 5-minute chart on a SPY, a $300 ticket. And then look at the way they sold it off methodically. They just wash, rinse, repeat, making all this money. And somebody was, on the phone, bugging the sister about something silly. Still over here trying to get the money. Right in the meeting here, ran it all the way up here, made a new high, 343, and then they did what? Dumped it. The strength of the fall, the way it closed, determines a lot how things will react going into the future market. It closed very demonstratively, did it not? Look at the bearish engulfing candle here. Look at the one that preceded it on the 5-minute. SPY have not been closing like this, on previous days. Look at it. The previous day, look how it closed.
Yeah.
All right, go back. Previous day, look how it closed. It went up and pulled back a little bit, but it still closed higher than what? The low, right? The day before that, look how it closed. Went up a little bit, came did the same thing. See the pattern there? See this pattern here? Pattern. Right here, this closed what? Up, pull back, pattern. See that there? Right? See right here? What do you see right here? Same thing. You see what? Up and what?
Yeah.
Y'all see what I'm doing there?
Yes.
Pattern. You got to learn how to, right? See the pattern here. Now, see right here? This one pull back. Now here's what interesting. Look how this one closed today though.
Up, straight back down.
Hard closed down. Closed down. Hard closed down. And as a result of that, here's your futures market. So tech was already rolling over early in the day. That was a telltale signal too. Tech was the only thing red at a point where everything was kind of still fighting to stay green. Dow was green, S&P was green, tech was red. Tech is still what? Overbought. It's still what? Overcrowded, right? It's oversaturated. people still taking profit right now in the tech sector. And Facebook getting in trouble again. They got hit today. Everybody fighting because of Apple. You know, they were the crowded trade. They were gang, right? They were gang for the past 6 months. So that's why I say we're not done. We're not done. We're not done.
Right. They got a note running across weBull that says the feds won't raise the rates until inflation on track to moderately exceed 2% for some time.
And they were already expecting that. Now, here's what's interesting about that data point. That data point in terms of them trying to reach the 2% inflationary rate. Now, they used to be saying that was the actual what? The pinnacle, right? Meaning that was the zenith. Now they've erased it and saying anything above 2% is gravy. They changed their mandate. This is the first time this happened in a long time. That actually signals a sign of what? When you change something that the system been working with for so long and you switch it at this kind of level, that shows a level of what? Fear. They're worried about something. Wall Street typically runs in a very smooth fashion when it has, you know, all the so-called duckies in a row. When that uncertainty creep in, that's when the Wall Street loses itself. And all we're doing now is just backtracking some of this this euphoria off the off this run up from the March low. Look how this stuff is, man. You couldn't make this stuff up. Look at this here. We called it, man. We call this, then we call this, then we call this, right? And now, remember we turned around and called this past Sunday, did we not?
Yeah.
Remember I said we finna bounce, right? We bounced. I said, where we gonna go into a 20-day move there? Did we not?
Yep.
Go right here.
I was ready for that too. And
Charles don't lie. Y'all could have bought them calls Friday right along with me.
I was gonna buy it all.
Right along with me.
Mo was talking about that yesterday too. She was like, I could have bought calls for African Emporium.
And lit. Remember right here, that week right here, I made money the entire week. Yes. Every single day I bought calls. I bought Friday
methodology. Somebody called my phone and I missed the third and 4 o'clock.
Yeah. I crushed it that week on this up into the blowout top. I said, we're gonna have a blowout top this week. I got 300% gain in every single call position for that entire week. I was posting in the group, right?
I thought I was gonna be able to brag.
And guess what happened right here? We went to the 20-day moving average.
Yep.
So we're gonna come here and get rejected possibly, right? If we don't have nothing to really push it through, we need a stimulus package deal or something like that to push it through. We didn't get it. Guess what happened now?
It dropped. Pull back.
Back down.
And then you said we need to.
Say again.
No, I was gonna say. Then you said we need to fill some of those gap fills as well.
Yep.
At some point, we got to take care of them. What the VPOS we call the virgin access points or gap fills. So we coming right back down to that at least a minimum of 336. If we break 336, where we gonna go? Downtown.
Yep.
Where them gangsta live. Y'all remember those?
Yeah.
Because it's important to realize now that we just climbed the wall of worry for an entire 6 months. This was the greatest heist of all time in history of taxpayers' dollars. And jokers running around here focusing on what? Talking about what? And he's supposed to make all this money. And funny thing about it, we actually still in trend. We break below it, then it can get a little messy. But all we doing is doing what? I'm showing this for a reason. I'm gonna go. I know it's late. Right? All we doing is what? Ping it up and down side of this this band.
Yeah.
Ping to extend away from it, come back in the penalty box. Come down near the bottom of it, get back off the load. Right? Play the middle line a little bit above it. Okay, yeah, weakness, whatever. Pull back down to it, get off the load. Get to the mean line. Okay, now we look good because this is what the market's supposed to be doing. Ride in the middle, right? The gun line. Tell them about the gun line, boss. Right? When they ride the gun line, it's in a good level of what? Equilibrium and balance. Once it gets away from that, that's when things get messy. They did it right here. They had to blow off top. They could not wait. Trump them lost themselves. They just had to do it that soon. They couldn't wait. They ran it all the way up, blew off top. Oh, we know it was easily assessed that it was going to get ready to come down. All I need to see is what peak above this linear regression band. Oh, I'm buying puts.
That's right.
Couldn't make this stuff up. Right? Because where's my risk? Is my risk more to the upside, or is my reward more greater to the downside in the moment when you see something like that?
To down.
To the downside.
Yeah, I ain't gotta fight the market. It's telling me what it's trying to do. That's why these little position values are important when you think about, indicators. If you're using the Bollinger Band, same scenario. Because if it's on top of that Bollinger Band, bang up against top of that Bollinger Band, what that Bollinger Band gonna do?
Yep, bounce it back down.
Push it back down. Get them back under the water. Right? Go back under there and get them apples. Bottom apples. So whatever that level of expansion back to the downside is, obviously, you can kind of, test the aspect of what it probably will look like on a, on an option scenario in terms of what the flow looking like in terms of where the most allocated, put positions at, for whatever strike price that is. But nonetheless, SPY's pretty much, 1 for 1 in terms of the option market, right? In terms of, on this beta perspective and this delta, it's giving you basically in real time print what the market is because it's very liquid. So it's not, unfathom the idea that when you buy SPY puts or calls, you can buy really in the money and get area into that move if you get some expansion on it. So this gonna move. It's volatile right now anyway. But that's all it is, guys. It's just whatever this market's showing you, that's it. So again, if we come down to test your 336, well, guess what? Well, hey, we already kind of improved that, right? Look where we're at right now in the VIX. Excuse me, the VIX. The SPY right now after hours, where we at? 336, 335.
Yep.
All right. In this case, 333, obviously. But below that value, that 336. So I'm leaving it there. All right, it's late. But that's how you strategize, guys. That's literally, you just, whatever the market's showing you, you play it for what it's worth. And collect your bag, and move on and reverse. Hey, watch, rinse, repeat it. Watch, rinse, repeat it. That's it. So let me get off here, let everybody get a little half asleep. Right, we got 11 people walking around with us this time of night. See, 336 Joker still rocking with us. See, those gonna be, that's the next one right there. They the next ones to take it to the next level.
That's right.
Initiate it. This is your initiation.
Initiation is when you stay up till like 5 o'clock in the morning, like we used to do.
Oh man,
in no Discords.
Right, no sleep. Right, you got that morning, what they call that morning beard, right there, that afternoon, what they call it, evening, what they call it,
5 o'clock shadow.
Your 5 o'clock shadow. Joker eyes looking straight, and you looking at them chart like, bro, I ain't missing nothing. I see that 1 minute count. I see. I see. I'm with you. Let's get it.
Look at Brendan Sims in the chat. So
Brendan's the trooper, man. Brendan, shout out our brother Brendan, still going hard with the brother Snot, our brother Brett, our brother Mathis, Lakeisha Dunn came hard with us, right? This sister got to get up and grind tomorrow too. Everybody hung out with us, brother Breadman TV. Everybody, right? That hung out with us late. Again, appreciate that we do it on purpose, and we're doing it because we have a value and want to share something that can be beneficial, meaningful for you, and it's a tangible skill. So this ain't just a whole lot of what talk, right? So again, it's the greater value that's coming from this is that you can put it to work.
Oh, can you answer this question before you get off? It says, Sister Monica, can you ask Brother African Employer if he has a weekly trading plan to try and capture a certain amount of pips? Yeah,
pips?
Yes.
Oh yeah, come on over Mark Keys if he's still on.
Yeah. I mean, me personally, I try to do at least 20 pips a day. So like that's usually my goal. Sometimes it's more, I might if I see the opportunity. But yeah, I usually trade the New York session at 9 o'clock, and Yeah, I'm usually going for 10 pips. I mean 20 pips, and I risk 10 pips to make 20 pips. But most of the time I end up making like 30, 40 pips. I try to have that type of risk reward ratio so that you give yourself a lot of room for losses. Certain instances you can have a 50% accuracy. I mean, like you lose and win the same amount of trades, but still be profitable because of your risk management. Because if you're allowing yourself to get those big wins and you're keeping your losses small. So yeah, I usually keep it around 20 pips with a 10 pip risk. And trading that New York session. And I feel like more times than not, you get you have a lower high, a pivot point that gets formed around then, some type of liquidity run. And I get in after that liquidity run. And yep, that's pretty much it. It's kind of similar to, what OBAE be saying with his little raggedy move that he do.
9 to 10 a.m. pullback. I'm money, boy. I like I'm old joke get old. Like, man, I don't got about 10 seconds. You come on with it. They come on with it.
Yeah, exactly. So, it ends up, usually being, around 100 pips a week. That's the goal.
And so for those who are new to understanding that terminology and that lingo and what a pip is, what's the relevancy in terms of a pip on a monetary notional value?
It depends on your unit size, if you're trading lots, or mini lots, or micro lots. But usually it's usually it's around like for a pip, either you might be getting $1, 10 cents per pip. If it's a smaller lot, you might get $1 per pip. You might get $10 per pip. You might get $100 per pip, depending on your lot size.
So that's basically detailed to, kind of what they call like a 1-for-1 scenario.
Mm-hmm.
Right. As opposed to being like, 1 for half, right? In a full pip. So the micro pip is at what? The half notional value, right?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
So you're getting that 1-for-1 value. So think about that, guys. So like you said, in terms of the lot size, just hypothetically, if you had a $500 lot size on a full pip, what are we looking at something like that?
That would be what, $50, right?
4 point value, right? And so if you're getting 20 to 30 to what's about 100 on a week, if you can do it consistently enough to kind of generate that kind of level of consistency, you talking about what? A good little bag right there, right?
Oh yeah. The most common thing, you can be trading a lot and make $100 off of 10 pips.
That's powerful. And you multiply that time what? 10 more, which is 100. So that's about a good rank.
Yep.
And that money is extracted. That's one thing about Forex. So you can pull that money what?
Oh yeah, that's instant. I pull it out Bitcoin. So what I usually do, I pull it out in Bitcoin, then I go and trade Bitcoin and do the same thing.
See?
I started off in crypto, so I'm able to use the same framework for crypto, and eventually I'm about to start using the option space, and it's really about to get crazy. Then I'm just perfecting this framework that I've been working on. But man, just the value that you can get, from using these tools and using using leverage in that way, and risk management, together, is people won't even believe you when you tell them.
Right.
That you just made 20%, on your money.
Seems foreign because again, like I was saying, that's why I kind of detailed a lot about mind preparation, that mentality. You got to get people mind ready to be able to receive this stuff. Not even so much just the information, but what? Money. Because you come into a scenario where, again, Again, think about how that little 13-year-old kid feel when he closed that option trade for Apple and hit that 78 racks.
Mm.
He said, okay, I did good. I think I did pretty good, huh, Mom?
Man.
Probably like took it like it was a stride. One of us be like, man, look, bro, look here, boy, you finna go buy every kind of bottle that they got at the liquor store. You probably
about to use 10% of it just to celebrate.
Right.
You already know.
Mentality, because they ain't got their mind ready to receive what you are already destined to what.
Exactly. And then when you turn around and compound, use compound interest.
Oh man.
Oh man. It gets real.
This is why I go to war with nobody else but y'all. Let's go. Financial war, because you're building out that community where you always have, again, it's like a cadre in a military unit, right? You found it. You are part of the, your asset at this point. You cadre, right? We all have something to contribute to that value to keep the business running smooth with the office and the whole rally. So that's all it is. Again, we get better as we go. We get better as we go.
Hey, Mo. I know this is late, but when you get a chance, look at UL, and then check out the options for it.
Let's see. I think I still have it up. Yeah, I brought it up.
I don't want to hold y'all, but I was looking at this for a long-term play, get a strike price all the way out to 2021, probably February 19th. Get in the money for 62.50. Or get it at 65 for 160.
Let's see. It's coming up.
That's for what expiration day open?
2021 February.
Yeah, February. So next year, February the 19th. Yeah.
I see right here, 219. Strike price there. Which call? The 65, you said? 67. Or hold on.
Because I'm trying to add slippage in there, and if I get it, I was thinking about 260 or 62.
The 62.50.
50. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So that contract about $2.65 as of now. You got a 60% increase on it actually so far. So it's already great. Obviously, because again, it's hitting out close to the money from where it's at now after hours, but it's not that bad in terms of price for that contract for such a elite perspective. Definitely being able to check the Greek side, seeing where it is, and that IB ain't that bad. Seeing that 20. Yeah, not bad at all. Not bad at all. And then Unilever is traded very methodical. I think that's a low beta stock. It's definitely a low beta. I think the ATR is maybe at most like $1 and change.
Yeah.
I'm mistaken. Run away figures really quickly. I think they got an ATR maybe around about. Actually, lower than that. Yeah, I was right. They got $1.02. Damn. See? I had a feeling it was about $1. Yep.
So what I got what, 6 months for it to move, probably $1 and some change.
Mm-hmm. And right now,
It's some money in that company.
You got a dividend. That's why I was like, oh, Mo's gonna like this one.
I like that
this?
income and I like that performance too. And I definitely like that RL.
Yeah, Unilever is definitely, speaking of Unilever real quick, they were actually the company that bought out, my man, for Shea Morrison and Nubian Heritage.
Oh, they bought them out?
Yep, Unilever. They are the soap company
Unilever.
All that Unilever stuff y'all got in around y'all house.
Isn't
public?
Isn't that the company that like bought Nigeria back in the days?
You mean the country?
Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, like Unilever has something to do with the Nigerian, the company that basically like purchased Nigeria. And I heard that from a Burna Boy song. He has at the beginning of the song, he breaks the whole thing down, like this dude narrating it.
Interesting.
He was talking about this company that purchased Nigeria for like I don't know, like 300,000 pounds or something like that, or some crazy.
You right. Control of Unilever in the 1930s.
Yeah, and they purchased Nigeria, and it eventually became Unilever. Like that's the actual company that bought Nigeria.
That bought them out. Yeah.
Oh shit.
1930. Wow.
You know what's interesting? I said they turn around now, starting to go back and get up a lot of the black product, because they bought out my homeboy that owns Shea Moisture and Nubian Heritage.
Yeah, I have been seeing that lately. A lot of these companies are not owned by white, like people that ain't black.
Yeah, their daughter, and all of them got swooped up, but they've been around for a minute. It's old school. That's why it's a low beta stock. And again, it just it's been around on the block for a minute. And it's gonna yield you a pretty consistent readout, on a per annum basis. Yeah, they ain't doing nothing too crazy. Got a market cap about 161 billion. Definitely not the bad. P ain't that bad. 23, forward P about 20. Sales to book around about 60 billion on that 161. So not bad at all. Dividend about what, 1.88%. 1.88% yield. It's not bad. Again, it's one of them type of stock, like I said, you set money in, diversify, just kind of, let it just incrementally crawl up to the upside and pay out that yield. So again,
it's interesting when you look at the history of some of these companies and just the parts they played in history, and why they're in the positions that they are now.
Yep.
That's a lot too for that reason, because I tell people, man, y'all got to realize, man, these people here been feeding off you, feeding off you for a long time. You mean us, our people, they've been feeding off us for a long time. We're the first commodity on Wall Street.
Yep.
Played, and then you just seeing how you people transmigrated across the water. Some of them always come from European interests and got onto our exchange and set up shop here. And they just constantly going forward with their mandates.
Yeah, they done diversified, and you patronizing them and you don't even know it. It's crazy.
I'm on about 38 million times. They all kind of everybody wealthy. They made the half cousin even wealthy. Like how he get some money.
And then you link that into seeing what they're lobbying for and understanding why things are going the way they are. As far as on the federal level and things of that nature, it all links together. It's all one rich man's trick.
Referring to movies. Hey, Mo, do me a favor. Just forget about this stock. Now I feel bad about it. So now, forget that you ever heard this stock. We're not touching this one. It's a sin stock now.
It's a sin stock. I know that's right. We're gonna short that stock. We're gonna look on that on the short end when it start going down.
Short the brakes off of it.
Thanks.
Stock.
Counter trend trade.
Yeah, crazy.
Trade trend mandate. That's it. So I'm excited again. We got about 8 minutes for the market open up. Y'all didn't last it all the way to the market open up. Look at y'all warriors. Y'all better get it.
Yeah, I'm gonna give me some money.
I got my little weBull already popping. I'm gonna run up here real quick. And let's go. I'm in my southern voice, rank my face off real quick. Rank my face off and get in front of the weBull and get in the bed. The thing about investor trader, we make money in the bed, baby. We make money in the bed.
I'm telling you, put that one in, put that stop loss, put that take profit.
Man, right over and make your little bag go right on to sleep. They're joker, man. This life, man. I don't know what joker you talking about, man.
Yeah, that's why I like this session too. As far as this London session, I usually only really trade it to make up if I didn't, didn't perform well on the New York session on certain days. And just because we happen to be up here, I'm just like, I might as well. But, you know, with this session, a lot of times you can, when it makes that pivot, you can pretty much put your order in and go to sleep and wake up around 7 o'clock and take your profit.
And then forget it. Run cold test is real.
Well,
that's what I love about this stuff too, again, because you really are kind of, you know, presetting, you know, a mapped out trade already in play. Based on your ability. And you just let it run. Set trailer stop or you stop loss, just let it run.
I take those economic releases, you know, because I know those going to be liquidity runs or runs to a certain level, you know.
That's it. Ride that groovy train. You know, wash, rinse, repeat. You know, do it all over again, you know, when it sets up again to have perspective. So again, just playing data, playing news, playing text. I mean, the technical analysis, playing the charts. Again, just kind of looking for that value out there. It's there. Again, there's a lot of money being made out there. You know, once you learn how to put it in this proper context and perspective. So everything we're speaking about right here is not, I know it sounds weird to a lot of people that's new to this, but no, it's not. It's just learn how to make it make sense. Right? Learn how to make it make sense.
Yeah, I got to rock out with y'all, you know, a lot more often, man. I forgot how good this is like financial church. You know what I'm saying? We got the entrepreneurial spirit in the house right now.
Yeah, you better say it.
Go speaking in tongues.
Some of that holy water.
I'm telling you.
Come through, Pastor. That's it. So that's like I said, it's all opportunity, it's all love. Because the great thing about it is that, you know, we got each other, you know, to back up information off of and think tank with. It, again, just makes for a good learning experience. You don't have to go through this stuff alone. You don't have to try to prove no points to nobody, because this journey is one that's obviously walk solo. Because when you're in front of the chart by yourself and you got nobody to help you out, you got to learn how to perform. Right?
Yeah, be an independent thinker.
Yeah, that's all it is. That's all it is.
Yeah, no more powerful than that.
Facts.
Yeah, we miss you, Marquise. I'd just be like, where Marquise at?
Yeah, man, I definitely miss y'all too, man. I've been, like you said, I've been locked with a beard at 5 o'clock shadow, man. I done got a whole Moses beard over here.
You know what I'm saying? Methuselah beard. No joking. They get like this. I tell people, I don't mind, man. And people like, man, look, you see, man, you make real money in there, man. I'm like, look, man, we in the middle of a pandemic, so this is even better for me. This is even better, right? Because I ain't got to worry about nothing. Ain't worry about going away, everything else shut down. Man, look, this is even better.
I love it.
I love it. I just say, I said that early on when we got in this pandemic. I said, oh,
I don't even. But people be like, man, I gotta stay in the house. I'd be like, shoot, I am so glad you don't even understand.
I'm telling you, I can turn people down when they invite me.
Yes.
Hey, man, you want to run through this party? Nah, man, I got that Rona.
Yep. I got 14
days. Yeah, nah, like y'all got that Rona. They ain't coming over.
14 days, baby. 14 days.
Marquise, I mean, since you've been ghost, I think the last time that I talked to you, you recommended Thinkorswim, and I did get a Thinkorswim app too. I got some stuff. I had put $50 in it, and I earned it all the way up to like 121. I only had 2 stocks in it though.
Okay.
Yeah,
I definitely love that platform, man. It's a great free platform, especially when they made them, you know, those free trades and everything. It's kind of a no-brainer as far as the value you get from that platform and the tools and amount of research and the things you can do with it. You know, I don't think really many other platforms can compete with that. So, you know, that's definitely a must-have in the tool bag.
Yeah.
And you can paper trade options on it too.
Yeah, you can paper trade. You get like 30,000.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I was when I was learning Forex. I was paper trading using that because you know I came up using that platform with what's buddy name Ricky Guerrero or Gutierrez.
Rick Gutierrez. Yep, over there.
Gutierrez.
Yeah, that
Chris.
Yeah. He'll trade that platform and that
learn, trade, profit.
yeah, learn, trade, profit, and he trade a lot of those ETFs that are leveraged. Those leverage
I didn't know.
ETFs.
You know what his favorite ones is, right?
Yeah, UWT and
And Gush,
DWT
and them
good.
old ones, them doggone
Exactly.
Gush and
Those are some exciting things to trade. You want some
yeah.
excitement, boy.
That's all we do trade. Remember I told you that's how I came. That's how I ended up getting with Brad them over there. We trade, but we was all together. And Ricky came to me like, man, I want you to be a part of my team, man. Cause you about that business. I see you be, man. And I was like, man, you know what? Hey, at that point I was like, man, I'm all, I was, urban economic property housing, man. I got time for my people right now. I ain't got time.
Yeah, when I saw you on that platform talking about Bitcoin today, I was like, oh, I gotta find. I went to looking you up. I'm trying to find. I found your mentorship. I'm like, I went to message you like, look, man, I got the mentorship. Where you at?
Yeah, I was all over.
That's the way you was moving. I think you was in the process of moving up here. I was like, man, I need you.
Yeah,
you speaking my language because it's crazy when you have somebody speak things that you kind of already knew but you couldn't articulate. And that's how you were speaking the stuff that was just like talking to my soul. Everything was just like, okay, yeah, I gotta, because I hadn't had a mentor, outside of it. It would just been me dolo trading this crypto, losing, making money, losing money, everything. So yeah,
putting that thing together, it becomes something very beautiful. And that's one thing I love about the markets, because once you have a basic foundation of understanding the principles of it, that's what gives you the ability to traverse across the different asset classes.
Exactly.
Now you can move into Forex. Now you can move into options. Now you can move into, the regular equities. You coming from Forex, right? All in crypto, it all has a synonymous value ultimately in the end when you're just trying to establish patterns, trends, and, brand value recognition. In this case, when we say brand, we mean what, the pair or the stock or whatever. It all becomes synonymous. It really does. It really does.
Exactly. It's like pieces of the puzzle, and you be like, oh, okay. I'm beginning to see the picture now. I'm especially that macro mentality. That should be a shirt too. That mentality definitely just gives you that wholesome view of understanding how and it helps you understand how everything works down to every level in life for real.
That's literally it. That's literally it. And now you become, cadre to the markets. You become the cadre. You're not so much just a visitor anymore. You take ownership. It's just as much of yours as is what Warren Buffett's, Ray Dalio, Leon. It's just as much of yours now.
That's facts. And I appreciate you so much just having this, this platform and this group, of people who go so hard, man, because it's crazy when you're in this thing and you by yourself and you're just trying to discover this, but you get with a group of people who guide you and help you, and show you the way. It's essential, You
need that. You need the think tank. That's why I'm always advocating the power of that, because if you get people fired up to go to work with you, right? To go to battle with you, in this case, and go to war with you, then you're gonna be taken care of, because see, everybody gonna be, will bring an equal or greater value in terms of what they want to output, because we're gonna benefit off that data if it's tested, right? If it's tested against the market, we're gonna benefit from it. So of course, I know people want to make money. They ain't gonna be doing just being that kind of whatever. Right, but has a value of being able to kind of proof itself, right, to a degree. So that's just a part of building out again, like I said, your eco, and everybody start moving on that paradigm and getting money like that, man, it's gonna be something nice. It's gonna be something nice.
And it's just beautiful how we have different people who in different asset classes, and they come and bring they take, and it's just it gives you a wholesome view.
Oh yeah, futures market. Where the market's open right now, they go Kodak dumping right now down to 801 already. Four 403, it's dumping. It dumped from 848 something down, all the way down to 801. Dumping. I mean, we know it was at 880, it was at 880 something, and it dumped 80 cents already.
Yep.
So Mark, I'm from there. Let me get there. I'm about to get ready to grab, buy out gracefully here, guys. Go file that we will try to make me a little piece of change for a little something strange real quick here and go to bed. And wait back up about another couple hours and get at it. Let me see what Apple at right now. Let me see what Apple at. Come on, Apple. Come on. We already know SPY down about a point, about near a point and a half. I mean a point and a quarter. Look at it. Down to 334. Underneath that linear regression band, look at that. 334 on S&P. Apple is down 1.5%. It's down to 110.50. Woo!
Oh wow.
I'm only saying that because I got them what?
Well, you got some options.
Inputs. Them 112. Come on, come through 112. Come through 112.
Yep, I see it's filling that gap.
Them puts already printing.
Oh, right here. This gap right here.
Ooh, them puts printing. I got them Kodak puts. I got the Apple puts. I got who else? I got a few more out there too. Yeah, let me go check these breadcrumbs, guys. I'm sorry.
All right, y'all.
They like, I gotta go, man. I gotta go get my bicycle, man. I gotta get my mom said I gotta come get the bicycle. I gotta get my bicycle. All right, guys. See y'all guys in the battlefield, back in the group. Everybody in the back chat, thank y'all for hanging out with us late. Peace, power, profit to y'all. Y'all welcome to be a part of our, our little eco. Come get in the group if you're not in there. All right, come get in that group, guys. Let's go.
Peace, everybody.
Peace, power, profit, man.
Peace, power, profit, everybody.